Nora left the group and went straight to Carl's interrogation room. Carl had been sleeping soundly on the sofa when he heard her come in. He opened his eyes and looked at her lazily. "Oh, good, you're here. Did you bring me my lunch?" Nora said nothing, trying to ignore his tone as she sat across from him. "How long till all this is over?" she asked. "Soon," Carl said shortly, crossing his legs. He was obviously not going to say any more on the matter. Nora said as tactfully as she could, "Tanya is very worried about you. She and Joel have just gotten married and they've booked their honeymoon for 2 days from now. If you don't get out of here soon, I'm worried she's going to cancel all their plans." When Carl heard this, he slowly sat up straight. 2 days. She nodded. He coughed. "All right, I'll see that I'm released in 2 days at the latest. Tell her not to cancel anything. Young newlyweds need to enjoy their time together." "Okay," said Nora, satisfied with his answer. She stood, left the room, and then went to check on Caleb Gray. The man was still coughing. Nora reminded him to take his medicine on time, then asked him a few questions. Caleb didn't say anything to her, though, so she left soon after. Not long after Nora had left his interrogation room, Carl knocked on the door. "What is it?" his guard asked through the door. "I want to see Captain Johnson," Carl replied. The guard, thinking that Carl was finally about to reveal what he knew, stood up and said excitedly, "All right, I'll go and get him." 2 minutes later, Captain Johnson arrived and opened the door. "Leave us," he said to the guards. "I wish to have a few words with Carl in private." "Yes, sir." They nodded and promptly closed the door behind them. Captain Johnson entered the interrogation room and shut down the surveillance cameras. Then, he looked at Carl imposingly and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to see old Terry," Carl said. "I've been asking repeatedly, ever since I was arrested, when will I get to see him?" Captain Johnson frowned and replied, "I told you, old Terry is not well. He's in the hospital and isn't fit to make visits. At least ask him to produce my documents so he can prove my innocence. This is getting out of hand," Carl said forcefully. Captain Johnson seemed puzzled. "Why are you in such a hurry? I've told you before that if you really are an informant, you will have to wait until we have more to work with. If what you say is true, we'll alert the enemy if we expose your identity now." Carl stood up. He was a tall man and had a strong build. His presence was quite overpowering. And as he stood over Captain Johnson, the man was so frightened that he instinctively took a step back. "What are you doing?" the captain asked nervously. "Just look at yourself. You don't come across like an informant at all. Anyone would think that you really are the leader of the Assassin Alliance." Carl looked away as he heard those words. "Don't you trust me?" He had worked as an undercover agent on the streets for over 30 years. He could hardly remember being anything else. And, during that time, he had intentionally not thought about his family. He had started dating Jill as a cover and had not thought anything of it at first. When he had become tangled in more complex matters and framed for manslaughter, his identity had been on the verge of being exposed. So, old Terry, the head of the department at the time, had given him a choice. Either he could reveal his identity and risk being charged, since they had no other suspects, or he could go overseas and continue working as an informant. Carl had had little choice at the time. He had sent many people to prison during his time as an informant. If he was imprisoned, there had been no telling what would happen to him once he was on the inside. In the end, he had gone with the second option. In truth, he had also liked the idea of going abroad. After leaving the country, he had kept in touch with old Terry and asked him to look after Jill to make sure she was taken care of. Old Terry had never told him about Jill's pregnancy, though, saying only that Jill had married into a wealthy family. That news hadn't surprised him. Jill had had a lot of qualities that wealthy families would find appealing. In any case, he had let her go to further his career. Carl's work undercover had been successful. He had helped to solve 5 major cases and gained several commendations. With his mannerisms and looks, he had played the sinister and powerful role well. Maybe too well. His identity had never been questioned. He had never stopped wanting to get back home to the States, though. Every time he had contact with old Terry, he would ask when he could return, saying that he had earned it with yet another promotion. Old Terry had always been amused by his earnestness, and had told him each time that he had to keep rising through the ranks, and when he became the boss one day, he would understand. He might even have subordinates at some point who he could guide and train. Carl had proved more than capable and had risen step by step to become old Terry's second-in-command. In spite of that, his dreams to get home had become more elusive than ever. Little by little, he had given up hope to return home, and instead, he had fallen deeper into each role he was ordered to play. Eventually, he had established the Assassin Alliance. His actions in the alliance had crossed many lines, but Terry had given him the go-ahead, which shielded him from the eyes of higher-ups. In Terry's eyes, Carl had been able to do the most good for his country in such a position. Carl had transferred a percentage of his earnings from his undercover work back to old Terry, who had deposited them in a secure account on his behalf. As long as he kept doing what he was doing, Terry had been willing to help him. But everything had turned upside down with Tanya's appearance. If she hadn't turned up, he could have carried on in his undercover work and could have continued following Truman without drawing any suspicion. Now, everything had changed. Captain Johnson saw the man's troubled look, and his tone became gentler. "Of course I trust you. I'll arrange what you need as soon as possible. However, after your identity is exposed, you won't be able to be an informant anymore. Are you sure that's what you want?" Carl stared at Captain Johnson and said, "Old Terry once promised me that I could stop all this anytime I wanted. For my daughter's sake, that time is now." He would never let his past ruin his daughter's future. Hearing Carl's passionate words, Captain Johnson said sincerely, "I understand. I've seen old Terry and he has already verified your identity. Why do you think you were able to escape so easily last time? It would have been better for you, though, if you hadn't returned." Carl stared at Captain Johnson, who met his eyes as he continued, "Our country needs you. The mysterious organization has already revealed its hand, and as long as we keep following their trail, we'll catch them eventually. I can help you leave and head back overseas. That will be much better than exposing your identity. Finish your mission, help us take them down, and you'll be able to return home in triumph. As for your daughter, well, this kind of gossip is always temporary. Once she knows what you've been doing, I have no doubt that she'll forgive you and even appreciate your sacrifices." Captain Johnson's speech was similar to those that old Terry had made many times before, and many times Carl had decided to keep working overseas. But now, things were different. Now he had a family. Carl glanced down and said slowly, "Spare me the speech. I've been undercover for 30 years. I'm almost 50 now. Who knows how much time I have left? I think I've earned the right to live my life, my way, from now on." When Captain Johnson realized that Carl wasn't yielding like he always had before, he said with some exasperation, "Your way? How have you become so selfish all of a sudden? Have you forgotten your commitment to your country?" Carl frowned and clenched his fists. "Captain Johnson, old Terry said that I can stop whenever I want to. It's my choice to make, and I've made it. Now, please help me contact him." Seeing his determined expression, Captain Johnson knew that he wouldn't be able to persuade Carl any further. So he just sighed, disappointed and resigned. Fine, I'll arrange for old Terry to come here and settle things. As he reached the door, Carl called after him emphatically. 2 days. I'll give you 2 days to arrange things with him. If he's not here by then, I'm going to Captain Ford about this. I'm sure he'll be very interested in what I have to say. Captain Johnson held back a hateful sputter and conceded with a nod. Yes, fine. I heard you. One more thing, Carl added. This should be announced at a press conference. That will be the best way to reveal my identity, don't you think? Now that they lived in the age of instant information, if Carl wanted to reclaim his original identity and come in from the cold, he had to make sure enough people saw it in a spectacular enough manner. Without that, the truth about him could be twisted or even buried. He needed proper recognition for what he had done, for his sake and for Tanya's. Yes, Captain Johnson said wearily. Just hold your horses. I'll be back soon enough. He said nothing else as he left the room angrily. Having met with Carl and Caleb, Nora returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw 2 uninvited guests sitting in the living room. She had seen those 2 people before at the wedding. They were Joel's parents. The 2 of them were sitting upright on the sofa, while Amos, Joel's father, spoke to Ian with tears in his eyes. Ian, Joel has married the daughter of a murderer. This matter has shamed us all. Ian, who was sitting in his wheelchair, heard these words and looked away in anger. No, Carl didn't kill anyone. I thought we'd been over this, Amos. The killer was that woman, Margot. They're still not worthy of being part of our family. Amos snorted bitterly. Not worthy? Ian asked with a sneer. Surely you know who he is. I've heard that Black Cat and Black Panther are some of the most famed and feared operatives in the world. Do you think that you're better than people like that? Amos choked, and his wife, Heather, scoffed coldly. But aside from us, who else even knows that he's the boss of the Assassin Alliance? As far as anyone else is concerned, he's just a common criminal. That's why we're being mocked. Ian stared hard at his brother and sister-in-law beside him. Amos had been like a father to him, but he had always been malleable. Those near him knew that they could sway him on almost any matter. Ian also thought back to how Amos had treated Joel when he was a child. If he had not personally intervened, things could have been disastrous. His patience for these 2 had long been wearing thin, so he asked them in a cold tone, Just what on earth do you want? Amos replied, We can't stay in New York anymore. We want you to arrange for us to move overseas. When Ian heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Oh, sweet mercy, nothing would make me happier. Having Amos and Heather far away from him, without a voice in the family, was almost a dream come true. Leaving Joel in charge was indeed the best choice for their entire family. As he thought about this, Joel and Tanya came downstairs. Joel's usually smiling face was cold and stone-like when he saw his parents. He had also heard their demands from upstairs, and he said, That won't be a problem. Rest assured, the Smiths will see to any expenses that you may have. Nora, who had been listening in from the foyer, also felt that this was a good decision. Heather seemed like the kind of person who would never be easy to deal with. For Tanya's sake, their hasty departure was in everyone's best interest. It would have been more amicable, though, if she hadn't heard what Heather said next. Heather said, Of course we're leaving. We couldn't possibly live in this country with all of you. You can shred your reputation by marrying such a woman, Joel. But I can't let you take my granddaughter down with you. So, we'll be going, but we're also taking Mia with us. The moment she revealed the news, everyone in the living room tensed angrily. That's ridiculous, Joel and Tanya shouted together. causing Heather to frown. "The nerve of you!" She did not dare say this to Joel, so she stared at Tanya instead. "How can you speak to your mother-in-law like this? I'd have thought that even someone like you would know how to address their elders with respect." Tanya's chest heaved as she glared at Heather and said slowly, "I know you disapprove of me, but I've been trying desperately to find Mia for years. I won't be separated from her now." Heather's eyes glinted like steel. "Won't you? Even though it was you who lost your own child? You let her be snatched up by Hillary and used against us all these years. Do you have any idea what Mia suffered during that time? None of this would have happened if you hadn't been so negligent." Each word Heather said was like a knife in Tanya's heart. Her rage at seeing what Hillary had done to Mia was unlike anything she had ever felt. Even though Hillary was dead, Tanya's nightmares hadn't stopped. She would often dream that Mia went missing again. She would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and rush to Mia's room in a panic to make sure she was still there. As angry as she was with Heather, she couldn't argue with her about this. She knew, on some level, that it was her fault. Seeing that she was hesitating, Heather was about to pursue the matter when Joel rushed to Tanya's defense. "I'm Mia's father. I was responsible for her, and I'm the one who let her down the most. If you're going to scold Tanya, scold me as well." Heather hesitated. She never dared to say a word against Joel, not since he had become their leader. "You have other responsibilities. No one can expect you to always keep your eyes on everything. Tanya, though, what's her excuse? She's just a bad mother." Joel sneered bitterly. "And I suppose you aren't? If anyone knows about being a bad mother, it'd be you." Heather sat up and pursed her lips, offended. Amos almost threw his teacup on the table as he came to Heather's defense. "Joel, how can you speak to your own mother like this? You know we're doing this for Mia's sake. With you following Ian around all the time, who's going to look after her? She should be with her grandparents." Joel smiled wryly. "So her grandparents can hold her for ransom, you mean? So you can guarantee that you'll have a pampered lifestyle, no matter how little you deserve it." His words pierced their thoughts clean through, and Heather's face went red as Amos stood angrily. "Joel, how can you say that? Do you really have such a low opinion of us?" "Am I wrong?" A bitter smile hung on Joel's lips. As he said this, Nora, who was still standing by the door, knew instantly what was going on. With the way things had soured between Joel and his parents, they probably feared that Joel would disown them. No acknowledgement meant no money, so they needed a guarantee by way of a hostage. What kind of twisted relationship is this? She thought. She couldn't even begin to fathom their way of thinking. As Amos stepped forward to assert himself, Joel stared back, weakening him with a mere glance. Then, Ian suddenly smashed his teacup on the floor, getting everyone's shocked attention. He slowly raised his head and stared at Amos with his sharp, almost eagle-like eyes. His voice was cold as he said, "Amos, I really didn't expect you to be this shameless. You've already been guaranteed a generous settlement when you leave. You can live any life you want. Are you really that blinded by greed?" When Amos heard this, he swallowed hard and said slowly, "Ian, that's not it at all. Everyone knows how fragile things are for extended family in this house. We need some reassurance. Also, Heather and I have adopted another daughter, and she'll need the means to get married in the future too. We only want this money for her and her children." Heather elbowed him to stop. Seeing her stare and shake his head, Amos realized that he had gone too far. Expecting Joel to pay for their daughter instead of them was clearly unreasonable, so he said nothing else. Heather, on the other hand, wasn't finished. "Ian, Please believe us. Amos and I are not trying to deceive anyone. It's just that Mia really shouldn't stay in this country. I'm sure you'll agree once you see this video." With that, she took out her phone and handed it to Ian. As he pressed start on the video, Joel and Tanya walked behind him to watch it, followed soon by Nora. They all wanted to see what Heather was up to. The video was from Mia's kindergarten. A group of children were playing with blocks. Mia sat alone in a corner building a princess figurine. She was missing a few pieces, so she went to the main box to find some more. As soon as she walked over, the children hurried away, almost as though they were afraid of her. "Your granddad is a killer. We don't want to play with you," one said. "Mum told me that you can catch crazy like cooties," said another. "Yes, stay away from us." The children ran from her, screaming. The little girl stared at the group in confusion, waving her hands. "I'm not crazy. I won't hurt any of you, I promise." "Yeah, you will," retorted one of them. "We don't want to be your friend anyway. Go away, Mia. Go back to your corner." Mia sighed and returned to her seat, only to realize that one of the kids had broken her toy while she had been speaking. She looked at the broken princess sadly, then sat in the corner alone, her head low. It was a sad sight. Nora sighed. If she felt this bad when seeing the video, she could only imagine how it must have hurt Tanya. When Nora looked up, she saw that Tanya's eyes were indeed already red, and she was trembling as she tried to control her emotions. So much had happened recently, with Carl in prison and Joel being preoccupied with other matters. Mia had been so excited to go to school with Pete that the sight of her being bullied was heartbreaking. Joel put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed it gently, as if giving her strength. "Don't worry. They're just jealous. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on her." Then Joel, who had known about this situation for a while, said coldly, "Just what are you trying to prove with this?" "Isn't it obvious? She's not happy in school. She needs to go with us to a new place where nobody knows about her family's shame. You're so busy with the company anyway, it's not like you newlyweds would ever separate. Mia will be happier with us, and if you miss having a child, you could always have another one." "Have another?" Joel felt a dark anger rise in his heart. "Just what are children to you, Heather? Are they people or just commodities? By saying something like that proves that Mia shouldn't be anywhere near you." Heather pursed her lips. "You can say what you like, but I'm doing this for her own good. Do you not feel bad for her at all after seeing the video?" Joel glowered. Though he didn't show it, it was a hard subject. "Of course I feel bad for her. I'm her father. But she'll adapt. This will all pass in time anyway. Mia will grow up and forget about what happened." Heather stood straight and pointed accusingly at him. "Just forget it, will she? Do you think Mia is as heartless as you? Take it from me, in this society, with her grandfather in prison, Mia will be looked down upon for the rest of her life. Something bad will happen because of it sooner or later. Either you let Mia leave with us, or you divorce the murderer's daughter." Hearing this, Nora couldn't stay silent any longer. "Who's even proved that Carl is a criminal?" Heather sneered. "He's already in prison and they aren't letting him go. They must have sufficient evidence to keep him there. Or do you think they're just holding him there because they like him and don't want him to leave?" Heather had said this sarcastically, but she saw Nora looking at her with a faint smile, making her wonder if she had just made a fool of herself. Nora was unwilling to say more, since saying anything else, before the truth was revealed, might change things in an unwanted way. She spoke vaguely instead. Perhaps he's having tea with a friend. After all, Carl was an informant. Going to the police station was like going to the office. Heather was about to say something when she felt Ian's gaze. His hard stare had always made her feel nervous, but she pressed on. It doesn't matter anyway. The rumors surrounding Carl have already affected Mia. As her grandparents, the two of us are obliged to get involved. Under normal circumstances, it was understandable. No grandparent would want to see their grandchild bullied in school and do nothing to help. This wasn't a normal situation, though, and Joel said, "Tanya and I are the child's parents, and we are her legal guardians. If this was taken to court, who do you think the judge would decide to give custody to?" Amos was furious at this. He slapped the table and roared, "Joel, do you still mean to go to court over this? Don't you find it all embarrassing enough?" Heather's eyes turned red as she looked at Ian. "We rarely get involved in Joel's life, but look at him, how heartless he is. He keeps threatening us when we only want to help." Ian was ready to defend Joel, but before he had time to say anything, Joel jumped in. "Since you care about Mia so much, you should know that she's actually doing very well in school. You two taking things out of context doesn't change that." Heather was stunned and asked, "What do you mean, taking things out of context?" Joel snorted. He patted Tanya's shoulder as he took out his phone and scrolled through a number of videos taken from the school cameras. They all gathered around to watch. As before, her classmates pushed her aside and Mia looked very sad. Unlike the previous video, though, Pete walked in a few minutes later, holding his math book. He read it only a short while before walking over to Mia to sit beside her. One of the kids said, "Pete, aren't you worried that she'll kill you?" Pete looked at the boy and said, "Why are you such a scaredy cat?" The boy stood up angrily. For kids their age, being called a coward was one of the worst insults there was. "Hey, I'm not the one who's scared." "Then why are you sitting over there?" Pete stared at the children, peering over, and pursed his lips. "You're all scared, aren't you?" "What? No," said one of the kids. "No way," said another. "I'm the bravest." In no time at all, they had all gathered around Mia, watching her put her princess figure back together. She was quick with her fingers, and soon the princess was back in one piece. "Wow, that's awesome, Mia. Can you show me how to do it? I want to build a princess too," said one of the kids. Mia blushed at the compliments. "But there aren't enough blocks." "There are more over here," said another of the kids, bringing them over. "Use mine if you need to. I want to see you make another princess." The atmosphere changed completely as they saw Mia put more figures together. They stared in awe and clapped as she finished another. "That's so cool. Mia, let's be best friends." Hearing this, Pete stood up and pursed his lips. "Ha, you think it's that easy? You don't get to bully Mia like that, then pretend it never happened. Come on, Mia, we don't need them." With that, Pete held Mia's hand and walked away. The other children looked at each other and stood still, stunned. Mia then stopped and smiled at Pete. "I get it now. I shouldn't care about what others say. They all like you because you don't care what they think, so they can't hurt you." "Yeah," Pete said with a nod. With that, they skipped out of the classroom. Joel stared hard at Amos and Heather. Life isn't always smooth sailing, but she'll manage. And ever since Tanya's come back, Mia's been happier and more confident than ever. She doesn't need your so-called care at all. Which reminds me." His eyes turned colder as he stared them down. "Only the children's guardians are allowed to watch the camera footage from the school. How did you even know that Mia was being bullied? Did you get someone to steal the footage? To think you've got the nerve to lecture us about right and wrong." Joel's questions had become sharper and sharper. It was clear that he knew that Mia might not be doing well in school and that she was too timid. But to him, that was all part of learning to face the world. That didn't mean he didn't care. He had made sure to keep a close eye on how she was doing, so Heather's video had come as no surprise. Amos and Heather swallowed hard. The two of them clearly did not expect Joel to realize so quickly what they had done. As they hesitated and thought about how to explain themselves, Ian said forcefully, "If neither of you has an explanation, then you should be prepared for the consequences." Amos instantly straightened up. "Ian, we were anxious because we saw the video and didn't understand the situation. But even so, Joel is our son. What's wrong with us getting involved with family business? Can't parents have some say over their children?" Heather followed up. "That's right, Ian. As his parents, aren't we able to criticize his decisions even a little?" Their arguments made Ian take another deep breath, and he looked at Joel as he sighed and said, "From today onwards, Joel is no longer your son." The whole room fell silent. Amos and Heather were stunned and looked at Ian together. "What do you mean?" Joel was also confused. Ian said slowly, "When I made Joel the head of this family, I hesitated to give him my own name as well. I now know that was a mistake. I should have adopted him from the start, to spare him the words that would come out of your stupid mouths. No one gets to talk to my successor like that. No one." His domineering attitude stunned both Amos and Heather. Ian had raised Joel by his side, but there were fears that he would never fully accept him, that he would remain his nephew forever. Even though it was mostly a formality, a smith was a smith after all. They didn't expect him to change his tune so suddenly. "What do you think, Joel? Would you like to be my son?" Ian asked with little ceremony in his voice. Joel's eyes turned red. He had learned so much from Ian and how to run the family business, but he had never been brought fully into that side of the family. Everyone had always mocked him for this, calling him little more than a curiosity to Ian. After all, if he really saw him as a successor, why hadn't Ian gone through with an adoption? At the time, Ian had said he didn't need one. He just needed someone to take up the duty of running the family, and Joel had understood this. As a result, their relationship had always been a little distant. So, when he heard this, Joel found it hard to control himself. His voice was trembling as he said, "Of course I would, Uncle Ian." "You're still calling me uncle?" Ian smiled teasingly. Joel lowered his head, embarrassed at the mistake. Meanwhile, Tanya, who was standing beside him, suddenly said, "Dad, that means Nora will be my aunt from now on." Her words roused Joel from his thoughts, and his lips trembled again as he repeated, "Dad." He had not called Ian Dad for more than 20 years. Ian nodded with a smile. "Yes, son." He then glared at Amos and Heather, who had fallen silent with shock. "I trust that settles things. I'll get the lawyers to handle all the formalities. I expect neither of you to have anything to do with Joel from now on. Is that clear? If I ever hear that either of you are claiming to be his parents, trying to leverage his name, you can rest assured that I'll correct you severely." His tone was filled with cold, almost murderous intent. Both Amos and Heather were terrified into submission. They could only stand up and say, "As you wish. In that case, I'll arrange for you both to go overseas. Unlike Joel, who was being far too generous, I won't give you nearly the same kind of financial support. I'll pay to get rid of you, that's it." The two of them had nothing more they could say. Not only had their trick to get more favors failed, but they were also about to be in a worse position than when they had started. Their efforts deflated. They left with their tails between their legs and heads held low. Only once they had gone was Joel able to restrain his emotions and focus instead on Nora. "How is Carl, by the way? What's going on with him?" Nora clicked her tongue at his questions, sensing that Joel had figured out that something discreet was happening. In order not to make Tanya worry, Nora answered, I asked Carl about it today. He's been working undercover for a long time, and I've asked his contact to help him out. If all goes well, he'll be released the day after tomorrow." "What?" cried Tanya, shocked. Joel was also a little stunned and found it unbelievable. "You mean the boss of the Assassin Alliance is a police informant? Surely not." Nora's lips curled with a small grin. It did sound far-fetched, and she had almost not believed it when she had first heard the news. There seemed to be little other explanation, though. She nodded silently at Joel and Tanya, confirming what she had said. Tanya stayed quiet, her thoughts filled with conflicting emotions. She wanted to laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. In the end, she just sighed. In the silence that followed, Nora realized as she glanced at her phone that she didn't have time to hang around. It was already past 4 o'clock. "Anyway, I should really get going. I have a date." Seeing that Nora wasn't headed for the door, Tanya asked with a frown, "Why are you going upstairs if you have a date?" "I need to change," she said without turning back. Tanya and Joel both looked at her, surprised. Ian also watched her go, but with what seemed like an angry expression. After changing her clothes, Nora tidied her hair in the mirror and went downstairs, a happy stride in her step. She didn't notice that Ian's eyes were filled with sadness and worry. Joel walked to Ian's side. "Dad, you should know that Justin is not the evil man you think he is. At least with Nora, he's very agreeable." "What do you know of it?" Ian asked. "That man. There's something suspicious about him. Nora might think she's got things in hand, but he's probably playing her." Joel frowned, wondering what Ian thought he knew that could make him so concerned. Ian sighed as Nora prepared to leave. "I know one thing. Whatever she does, she must never get on Justin's bad side." Nora must never offend Justin, Joel wondered. He mentally repeated the words and looked at Ian, perplexed. Uncle Ian had transformed the Smith Corporation from a company always in second place into one that was ranked equally with the Hunt Corporation. Despite the strength of the Smith Corporation, he frequently reminded Joel to stay vigilant and not offend Justin. Just how powerful and capable is Justin? Joel wondered. While he was musing, Ian said, "If he truly cares about Nora, then he won't mind even if I make things difficult for him. But if he doesn't care about her, then let me be the one to offend him. I don't have that long to live anyway, while you're still young, and you shouldn't do things that might jeopardize your future." He sounded very serious, and Joel replied, "I'll keep that in mind." Fortunately, he and Justin had a pretty decent relationship. He understood why Ian hadn't reprimanded him when he had allowed Justin to enter the house. On the contrary, he had even given tacit approval to it. At the time, he had thought it was because Ian had accepted Justin, but now it seemed like that might not be the case. Just as Nora left the house, she ran into Pete and Mia, returning home hand in hand. Pete was carrying a large school bag on his back, and his little face was expressionless. He looked like a miniature version of Justin. When his big round eyes caught sight of Nora, he pulled his hand out from Mia's. Nora looked at Mia and was satisfied that there were no signs of unhappiness on the little girl's face, indicating that the events in the kindergarten hadn't affected her. Moreover, her typically timid expression appeared to have dissipated a little. It seemed that Pete had given her a lot of confidence. While Nora was observing Mia, Pete asked, "Mummy, where are you going?" Nora felt a little guilty that she and Justin were going out on a date without Pete and Cherry. Her eyes shifted about, and she looked at the sky as she replied, I'm going out to discuss some work matters with someone." Pete gave her an inquiring look and asked, "Who are you going with? Do I know them?" "Oh no," she thought. "If I say that it's Justin, he'll probably want to come too, and I'll have to think of a way of putting him off." With that thought in mind, she decided to lie. "No, you don't know them," she said. "I have to go now. I'll see you later tonight." She quickly walked past Pete and Mia. After getting into her car, she drove away immediately, looking and feeling very flustered. Pete kept his eyes on her the whole time. Seeing that Pete wasn't moving, Mia also stayed where she was. Even after Nora's car had disappeared from sight, he remained standing there. Mia was puzzled by his behavior and asked, "Pete, what are you looking at?" He sighed and said somberly, "At my family running out of time." He looked back at Mia with sorrowful eyes and said, "Mummy was lying just now. She doesn't look into my eyes when she lies." Mia thought for a while and said, "Adults are all like that. Why would Aunt Nora lie to you, though? Does it mean that she isn't going out to discuss work with someone?" Pete nodded and said, "I think so. It was such an obvious lie because Mummy never discusses work face to face. It's always over the phone because she says that going back and forth to meet someone is a waste of time and she might as well sleep instead. I've never seen her go out for a work meeting before." Although Mia wanted to defend her aunt and give a possible explanation, after thinking about it, she felt like there was nothing Pete had said that she could refute. She just asked, "If Aunt Nora isn't going out to discuss work, what is she going out for?" "It's almost dinner time, so she's likely going out on a date," he answered. He continued to analyze the clues. "If she were going out on a date with Daddy, she would definitely take Cherry and me along with her," he said. "Even if she didn't take me along, going by how much my father dotes on Cherry, she would at least take her along." With that in mind, he took out his cell phone and called his sister. The call was answered as soon as he dialed the number. Before he could say anything, he heard Cherry ranting at someone. "Hey, do you really know how to play? Is your boat stranded?" "Hey, Pete, what do you need? Hurry up and tell me because I'm in the middle of a game right now." Pete asked, "Where's Daddy?" "Daddy has a very important meeting with foreign business partners tonight," she said. "He's in the meeting right now." She wondered why he wanted to know and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," he replied before hanging up. "Pete, why didn't you tell her the truth?" Mia asked. He said, "She's still dreaming that we'll be together as a family, and I didn't want to make her worry too." What a family I have, he thought. Daddy is unromantic, Mummy is obsessed with sleeping, and even my younger sister isn't reliable. I'm the only one capable of bearing the weight that I shouldn't be bearing at my young age. Mia could see that he was bothered and she tried to comfort him. Maybe Aunt Nora and Uncle Justin are going out on a date and it wasn't convenient to take you guys along. Don't think too much about it, Pete. He shook his head and said, "What would stop them from taking us along?" Mia wanted to tell him that there were many possible reasons. For example, she went to sleep in her mother's room every night, yet when she woke up, she would always find herself in her own bedroom. Whenever she asked her mother about it, she never gave her a direct answer. Also, when she discreetly asked her father about it, he would just blush and act evasive. Adults have complicated lives, she thought. While Pete was worrying about her, Nora was sitting with Justin in a private room in their favorite Chinese restaurant and looking at a plate of roast duck on the table. With a fork in her hand, she grabbed a piece of meat, planning to stuff it into her mouth. Justin stopped her and said, "You're supposed to eat it with the flatbread." "I know." She looked at the numerous plates of exquisite side dishes, the thinly sliced meat, as well as the small and delicate slices of flatbread, and said disdainfully, "It's just too much work." Not only did she have to pick up the flatbread and wrap the meat and side dishes in it, but she even had to dip it in the sauce afterward. She thought that whether she ate in small bites or gobbled them all down, it made no difference, since it all ended up in the same place, so she didn't see the point of wasting all that time. Justin chuckled, and then he picked up a piece of flatbread. He used it to wrap up a piece of meat and held it in front of her mouth. "Open your mouth," he ordered. She opened her mouth, and he popped the small parcel into it. When she closed her mouth, her lips moved around the wrapped roast duck, as well as around Justin's fingers, which he hadn't been able to pull back in time. They both froze. Nora parted her lips slightly in a panic and turned away. After she had swallowed the food, she looked up at the ceiling and struggled to think of a conversation starter. Eventually, she said, "The roast duck tastes pretty good with the bread." "Is that so?" He laughed again and then said, "Let me have a taste too." As he said that, his large hand moved to the back of her head and he pulled her close. Then, her vision went dark as he leaned forward and started kissing her. It wasn't the first time that Nora had kissed Justin, yet her heart still raced like the first time they had kissed. She felt him nip teasingly at her lower lip, which made her snap back to reality. She pulled away from him and he let go of her. "What's on your mind?" he asked in a deep voice. There was a hint of displeasure in it. She looked into his dark eyes but was unable to discern what he was thinking. She seldom felt that she was being dominated by anyone. However, at that moment he seemed to have some kind of control over her. She was concerned that by pulling away from him, she had made him feel rejected. She hadn't wanted to do that, so she said, "Sorry." She wanted to say more, but Justin had already leaned over and kissed her again. The room was very spacious, yet Nora felt like there wasn't enough air in the room, and she was about to suffocate. She gave him a light push, but he held her hands, completely taking control of the situation. It seemed to Nora that he had become a different person. He had always been either cooperative or submissive with her, but at that moment, it felt like he was pushing her down. Even his kiss had become a little more aggressive than before. It made her feel as if she were about to be conquered. He put his arms around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. To Nora, the position felt inappropriate in a restaurant, even though they were in a private room. She started to protest and said, "I don't think we should." The rest of her words were swallowed by Justin's lips on hers. A waiter stood outside the door with a dish in his hands. As he listened to the suggestive sounds inside the private room, he felt embarrassed and didn't quite know whether he should go in or not. After a moment of awkward indecision, he decided to wait outside. Back at the Smiths' residence, Ian was sitting in the living room, stretching his neck to look out into the hallway. Joel and Tanya were also in the room with him, along with Mia and Pete. When he saw what his uncle was doing, Joel asked, "What are you looking at? Nora's only been out for an hour." "You can do a lot in an hour," Ian replied. What Joel had meant was that given how bad the traffic was in New York, driving out for a meal would take at least half an hour, and it would take half an hour to order and get the food served, which meant that Nora would only have just started eating at that point. What on earth does Ian think I meant? He wondered. He moved to sit next to Ian and said, "Actually, I think Nora may not like Justin as much as you think she does." Ian's eyes lit up and he said, "Tell me more." Joel said, "Nora seems to like XYZ, the hacker from the Hunt Corporation. At least, that's what she said recently. As well as that, when I went to the hospital, Quentin hinted that she seemed to have someone she liked, and that it wasn't Justin." Pete went over to sit with the two of them. He had heard them saying that his mother seemed to be involved with some different men. He asked, "Are those men handsome?" Both Joel and Ian were taken aback. Joel thought about his question and remembered that Quentin had said the man Nora liked was a pretty boy, so he likely was handsome. "From what I've heard, at least one of them is," he replied hesitantly. Pete sighed and said, "Well, that's that." "What do you mean?" Joel asked. Pete replied, I finally understand why Cherry is such a flirt. It turns out that it's because she inherited that trait from Mummy." Ian and Joel gazed at the young boy in surprise. Joel looked at Ian and said, "Maybe Nora has cheated on Justin." Ian felt delighted at the possibility, but tried to hide his excitement. "What do you mean by saying that she's cheated on him?" he asked. "The two of them aren't even openly a couple. Nora's just making a few friends and having a few relationships, that's all." "You were the one who just told me not to offend Mr. Hunt," Joel reminded him. He needs to tell that to Nora too, Joel thought. In the private room, neither Nora nor Justin knew of the scandal that their various secret identities had caused them with the Smiths, let alone that the idea of Nora being unfaithful was taking root among them. When the two separated from each other, Nora gasped dazedly. She could see Justin's chest heaving up and down as if he were trying very hard to suppress something. She picked up a bowl of soup and took a spoonful in an attempt to calm the stirrings in her heart. "Nora, let's get engaged," he blurted out. Nora just stirred the soup with her spoon. A moment later, she smiled and said, "Okay." Justin grinned giddily. "I suddenly feel a little regretful." "Why? Didn't you mean it? Did you expect that I would say no?" "No, it's not that," he said. "It's just that if I'd known you were going to agree so easily, I would have said, 'Let's get married,' instead." She rolled her eyes and said teasingly, "Don't push your luck." Her reaction didn't bother him in the least. He merely made another roast duck wrap for her and held it up to her mouth. "Here, have a bit more to get your strength back." She bit the roast duck wrap viciously, deliberately biting his fingers too so that he would beg for mercy. However, he merely stared at her. He straightened his fingers and wriggled them in her mouth. Nora bit down a little harder. He winced slightly, making her heart soften. She let go, and he laughed softly. Something occurred to Nora, and she asked, "Did you wash your hands before dinner?" "There's no doubt about it," he thought. "My woman is definitely an expert at ruining the atmosphere." He took a deep breath, rolled up another roast duck wrap, and held it in front of her mouth. "Eat," he ordered. A beaming Nora ate another mouthful. With someone serving her so attentively, it seemed that even such a convoluted way of eating had become less of a waste of time. After the meal, she picked up her cell phone and saw that 2 hours had passed. It was probably the longest meal she had ever had. She stood up, stretched, and said, "Let's go home." Justin got up too, but before they left the private room, he asked, "Are you full?" "Yeah," she replied. Justin had been feeding her the whole time, offering her one wrap after another. Why is he asking such a dumb question? She wondered. How on earth wouldn't I be full after eating all that food? To be polite, she asked, "Are you full?" "No," he replied. He looked aggrieved, which surprised her. She looked at the unfinished food on the table and was about to tell him to eat some of it when he murmured in her ear, "I didn't manage to eat at all. All I had was a little taste." She realized what he really meant and felt slightly embarrassed, so she made a hasty exit from the room. The moment she stepped out, she saw a woman with straight black hair walking toward her. The woman was smiling, and she had 2 dimples on her cheeks. She seemed a little surprised to see Nora and greeted her questioningly. "Miss Smith?" It was Ruth. Nora felt annoyed to have been spotted by her. Before she could respond, she noticed that the woman had seen Justin, who was behind her, and her eyes had lit up. The situation made Nora feel a little uncomfortable. In an almost subconscious move, she stepped forward and stood between Ruth and Justin to cut off Ruth's blatant stare. However, it was to no avail, because Ruth went around her and spoke to Justin excitedly. "Justin, Long time no see. Do you still remember me? Does that mean that Justin really does know Ruth? She wondered. Nora had been upset and had ignored Justin's messages earlier that day because Ruth had said that she knew XYZ. However, it wasn't really because she was angry. It was because she had been puzzled by the discomfort she had felt when she heard what Ruth had said. Later, when Justin had hacked into the Special Cases Department and explained the incident, she had returned to her usual self. Even though Ruth was speaking with Justin in front of her, Nora didn't become suspicious of him right away. She felt that because they were getting engaged, she should learn to trust him. Besides, Ruth had always been fond of cheap tricks. Therefore, Nora just raised her eyebrows and looked behind her at Justin. He normally kept a straight face, no matter what he encountered. However, he looked surprised and asked, "And you are?" The light in Ruth's eyes dimmed when she heard his response. She replied, "I'm Ruth, Ruth Yale. Have you really forgotten me?" He replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't know you." Ruth seemed anxious and she stepped closer to him. She looked as though she were about to say something else when he stepped around her and put his arm around Nora's shoulders as if wanting to claim ownership. He said, "Ms. Yale, I'm afraid I don't know you. I am Nora's fiancé, so please conduct yourself with some self-respect." The restaurant was owned by the Hunt Corporation. Because someone had gone up to Justin, Nora could sense that the hidden bodyguards were poised to protect him. Why isn't he telling her to get lost or getting the bodyguards to throw her out? Nora wondered. I get the feeling that he's just letting her know that this isn't the right time for them to talk. She rolled her eyes at Justin and gave Ruth a sharp look. She asked, "Ms. Yale, do you need something from my fiancé?" Ruth seemed bewildered. She looked at Justin and then back at Nora, and finally asked, "He's your fiancé?" Nora didn't want to pay her any more attention and said to Justin, "If there's nothing Ms. Yale needs, we'll be leaving. After all, we're in a hurry to go home and take care of the kids." She started walking toward the exit. Justin took the initiative to follow her, and she strode through the restaurant with a feeling of satisfaction. However, Ruth hadn't given up. She called out, "Mr. Hunt, have you forgotten? 5 years ago." Before she could say any more, Lawrence rushed over and stopped her. He said, "Ms. Yale, I'd advise you to stop bothering Mr. Hunt, otherwise we'll have to take action against you." Ruth said, "No, you don't understand. I know Mr. Hunt. He said that he doesn't know you," Lawrence insisted. "Take a look at yourself. Do you think Mr. Hunt would associate himself with someone like you?" She was deeply hurt by the insult. Seeing that the diners were looking at her, she turned red and stamped her foot in anger. She pointed at Lawrence and shouted, "You're a very rude man." Then she covered her face and stormed off. In the face of all the bodyguards, she felt powerless to do anything to defend herself. Lawrence looked at her disdainfully, making sure she didn't try to approach Justin again. Justin drove Nora back to the Smiths' residence. She sat in the passenger seat as he drove. She rested her cheek on one hand while she looked at him lazily. He laughed and said, "Don't look at me like that, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to prevent myself from stopping the car and kissing you." He drove for a few moments and then asked, "Do you know what a butterfly kiss is?" Nora didn't know, so she took out her cell phone and Googled it. She read the explanation. A butterfly kiss is an affectionate gesture made by fluttering the eyelashes against someone's skin. The name comes from the look of the fluttering eyelashes resembling a butterfly's wings. She looked up at Justin and said, "It's not something for me. I'm too ticklish." "Oh, really?" he said. "Well, your eyelashes are quite long, so—" She smiled and asked, how come you know so much about different types of kisses?" He answered, "Since we aren't married yet and your father forbids us from going too far, I'm reduced to having to put more effort into kissing." The traffic light in front of them turned red. He stopped the car, turned toward Nora, and asked, "When are you going to marry me?" She groaned and said, "Steady, let's just get engaged first." "Great," he said. "I'll come over to your place tomorrow and confirm it with your father." The way he had answered so quickly made her realize that she had given him the exact reply he had been waiting for. She felt like she was really coming to understand him more and more. "I must be careful when talking to him, or else I'll fall into his verbal traps," she thought. They were about to reach the Smiths' residence. While they were still a block away, Nora said, "All right, I'll just get out here. I don't want Pete to see that we went out together without inviting him along." Justin understood. He had his own little princess at home, and if Pete found out, Cherry would also hear about it. If she knew that he had abandoned her to go out on a date, she would throw a tantrum. Being a slave to his daughter, he obediently stopped the car. After he had kissed Nora goodbye, she got out and he drove away. However, Louis, who happened to be nearby, witnessed it. When he got home, he saw Joel and Ian sitting in the living room. Pete was seated at the coffee table, working on problems in his maths book. When he heard someone entering the room, he quickly looked up, hoping to see his mother. But when he saw that it was Louis, the light in his eyes dimmed again. Louis stood in front of Ian and Joel and shouted, "Uncle Ian, Joel, something big has happened." Louis's excitement took them by surprise. Ian said, "Control yourself, young man. What are you talking about?" Louis recounted what he had just seen. Then he said, "I didn't get a clear look at the man's appearance, but why didn't he drop Nora off at the house? Also, before she got out of the car, they kissed. So it looks like Nora's seeing someone else behind Pete's father's back." For Louis, Justin wasn't the head of the Hunts, but was just Pete and Cherry's father. Pete, Joel, and Ian exchanged looks with one another. Then Ian said, "Don't talk nonsense. Nora isn't like that." Louis said, "I agree. She's rich, so there's no way she would be so fickle." After saying that, Louis hurried upstairs. The others struggled to understand how there was a connection between fickleness and being rich. They didn't say anything, but felt a bit sorry for the fact that he was so lacking in intelligence. However, they also envied the fact that for him, life was so simple. While they were thinking about Louis, Nora joined them. Even though she looked as cool and cocky as usual, it was obvious that there was something different about her mood. Even her footsteps had become a little lighter than usual, and she wasn't dragging her feet. Her face was rosy with excitement, and there was a glint of secrecy in her eyes. Ian and Joel, who were very experienced in love and relationships, could tell at a glance what had happened. The two looked at each other knowingly, but neither of them spoke. However, Pete asked, "Mummy, what was your meeting about and why did it take so long?" "It was about love," Nora thought. However, she replied, "Oh, it was about a relatively difficult project. I'm going upstairs to take a shower." When she reached the stairs, she sensed eyes on her, so she looked behind her to see the knowing looks on Ian and Joel's faces. As soon as they saw her looking at them, they looked away quickly. Joel went back to watching TV while Ian took another sip of his drink. However, she noticed that the glass in Ian's hand was already empty, and she also saw how Joel was constantly switching channels. Ian's not really drinking anything, and Joel's not interested in anything on TV, she thought suspiciously. Why are they acting so weirdly? Without thinking too much about it, she said, "By the way, Justin is coming over tomorrow to meet with you two to confirm our engagement." Before anyone could react, she added, "Don't make things difficult for him anymore, Dad." The word Dad made Ian's hands shake, and he dropped his glass onto the carpet. He stared at her in disbelief. She seemed slightly embarrassed as she turned away again and ran quickly up the stairs. Pete packed up his books and followed her upstairs. Joel and Ian were the only ones left in the living room. Joel picked up the glass and placed it in front of Ian. Ian grabbed his arm and said, "Joel, did you hear that? She called me Dad." Joel smiled and said, "Yes, I heard it." Ian sat up straighter and said excitedly, "I had wanted to talk some sense into her and convince her that Justin wasn't suitable for her. But since she likes him, I won't fight it." His reaction wasn't what Joel had expected. Ian had always been opposed to Nora marrying Justin because Justin was too capable. He was afraid that his daughter would be at a disadvantage in the marriage. However, he had been given the impression that his daughter was a fickle woman who liked only good-looking men. If his daughter wasn't just obsessed with romance, then as her father, he would have to help her. Early the next morning, Brenda flicked her airy curls as she opened the door and looked at Ruth, who had just knocked and was waiting outside. It was already autumn, and the weather was gradually getting chilly. Ruth, who was rubbing her arms, smiled when she saw Brenda. "You're here," Brenda said. She led Ruth into the house and said, "You remember what we agreed, right? If I show you around the house, you'll introduce me to Black Cat." Ruth said, "Yes, that's right." Brenda folded her arms. She hated the woman with a vengeance, but for the sake of meeting Black Cat, she would put up with her for a short while. She still didn't understand why Ruth was so keen to look around the house. "Why did you want to see the house?" she asked. Ruth looked around the place with great interest and answered, "I just want to know what kind of a house a family like yours lives in. I've never seen such luxury before, except on TV." Brenda rolled her eyes and yawned. Then she looked down at her freshly done nails and said, "It's not such a big deal. Unfortunately, the place isn't overflowing with handsome young guys." Ruth continued to look around the house with great interest. When she was shown the master suite, she asked, "Where's your brother? I heard that he's very handsome." Brenda became wary at once. She looked her up and down and said, "Surely you aren't here for him, are you? I'm sorry to tell you this, but with your plain looks, you don't stand a chance with him. Besides, I already have a sister-in-law." Ruth looked at her seriously and said, "Take me to him. I have something that I want to tell him. If you do, I'll let you meet Black Cat. How does that sound?" That was too great a temptation for Brenda. She was a member of Interpol and interrogation was her forte. But compared to Black Cat, she was a rookie, and she had always wanted to learn from the master interrogator. Without her promise to fix up a meeting with Black Cat, she would never have allowed Ruth to step foot into the Hunt's house. Seeing her hesitate, Ruth said, "It's a fair exchange, isn't it? Besides, it's not like you're letting Nora down by doing it. After all, you're just taking me to him. What happens after that depends on me, not you." Brenda sighed and said, "I really have let Nora down." With that, Ruth knew that she had given in. She smiled and said comfortingly, "You don't have to feel guilty about it. This has nothing to do with you." "How does it have nothing to do with me?" Brenda asked. Coming to a new decision, she grabbed Ruth's hand and continued, "Just a moment ago, I was hesitating to choose between Black Cat and Nora. Just by doing that, I let Nora down." She then dragged Ruth to the main door and said, "I can't continue making mistakes, so get lost." Brenda was very strong. She pushed Ruth straight out the door and slammed it behind her. Ruth staggered for a few steps. After steadying herself, she went up to the closed door and shouted angrily, "Brenda, aren't you afraid that you'll become enemies with Black Cat if you do this?" After saying that, she heard Nora's cool and crisp voice behind her. Black Cat won't become enemies with her. Nora had had a dream the night before. In the dream, Justin's arms were circled around her waist. After kissing her on the lips, he had asked her to kiss the beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Then, she had woken up at the groundbreaking time of 7:15 in the morning. When she had thought of how Justin would be coming over to propose marriage later that day, she had felt a little nervous, so she decided to get out of bed and get ready for the day. Even after she had gone for a walk and sent Pete to school, she still felt bored. That was why she had decided to go to the Hunt's residence. She didn't understand why she had gone there, but when she arrived at the entrance, she witnessed the argument between Brenda and Ruth. Ruth was irritated by Nora's presence and said, "Black Cat is my friend. Even though Brenda is part of the Hunt family, Black Cat would never befriend her just because of that. Black Cat's world is much bigger than New York society." Nora raised her eyebrow and asked coldly, "Oh, is that so?" Ruth became frustrated with her, and she ranted angrily. "I know that you want to say that Black Cat is Carl's underling, and Carl is your sister-in-law's father. You're probably on good terms with him and thinking of asking him to put in a good word with Black Cat for you, right? But Carl is in police custody, so if you're hoping that he'll be able to do that, you're living in a fantasy land." Brenda heard the commotion outside. She opened the door and saw that Ruth was still there, but she had been joined by Nora. When Ruth saw Brenda, she said, "I'll be coming up with the final interrogation plan with Black Cat tomorrow. You still have a chance to change your mind before that." Brenda ran her fingers through her hair and smiled. In a charming voice, she said, "There's no need for you to wait until tomorrow for me to change my mind. It's not going to happen." She then shouted, "Get off our property." Ruth took a deep breath and said, "Fine. I only hope that you won't come to regret your decision." She glanced coldly at Nora again before she finally left. "Why are you here, Nora?" asked Brenda. Nora looked up at the sky and said, "To pick you up for work." Brenda's eyes lit up. She held Nora's arm and said, "Really? That's so awesome of you. Justin went out early for some reason. I've no idea what he's up to." That was her way of telling Nora that Justin wasn't at home. When she heard that, Nora lost the desire to go into the house, so she led Brenda over to her car and drove to the Special Cases Department. When they arrived at the Special Cases Department, Ruth was already there. As soon as they entered the lobby, Ruth said, "Listen, everyone, I'll email you the questionnaire in a while. However, I need all of you to sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is to leak the contents of the questionnaires to anyone, including your coworkers in the department, because this is my little secret." Brenda sneered and said to Nora, "It doesn't feel like she's designing interrogation plans. It seems more like a sales promotion. She's being too paranoid about it." Nora also felt that Ruth was being too secretive about the questionnaire, making it seem like it was some kind of secret martial arts manual. Before she could say anything, Captain Johnson made it clear that he had already given her his full support. "No problem," he said. "We're not blabbermouths anyway, right? I'll be the first one to sign the agreement." Ruth smiled and handed him a copy of the confidentiality agreement. She said, "I'm sorry about this, Captain Johnson, but this is a trade secret among psychologists. It's not something I can change, so the content of the questionnaires must be kept confidential." "I understand," Johnson said seriously. "Every profession has its trade secrets. You don't have to justify your actions to me." After saying that, he signed the confidentiality agreement. With Captain Johnson taking the lead, the others also stepped forward and signed the agreement. Brenda looked at Nora and asked, "Do we sign it?" Nora seemed amused by the secrecy and replied, "Yeah, it's no big deal." She also wanted to see what exactly Ruth was up to. Why is it necessary to understand the interrogator's personality in advance in order for them to interrogate a prisoner? She wondered. Is she going to design different plans to match the interrogator's different personalities? She stepped forward and carefully read the agreement's clauses. Seeing that there weren't any traps, she signed. Taking her lead from Nora, Brenda also signed it. After signing it, she whispered to Nora, "Although I know that I won't be able to meet Black Cat now, I'd still like to be involved with the interrogation proposals drawn up by Black Cat." Seeing the regretful look on her face, Nora said, "Black Cat is just another normal human, nothing special." Brenda became anxious and said, "It's only because you're the one saying it and that you're good-looking that I'm not holding it against you. If someone else had said that, I would have slammed my fist into their face." "Do you know how Black Cat's reputation came about?" she asked. Nora didn't reply, and Brenda explained, "Black Cat was supposed to assassinate a psycho who had gone on a rampage. Because there had been people trying to assassinate the man for many years, he was very cautious. He had 10 different bedrooms in his house, and every night he would sleep in a different one. With the exception of his butler, who was the person closest to him, no one knew which room he was in. Because a 1 in 10 probability was very low, it led to many people failing to take his life. It was also a well-known fact that his butler was very loyal to him and had even taken bullets for him. So even if they caught the butler, it seemed that no one would be able to get him to reveal which room the man was in. However, Black Cat managed to do it, and the man was killed silently in his bed. It was only when the man's body was discovered the following day that everyone realized that the butler had been kidnapped. Through some unknown means, Black Cat had gotten the butler to talk. As Brenda spoke, she became worked up. "Doesn't it sound exciting, Nora?" Nora wasn't impressed. "That's old news from several years ago," she thought. "Why are people still talking so enthusiastically about it?" She looked at the ceiling and said, "It will probably be surprising to hear it, Brenda, but you've already met Black Cat." Nora and Brenda were enveloped in silence. Nora had decided to tell Brenda the truth, but before she could say something, Brenda glanced at her and asked, "How did you know?" Brenda rested her chin on her hand as she went on. "I've seen Black Cat before. I didn't manage to get a good look at his face, but I'm sure he must be very dashing and handsome. The funny thing is, when I got news of Black Cat a year ago, I was actually being sent to arrest him. He's an internationally wanted criminal after all. But when I got there, I decided to let him go. He was dressed all in black and was surprisingly short for a man, but he seemed very nimble. I only saw his side profile, but it was enough to spark an infatuation." Nora didn't like the way this conversation was going. She felt extremely awkward as she listened to Brenda jabber about her love for Black Cat. Brenda covered her face before continuing. "Saying it out loud is embarrassing. Obviously, I still think plenty of men are attractive, but if Black Cat asked me to, I would abandon them all and run straight into his arms." Nora shifted uncomfortably, wanting to find something to say to stop Brenda from embarrassing herself anymore. But someone suddenly called out to her, and she patted Nora on the shoulder. "I better go see what they want." Before she walked away, she said, "I really have seen Black Cat before, so you don't have to feel guilty about keeping me from meeting him." Brenda then walked off in a dreamy daze. Nora grimaced as she considered the idea that Brenda had been talking nonsense on purpose so that she wouldn't feel guilty. She pressed her fingers to her temples as she felt a headache coming on and headed into her office. When she booted up her computer, she saw an email from Ruth. When she opened the file containing the questionnaire, She saw very common questions, such as, "What color do you like? What do you like to eat?" Or, "How long do you sleep every day?" As well as a whole slew of other questions about her personal life. Nora found it a little pointless and boring, so she filled it out with little thought and sent it back. Right after she clicked the button, her cell phone rang. It was Justin. She hurriedly answered, "Are you at the Smith's house?" "I've already come back home," he said. Nora figured Ian had refused to let Justin into the house. She did her best to comfort him. "Ian probably just can't bear to part with me. I can make my own life decisions, though. I'm a grown woman." "That's not it." Justin interrupted her, as though he was caught between laughter and tears. He said, "Your father, that is, my future father-in-law, has agreed to our marriage." Nora was shocked into silence. Did Ian really agree so easily? She thought. Justin, who was just as puzzled, said, "When I went over there, the butler showed me into the house before I could even tell him what I was there for. Then, when I brought up the engagement, Ian agreed to it immediately. He even said that he would come over with some other members of the family to discuss the wedding date. He did say that he wants you to stay with him for a while longer, though." He sighed loudly after he finished explaining the situation. Nora laughed. "What are you sighing about?" She thought he would say that it was because she had to keep living with her father for a while before they could get married. But he surprised her by saying, "I'm worried because I think he's about to get upset again right after he's accepted me." Nora was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "I don't think I can wait like he wants us to," he exclaimed. "Cherry and Pete need a complete family living under one roof. I want to get married as soon as possible." Nora stifled a smirk. "This—" "Don't worry, I'll resolve the issue with Ian," he interrupted encouragingly. "I think it's a good idea to have the wedding next month. What do you think?" When Nora didn't reply right away, he said, "If you don't have any objections, I'll start making the preparations. You don't have to bother yourself with anything. You can sit back and let me take care of everything." He hung up, and Nora realized that it was the first time he had ever hung up on her. She guessed it was because he was afraid that she would argue or reject him. She stared at the black screen as she thought about their conversation. Getting married in a month. Isn't that a little fast? She chewed her lip as she pondered it. Then she laughed and dismissed the idea. There was no way he would be able to convince Ian. She wasn't going to think about it anymore. She rubbed her eyes, stretched her legs out, and propped them on top of the desk. After a few moments, she decided she was bored and walked out of the office to see what else was going on. The sound of Ruth and Brenda arguing traveled over from across the hall. Ruth asked, "Brenda, why aren't you submitting the questionnaire?" Brenda replied coldly, "Because..." She was about to speak but stopped herself when she remembered the confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement stipulated that no matter what kind of questions were asked, they were not allowed to mention anything about it to anyone. She was so frustrated. The questionnaire was practically an investigation of Justin. There were questions about what he had done when he was young, what schools he had attended at what age, what his personality was like, what his hobbies were, and so on. It only stopped short of asking what brand of diapers he had worn as a baby. Ruth's motives were crystal clear. How can I possibly answer a questionnaire like that? Brenda thought, agitated. She finally answered Ruth's question. Because I don't think it's of any use to the interrogation process. Isn't that so, Ms. Yale? Ruth sighed. I know that my questions don't make any sense, but everyone has cooperated and responded. I'll give everyone a satisfactory answer sheet tomorrow. All of you just need to follow the interrogation methods that I designate, and you'll be able to get them to tell you whatever you want. Can't you just cooperate with me? Brenda said coldly, No, I can't. Ruth sighed and made a show of how she found it a pity. In the end, she said, "Never mind then. I was going to let you meet Black Cat with me. After all, you're well known for your interrogation skills. But since you're not willing to cooperate, then forget it." Ruth's smile seemed pure and innocent, and quickly turned everyone to her side. One by one, they started to try to persuade Brenda. "If it's for work, why don't you just cooperate with her? The questionnaire isn't hard to answer." "Yeah, just work with her. I don't know what the content of your questionnaire is like, but mine was very simple. You don't have to worry about your privacy. Both sides had to sign mutual confidentiality agreements." The confidentiality agreements they had signed meant that they were not allowed to reveal the content of their questionnaires, and Ruth was forbidden from revealing their answers to anyone else. Otherwise, it would be a breach of contract. "Brenda, isn't Black Cat your idol? If you submit the questionnaire, she'll let you meet him." "It's a golden opportunity. If Nathan got the chance to meet Black Cat, I'd die of jealousy. But if you do it, I'll be very happy for you." They all believed that Brenda was making a mountain out of a molehill. The questionnaire was supposed to be a psychological one. It analyzed a person's psyche by using various small details of their lifestyle. The questions would undoubtedly be about her lifestyle, not about anything serious. Ruth maintained her meek demeanor as she said, "I heard from Captain Johnson and Captain Ford that you would like to meet Black Cat. That's why I kept a place just for you. Do you really not want it?" "No, I don't," replied Brenda. She had to practically force the words through gritted teeth. Ruth sighed. "All right, well, that's a shame." Then she announced the places on the spot. "Everyone else has been very cooperative with the questionnaire. Unfortunately, Black Cat doesn't like meeting people, so I can only take 2 people with me to meet him. I'll be talking to him in a video conference later. The people whose names I call out can join me for the video conference. Damon and Ernie." A huge uproar rippled through the room. Everyone looked at Damon and Ernie enviously, and resentful remarks rang out through the group. "What sheer dumb luck they have." "Yeah, totally. I'm so jealous." "Damn it, Damon, now you have to treat us to dinner." "Ernie, you should have to bring us breakfast tomorrow." Damon wasn't bothered. Ernie, however, valued his money very much and didn't like the idea of buying breakfast for everyone. He said, "I'm not bringing anything for the group. I'll only treat Brenda to breakfast. She's the one who's given me the chance to meet Black Cat by not filling out her questionnaire." He had not intended to be insensitive, but his words stabbed Brenda's heart like a knife. The others burst into loud laughter as they jokingly called Ernie shameless and stingy. Then they happily sent him to the conference room. Ruth watched Damon and Ernie being escorted into the conference room as if they had just won the lottery, and she looked back at Brenda. Then she saw Nora walking over. She cast her eyes down as she said, "Brenda is going to such great lengths for your sake. She's even given up a great opportunity to meet Black Cat. She must really care for you." Nora didn't believe that Brenda had refused to submit to the questionnaire for her sake. It was much more likely that Ruth's questions to Brenda had been intrusive ones about Justin. Brenda said, "Don't worry about it, Nora. Besides, even if I did submit the questionnaire, Ruth would still refuse to give me a place anyway. We all know that very well." Ruth curled her lips disdainfully. "I've already gone so far as to say it in front of everyone. If you had submitted it, I would have saved you a place." Brenda looked away irritably. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter now." Seeing how stubborn she was being, Ruth took a deep breath. "In that case, I'm very sorry, but I have to go so I don't miss the video conference with Black Cat. Goodbye." She walked past Brenda and closed the conference room door behind her. Despite what she had said about not giving 2 hoots about it, Brenda gazed longingly at the conference room. She could hear Damon and Ernie's loud laughter coming from within and wondered what they were talking about. She clenched her fists, and a look of envy took over her expression. She really did want to meet Black Cat, but there were some things she just had to refuse to give in to. "Do you really like Black Cat that much?" Nora's cool, clear voice rang out beside Brenda's ear. Brenda hurriedly said, "I mean, it would be nice, but I'm not desperate to meet him. Besides, I've already seen him once. Who cares about Ruth's meeting?" She sneered disdainfully. "Ruth is so sneaky. Don't be fooled by her, Nora. She still has something up her sleeve involving Justin." Brenda's feet shuffled over to the conference room, but when she reached the door, she decided she was being immature, so she turned around and headed back to her office. The other people in the room didn't understand why she had chosen to do what she did. "If you wanted to meet Black Cat that much, why didn't you just agree with Ruth?" Brenda stubbornly retorted, "Who says I want to meet Black Cat? I don't want to at all." Her eyes flickered over to meet Nora's. "What's the big deal about Black Cat? To be honest, I'm sure there are plenty of men who are much more handsome." Brenda didn't even realize that she was contradicting what she had said before. Nora hated to see her so worked up. She grabbed her arm and pulled her off to the side where no one could hear them. "Forget it, I'll just tell you." Brenda looked confused. "Tell me what?" "I'm Black Cat." Brenda and Nora were standing away from the meeting room, and Nora had deliberately lowered her voice. Brenda's eyes, which were as beautiful as Justin's, stared at Nora in astonishment. Nora was about to explain why she was hiding her identity, when Brenda held her hand up and said, "You don't have to say any more. I get it." She sighed softly. "I know you're trying to comfort me, but you shouldn't joke about something like that. I'm bummed about not being able to meet Black Cat, but I'll get over it. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future." She patted Nora on the shoulder as she shook her head. "You probably shouldn't try to comfort anyone like that in the future. You never know how someone might react." Brenda took one last longing look at the conference room before she left. Nora watched her walk away, a smile tugging at her lips. She had told Brenda the truth. It wasn't her fault that the other woman didn't believe her. At least she couldn't say that she hadn't tried. She walked over to the nearby lounge and stared at the conference room. She had to admit that she was curious. What kind of proposal could someone come up with who had openly made a statement on an international platform that her interrogation methods were too aggressive? She twiddled her thumbs in boredom. After a couple of hours had passed, the conference room doors opened again. Everyone watched Damon and Ernie walk out with dazed looks on their faces. Ruth was holding documents in her hand, and her chin was slightly raised. Damon and Ernie were looking at her with great admiration in their eyes. As soon as the men were out of the room, everyone else rushed over and started asking questions. "How was it? Did you guys finalize the interrogation plans?" Damon nodded first, but then shook his head. Ernie also had an indescribable look on his face. The others were anxious for more details. One of them nudged Ernie and then asked, "Come on, tell us what happened." Someone else asked bluntly, "Did you see Black Cat?" Damon replied, "Yes, we did." Everyone's ears perked up. Someone asked, "What is he like?" Damon's voice was thick with disappointment. "He was wearing a mask and sunglasses, so I couldn't tell. But he doesn't talk much and looks kinda thin." His description was somewhat like the image painted by the people abroad who had seen Black Cat before. Some of the people were more concerned about the case itself. One of them asked, "Are the plans done then? How are they? Are they simple or complicated?" Ernie replied hesitantly, "Yes, but I don't understand them." He coughed before saying, I don't know how to describe it. Black Cat and Ruth were speaking in French the whole time, and you guys know what my fluency in French is like. I could barely understand anything they said, let alone the technical terms. Every eye in the group shifted to Damon. You're in the IT department, you should understand the technical terms, right? It was a misconception about software engineers that they knew everything about the technicalities. There were a lot of technical terms in software engineering, but it was only necessary to understand the ones related to their specialization. Damon had taken French classes throughout college and had a high level of fluency. But with all of them staring at him like that, he flushed. Actually, I didn't understand either. Ruth's academic qualifications are too high, and they were using too many technical terms that I didn't understand. Everyone was speechless until someone called out, "Come on, Ruth, are the plans done?" Ruth smiled. "Yes, but only in French, so they need to be translated." She stretched as she asked, "Is there an interpreter in our department?" No one spoke up, and Ruth knew why. She said, "I'm sure Brenda could do it. I just don't know if she'd be willing to help us." Brenda had already come over to stand right outside the crowd when they had come out of the meeting room. She was also very curious about what exactly Black Cat and Ruth had talked about, as well as what kind of interrogation plans they had come up with. Was it really possible to get someone to tell the truth without torture? Never would she have thought that the woman could turn the topic to her without her even saying a single word, though. On top of that, she wanted her to translate the documents. She didn't have a problem with translating them, but it irked her that Ruth spoke as if she would be her assistant. She was a high-level member of the Special Cases Department, and even Morris and Johnson couldn't dictate her actions. So where did Ruth get the gall? Brenda scoffed. "I'm not available to help you." Then she turned around and started to walk away. Ruth clicked her tongue against her teeth. "Are you still mad about what happened earlier?" Brenda didn't even bother reasoning with her. She had already known how big of a hypocrite Ruth was. When Brenda didn't reply, Ruth crossed her arms across her chest. She huffed. "Captain Brenda seems to be angry with me. In that case, is there anyone else who speaks French well?" One by one, the rest of the men either lowered their heads or looked at the ceiling. Members of Interpol needed foreign language skills, but they were in a specialized department of the United States, and there weren't many among them who were fluent in foreign languages. However, someone suggested tentatively, "What about Nora? She's internationally famous. Maybe she's fluent in other languages too." Ruth turned to Nora, and her eyes lit up as she realized something. She said, "Oh, I'm not sure that Nora has been sufficiently educated. Even if you are fluent in French, what about your English grammar skills?" Nora's eyes narrowed. She was just there to observe, not to get more work for herself. Translating documents would take up a big chunk of time. It would take days to work through all of them. She replied decisively, "I'm bad at both." Ruth sighed loudly. "Forget it. I'll do it myself then." Captain Johnson walked over with a frown. "It seems like the academic qualifications of the people in this department are rather low. Isn't there anyone else with high qualifications here? Ruth is a Harvard graduate majoring in psychology, you know." They all looked at Ruth with disbelieving expressions. "Harvard? No wonder she's so impressive. A Harvard postgraduate majoring in psychology. I feel like such a bum standing next to her." While everyone was laughing and joking around, Johnson realized something. He turned to Nora. "What are your academic qualifications, Miss Smith?" Nora raised her brows. Johnson suddenly turned and looked at Morris, who had just walked over. He said, "To be recruited into the Special Cases Department, candidates must have a bachelor's degree or higher, right? But it seems like Nora here has never attended school. Don't you think you're giving too much leeway to your special recruit?" "She's never been to school." Some of the people there had found it strange when Ruth made her remark before, but now they were even more weirded out. "How did you become a surgeon if you've never been to school?" Nora explained, I'm self-taught. The voices of the crowd began to overlap. Self-taught? That's amazing. To think you could become the top surgeon in the world without ever going to school. I also heard that you're Dr. Zabe's student and you've inherited his position. Amid the praise, there were some dissonant voices mixed in. But she's never received any official training. Is she really qualified in things other than medical examinations? I can't help but feel being the student of one man isn't enough. I mean, are you going to say in a job interview that you're some guy's protege instead of presenting legitimate academic qualifications? Johnson also attacked Morris with his complaints. What's going on here, Captain Ford? I need a reasonable explanation from you. Morris frowned. But before he could finish, Johnson said, her medical skills came from an unorthodox background, and she's never received proper training before. No matter how highly praised she is out there, the Special Cases Department can't have someone like her here. What's the matter with you? Forget a bachelor's degree, did she even finish high school? I'm going to report this to the higher-ups. Your behavior is outrageous. The rest of the crowd had fallen into an awkward silence, but they didn't disagree with Johnson. Ruth felt a faint sense of superiority. She had finally found something that she could crush Nora with. Once news of how she had no academic qualifications whatsoever spread, she would probably become a laughingstock. As the person in the center of the storm, Nora was surprisingly calm. Ruth was relishing the moment when Morris spoke up. Captain Johnson, who said that Miss Smith has no academic qualification? Johnson frowned and snorted coldly. Then he asked sarcastically, What does she have? An elementary school certificate? There might have been experts in ancient times who lived as hermits, but to be self-taught in their modern world was virtually unheard of. Without the relevant certificates and academic qualifications, Nora was nothing more than a joke. Even people who had inherited their wealth often pursued academic qualifications these days. Most of them were Ivy League graduates. Morris pulled a long face. You were the one who taught me that we must always present evidence when making a case, and that we should be careful in how we do things. But now, it seems like you've forgotten all of that. When Captain Johnson had first joined the department, Morris had treated him as his mentor. But Johnson had put Morris down time and again in everything. Morris wasn't stupid, so how could he possibly not know what he was thinking? Every time Johnson made trouble for him, he had gradually become more disappointed in him. He no longer regarded the man as the mentor who had initiated him into the industry. Morris's words made Johnson choke before he reprimanded him. I know you're the acting director of the Special Cases Department, but that gives you no right to talk to me like this. I'm still your boss. Are you behaving like this because you're upset at being called out? Morris's gaze swept across everyone present as he said coldly, My appointment of Miss Smith is in full compliance with all the department's regulations and can stand the test of any investigation. Do a thorough investigation before you say something next time, Captain Johnson. Johnson said huffily, Full compliance with the regulations? The minimum education requirement for external personnel is a college degree. Did she pay for a college degree certificate? Morris didn't respond to him. He merely looked at Ruth with frosty eyes as he said, One's abilities are what matter in the Special Cases Department. Academic qualifications are virtually useless. I'd advise certain people not to make unnecessary comparisons unless they want to be humiliated by what they discover. Then, he turned quickly on his heel and left the room. It was only after Morris left that Johnson finally came back to his senses. He looked at Nora furiously, and then at Ruth. He's out of his mind. How are academic qualifications not important? If they aren't important, then why is everyone trying so hard to further their studies and obtain higher qualifications." Ruth laughed softly and comforted him. "Don't be mad. Captain Ford just said that in a moment of anger. But if he says that Nora's academic qualifications comply with the rules, then they must comply with the rules." Johnson's face screwed up as he said, "He probably just means that she meets the minimum requirement in the regulations. I heard that she lived in another country for 5 years, yet she can't even translate a document." Ruth continued to persuade him. "Living overseas is not like how you think it is. I heard that there are areas in every country where immigrants from certain countries tend to congregate, and the people living there all speak their native language. They don't need to use the country's native tongue for communication at all. So, even though a lot of people claim to have lived overseas to make themselves seem more impressive than they really are, in truth, they weren't really having a foreign experience." Johnson let out a harsh laugh. "People like that are impressive on the surface, but rotten underneath. The Special Cases Department has no use for good-for-nothings like that." He turned to Nora again. "Seeing as you're still young, you shouldn't always come in so late and leave early. If you have so much time on your hands, you should use it to study. The lowest college degree required to join the department is a bachelor's degree. There are even several people with master's and doctorate degrees here. I heard that Damon is an MIT computer science graduate." Damon scratched his head in embarrassment. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology was one of the best universities in the world. MIT's courses focused on science and engineering, and their computer science department was the best in the country. Damon's academic qualifications were indeed very impressive, and he was a rare talent in the department. He hurriedly said, "Captain Johnson, that's nothing to be proud of. Throw a stone randomly in New York and it would probably hit an MIT student." "Look how humble he is." Johnson pointed to Damon as he said, "Everyone could learn something from him." Damon became even more abashed. "What's there to learn from me? No matter how great my computer skills are, they don't even amount to 1/10 of Q or XYZ's capabilities. I still have lots more to work on. I have to at least maintain the gap between us so they don't leave me in the dust." Damon was a straightforward man. His words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. However, he didn't know that his words would only give Johnson even more of an excuse to reprimand Nora. Johnson barked, "Look at him. Now that's what I call the hope of the United States. If every single one of you is lazy, glib, and lacking in ambition, then how is our department going to improve? How will we be able to crack the cases we were tasked with?" No one wanted to meet Johnson's eyes. Ruth spoke up again. "Captain Johnson, you can't use an isolated incident to make demands of everyone." Johnson laughed coldly. "Why not? If there are people here who don't have any academic qualifications, shouldn't they put in more effort to learn from their highly educated co-workers and ask them for advice? Do they think they're already at the top of the world just because they've mastered a certain skill? There's no limit to learning. If you don't advance, you will only fall behind." He looked at Nora. "If you don't pursue further studies, I'm afraid that your position as the #1 surgeon will be replaced by someone else in a year or two." Nora pulled on her ears as Johnson yelled at her. She lifted her cat-like eyes to meet his as she asked, "Are you really Morris's mentor?" Johnson frowned. "Of course I am." Nora sighed softly. "In that case, I'm impressed that Morris was able to become the cautious man he is today. He said that one shouldn't belittle others when they don't know any better. Captain Johnson, if your eyes are bad, I can fix them for you. But maybe you should go to the archives and look at my file before you make such a ruckus." She flicked her hair over her shoulder and walked away. Everyone watched with dropped jaws as Nora stepped through the main entrance and disappeared. Johnson was infuriated. He pointed to the door as he snapped, "What does she mean? Is she saying that I am blind? She's too arrogant. How dare she tell me to look at her file? I'm going to find it." Johnson took out his cell phone, logged into his account, and accessed the archives. He would examine her academic qualifications in front of everyone, so they would know exactly what she was like. He furiously connected the cell phone to the projector in the hall and displayed her education history on the wall. Then, he opened the file containing Nora's personal information. She looked cold and distant in the photo in her personal data section. Her eyes looked straight ahead, and it felt like her gaze was penetrating right into his heart, through the screen. It was slightly alarming. Her information was displayed on the wall. Position: external forensic doctor. Age: 25. At last, Johnson looked at the section detailing Nora's academic qualifications. He was shocked by what he saw. Next to him, the smug smile that had been on Ruth's face straightened to a grim line. Ruth had always been proud of her academic qualifications. There were very few highly educated people with master's degrees like her. People like them were considered scarce talents. That was why she had put Nora down about her academic qualifications when she spotted her outside the conference room. It seemed that, apart from her academic qualifications, there was nothing about her that could compare with Nora. Now she stood there staring at Nora's personal information on the screen in astonishment. Education: doctorate, PhD. A PhD was the highest level of degree achievable. There were postdocs and academicians, but they were just occupational titles. Many people couldn't become postdoctoral researchers or academicians, even after spending their whole lives trying. Yet it was stated in Nora's file that she had been an academician at an international medical university when she was living abroad. Ruth began to wonder if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Did 25-year-old academicians even exist? She rubbed her eyes and looked over again. The word academician was still clearly stated there. There were also corresponding certificates proving that all of it was legitimate. Captain Johnson was dumbfounded, and Ruth was baffled. Damon piped up to say, "I finally understand why Captain Ford said that we would just be humiliating ourselves if we compare our academic qualifications with hers. I'm confused, though. Didn't they say that Nora never went to school? How can she be an academician?" Someone nearby swallowed audibly before saying, "An academician? I've actually met a living, breathing academician. No wonder she's so confident." Where did Captain Ford find someone as talented as her? Her working ability aside, her academic qualifications alone are the first of their kind in the department. Given Nora's academic qualifications and certificates, she could easily be considered a genius. As everyone chattered over each other about how amazing Nora was, Johnson hurriedly turned off his cell phone. He felt his cheeks sting with embarrassment and anger. He had recruited Ruth, while Morris had recruited Nora. He had been trying to use the reason that Ruth was better than Nora to weaken Morris's momentum. He had never thought that he would be the one on the losing end. As he looked around the room, it was obvious that everyone admired Morris even more after the revelations about Nora. He had totally shot himself in the foot. Ruth clenched her fists tightly. She felt like even the glory that Black Cat had brought her earlier had been snatched away. If she hadn't mentioned anything about academic qualifications, everyone would probably still be gathered all around her and dying to know more about Black Cat's proposal. But it was obvious that their focus wasn't on her anymore. Ruth coughed, planning to change the subject. She asked, "Would you guys like to take a look at the proposal that Black Cat and I have discussed and drawn up?" Damon said disinterestedly, "I can't read it anyway, so I'll just wait until you're done translating it." Speaking of academicians, though, it's really hard to become one. But since Nora is Dr. Athena, top surgeon in the world, it doesn't seem that improbable that she would become one. A puzzled co-worker asked, "Are academicians really that great?" The corners of Damon's lips quirked as he prepared to give his colleague a crash course. The United States has a population of over 300 million people, but there are only around 1,000 academicians in the country. You have to make major contributions in your field to have a chance of being appraised. There are only a dozen or so academicians in the field of medicine. I would say that makes her pretty great. What kinds of contribution has Nora made to reach such a high level? The co-worker asked. No one was paying any attention to Ruth anymore. They had all gathered in a circle and were discussing Nora's achievements in low voices. Ruth bit down on her lip until she tasted blood. Next to her, Captain Johnson took a deep, shaky breath. What's the use of having impressive academic qualifications? This is the Special Cases Department, not a medical team. People who can crack a tough case and catch all the members of the mysterious organization are the ones we should be considered the most impressive. Unfortunately, no one was listening to him anymore. Forget it, Ruth said. Johnson looked at Ruth bitterly. It's all your fault. You've embarrassed me. A dim light flashed in Ruth's eyes, but she lowered her head as she said, I didn't expect this to happen either. But don't worry, Captain Ford said it himself. Having high academic qualifications is nothing impressive. If my proposal allows us to find important clues through interrogation, it will still all be thanks to you knowing talent when you see it. Johnson lowered his voice as he asked, Is that interrogation plan of yours reliable? Johnson had boasted loudly about how Ruth was a master interrogator, but he wasn't sure he believed in her himself. Ruth's eyes flickered with anticipation. She replied, Just wait for the good news tomorrow. Johnson nodded as all his fury evaporated. He was looking forward to giving the department a big gift the next day. On the way home, Nora sneezed, and it made her think that someone was cursing her. She held the steering wheel with one hand and leaned her other elbow on the open window, propping her head on her hand as she looked ahead of her in boredom. Ruth and Captain Johnson were becoming an annoyance, and she wanted them to disappear so she wouldn't have to deal with them anymore. At least they were only causing minor trouble for now, but she wondered when they would move on to bigger plans. Bland tricks like the one Ruth played that day were boring. As soon as Nora entered the Smith's house, Maureen came running over in tears, surprising her. Before she could ask what had happened, Warren rushed over. He said, Let me explain. Maureen refused to listen and ran out the door. Warren chased after her, pushing past Nora. It was as though neither of them had noticed her. They were quarreling again, so Nora decided to ignore them. She went up the stairs, and as soon as she had reached the door, she saw Joel staring at her. He said, Mr. Hunt came over today. Nora raised her eyebrow quizzically. She had noticed that, for some reason, Joel's term of address had changed from Justin to Mr. Hunt again. There was a little more respect in his speech. Uh-huh, what did he want? She asked. Joel replied, He asked to marry you, and Dad agreed. They set a few dates where he'll be coming over so you guys can settle on a wedding date. Why is he in such a hurry? She thought. She nodded curtly as she said, Okay, got it. She was about to enter her bedroom when she heard Joel's voice again. Nora, he said. She looked back to see him looking at her hesitantly. You should treat Mr. Hunt a little nicer and be a little more faithful to him. Even though she was confused, she nodded before finally entering her room, leaving Joel in the hallway. She knew that Ian had a specific future plan for her, but she wasn't sure what role he expected Justin to play. The next day, Nora woke up at noon as usual. When she went downstairs, she saw Tanya looking at her nervously. She said, I'll go with you to pick Dad up and bring him home. Nora yawned. Before she had come home the day before, she had gone over to visit Carl again. He was still the same as ever, and had even asked her to tell Tanya to prepare a dinner for him to eat that day. In the kitchen, the dinner was getting prepped and was already beginning to smell delicious. Nora took a couple of bites from a slice of bread and then went to the Special Cases Department with Tanya. When they arrived, Carl hadn't been acquitted yet. Nora took Tanya to visit him first. When he saw her, Carl chuckled and asked, "Is my dinner cooking?" Tanya looked at him huffily and folded her arms as she replied fiercely, "It is. Don't be pushy." Carl grinned and scratched his tattooed arm. "Well, never mind if it isn't done yet. What are you being so fierce for? You're not like your mom, it's all." At the mention of Tanya's mother, she fell silent for a moment before she asked, "What was she like?" Margot, who had killed Jill and stolen her identity, had always beaten and scolded Tanya when she was a child. If it weren't for the fact that she was afraid that others would discover her identity, she probably would have drowned Tanya a long time ago. But it was precisely because of Tanya's existence that no one had ever connected her to Margot. Tanya had never experienced a mother's love. Carl was about to tell her about Jill when Captain Johnson knocked on the door outside. "Carl, old Terry is here." As they had to deal with work matters, Nora led Tanya out of the room. Carl waved at them and looked like a kid asking for candy. He said, "I'll tell you all about it when we get home." Tanya rolled her eyes. Even though she cared for him, on the surface, she was always acting as if she didn't. Nora, however, was staring at the man named Old Terry. He had wrinkles on his face and was in a wheelchair. Captain Johnson pushed the man in the wheelchair into the interrogation room and shut the door. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Nora. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a gunshot rang out in the interrogation room, and Nora's eyes widened in shock as she rushed over to help. Everyone in the Special Cases Department immediately tensed when they heard the gunshot. They instinctively reached for their holsters and grabbed their guns. Tanya reacted a little slower than Nora, but then she regained her senses and stumbled toward the interrogation room. As she ran, she shouted, "Dad!" In the interrogation room, the only people who were allowed guns were the police. Who had fired? Who had been hit? Nora ran quickly into the room. Before she could get close, the officers in charge of guarding the door had already rushed in. The person in the lead was Ruth. After they entered, Ruth's startled voice came from inside. "Oh my!" Nora sped up and rushed toward the door. She hurriedly peeked inside and saw that Carl was holding a gun in his hand. He was pressing it against Ruth's temple. The others, including Captain Johnson, all had their guns drawn and were aiming them at Carl. It was a standoff. Nora's gaze swept across Carl's body first. When she saw that he seemed unharmed, she relaxed. Then she saw that Old Terry was lying in a pool of blood. She rushed over and checked Old Terry's pulse. As she was trying to find it, she saw that the bullet had hit him in the side of his head. There was no way to save him. She frowned. At that moment, Morris rushed over and knelt beside her. He asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Captain Johnson had a frightened expression on his face. His eyes were red as he shouted angrily, "Carl kept saying that he wanted to see Old Terry, that he would only tell the truth when he saw Old Terry, so I called him in. But I didn't know that Carl hated Old Terry for misjudging his murder case. Before I could stop him, Carl killed him." With that, Captain Johnson pointed his gun more aggressively at Carl. "Let her go." However, Carl used Ruth as a shield and held her in front of his body. He still held the gun to her head as he shouted, "If you shoot, I'll kill her." Captain Johnson frowned and remained still. Seeing that no one came forward, Carl said defensively, "I didn't kill anyone. Old Terry is my boss. How could I kill him? It was Captain Johnson who shot him. He's framing me." When Captain Johnson heard this, he sighed. "What? Carl, do you think this is a drama? Why would anyone believe you?" Carl shouted, "It's true. Old Terry is my boss. He has my file. Captain Johnson shot Old Terry and wants to kill me too. The captain grimaced, took a deep breath, and said, "You're a liar. I couldn't have shot him and I can prove it. Should I test the trajectory? Let's see whose bullet hit old Terry." Both Carl and Captain Johnson continued to hold their guns. If they both eased up, then the guns could be tested to see which had been fired most recently. Carl narrowed his eyes and stared at Captain Johnson. He couldn't figure out why Captain Johnson was doing this now. 2 minutes earlier, when Captain Johnson and old Terry had entered the room, old Terry had seemed pleased to see Carl and had taken his hand in greeting. They had greeted each other like old friends, which they were. Carl had sighed as he told the older man, "I just want to recover my identity so that I can return to my daughter." Old Terry had expressed his understanding. He had even said that he himself had retired because he had wanted to go and spend time with his own daughter. Carl had been surprised. "You retired? Weren't you working all along? When did you retire?" Old Terry had started to answer. "I retired 5 years ago. Your matters later were..." Before he could finish speaking, Captain Johnson had suddenly pulled a gun from his pocket. It had been wrapped in cloth. He had aimed the gun at old Terry and fired. Then he turned it on Carl, who had panicked and snatched the gun away. It was only then that Carl realized that he was now the one holding the gun, and his fingerprints had gotten all over it. Captain Johnson's original plan had been to kill both old Terry and Carl. That way he could bury everything. But Carl had some skills. Not only had he snatched the gun, but he had shoved the captain hard. Captain Johnson had slipped out of the room, and Carl had started to follow. However, Ruth, who had been walking by at that moment and heard the gunshot, had been quickly grabbed by Carl and held at gunpoint. Now Captain Johnson was quickly formulating a new plan. He continued to hold his gun on Carl, hoping to get a chance to take the other man down. His eyes were red. He was furious. "Drop the weapon or I'm going to shoot you now. I don't care if you have a hostage." With that, he took another step forward and looked like he was about to shoot. Carl pushed Ruth forward threateningly, and she cried out, "Captain Johnson, save me! Save me!" Captain Johnson was irritated that Carl was hiding behind the woman. As he thought about this, he narrowed his eyes. "Carl, if you're innocent, then put down the gun and let go of Ruth." Carl sneered. "How is that possible? Do you think I'm mad? If I let go of her, I'll be the one dying." Carl was smart. He knew that there was a sniper in the Special Cases Department. Therefore, not only was he holding Ruth hostage, but he was using the interrogation room to protect his back. The interrogation room was airtight, and it had become his safe haven. Carl didn't wait for Captain Johnson to speak again and shouted, "Get out, all of you!" Captain Johnson and Morris could only slowly retreat. As soon as he went out, Captain Johnson slammed his fist on the wall in anger. Fake tears flowed down his face as he roared, "I'm the one who got old Terry killed." At that moment, Officer Jansen, old Terry's son, ran over. He shouted as he ran, "What's going on? What happened to my father?" When Captain Johnson saw him, he patted the younger man's shoulder. "It was me. I'm the one who caused your father's death." Jansen's eyes widened. Then he seemed to understand something, and a look of fury spread across his face. He pulled out his gun and rushed toward the interrogation room. "Whoever did this is going to pay." Morris grabbed the younger man before he could take another step. In a deep, commanding voice, he said, "Jansen, don't be impulsive. You have to trust us. We'll figure this out." Hearing Morris's words, Jansen fell to his knees and covered his face. He believed in Morris. The door to the interrogation room was still open. Morris shouted into the room, "Carl, let go of Ruth and surrender. We'll give you a chance to defend yourself. This is your best option." Carl didn't move. He wanted to leave, but there was no way out. The moment Captain Johnson had shot old Terry, Carl knew that everything had fallen apart, and he couldn't trust anyone in the department.
Who's been giving me orders all these years, if old Terry retired 5 years ago?
He wondered, panicked. The situation was extremely terrifying and confusing, and he needed time to think. The only way he could figure everything out was by escaping to someplace safe. Making up his mind to try to get away, he held Ruth in front of him and walked out of the interrogation room, avoiding the glass door and any place that could be hit by a sniper rifle. He moved forward bit by bit as he ordered,
"Everyone stay back. Prepare a car for me. I want to leave this place at once."
Ruth was so frightened that her legs were trembling. "Give it to him. Captain Ford, give it to him. I don't want to die."
After a moment, Morris said, "Carl, have you thought this through? If you leave like this, then your charge of murder will be confirmed. You'll never be able to prove your innocence. Fleeing is better than death," Carl said through clenched teeth.
However, when he said this, Captain Johnson pointed toward the other side of the room and asked,
"But what about your daughter? Do you want her to be a murderer's daughter for the rest of her life? Aren't you afraid you'll traumatize your daughter by doing this in front of her?"
Carl turned toward his daughter. Tanya was standing against the far wall. She stared at him, wide-eyed and fearful. His jaw tightened. He had forgotten she was there. He didn't want her to do anything that could get her hurt.
"I have to get away now,"
he thought. An angry voice suddenly rang out.
"You killed my father? I'm going to kill your daughter."
Jansen leapt forward and raised his pistol to aim at Tanya. Carl panicked and let go of Ruth as he shouted at Tanya,
"Watch out!"
Tanya's eyes widened in fear. Even Morris turned toward Jansen, but it was too late. Jansen had already squeezed the trigger. There was a small, metallic click. Just as everyone held their breaths, they realized that Jansen had fired, but nothing had happened. Jansen's hands were trembling. Only then did everyone realize that the gun was not loaded. Morris was shocked. He stood between Tanya and Jansen and shouted angrily,
"What are you doing?"
Jansen stared at Morris and said,
"Captain Ford, don't worry. I didn't forget I'm a cop." "Then why did he target Tanya?"
Morris thought in confusion. A moment later, he realized something. It had been a diversion. That had been Jansen and Captain Johnson's plan. They had forced Carl's hand and he had let Ruth go. Now he was an open target. Indeed, Morris turned his head in time to hear Captain Johnson shout at Ruth, "Get down!" Ruth understood and hurriedly dropped to the floor. Then, Captain Johnson calmly shot Carl. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion. Carl stared at the gun aimed at him and knew he couldn't escape the bullet. His mind was a whirl with crazy thoughts as he looked toward Tanya.
"I'm gonna die here,"
he thought. Oddly, he felt calm. Although he didn't want to, he seemed to feel a little better when he thought about how he was going to reunite with Jill. As the sound of the shot rang out, he closed his eyes, waiting for the end. But nothing happened. He heard a woman cry out. He opened his eyes again to see Ruth in front of him. As she had dived for cover, she had unexpectedly raised her arm. Coincidentally, she had blocked the bullet aimed at Carl. The bullet had hit Ruth's arm, causing her to cry out in pain. The chain of events seemed very lucky for Carl and unlucky for Ruth. In truth, Nora had seen it all unfold as she had crouched beside old Terry, trying to treat his wound. She had been performing CPR on him with another policeman. At the same time, she was looking around and watching the reactions of the people around them. Carl had been saved again. He quickly came back to his senses and grabbed Ruth's arm, taking her hostage again. She cried out in alarm, holding her injured arm to her body. She was angry and trembling. She had just wanted to receive some credit,
She hadn't expected things to end up like this. She began to complain and moan in pain. Before anyone could react, Carl dragged her to the door. As they got outside, Black Panther was waiting in a black car. He had planned to pick Carl up from prison, but seeing the man rush toward him with a bleeding hostage, he gaped in confusion. He had not expected this. He rushed to Carl's side and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" Captain Johnson rushed out of the building, and when he saw him, he shouted, "Do you see that? That's Black Panther. He's here for Carl. They must have planned everything long ago. They planned to kill old Terry." Captain Johnson was calmer now. He wished he could have killed Carl, but now that Carl was running, he looked guilty of the crime. Things seemed to be working out in the captain's favor. Maybe everything could be buried after all. Carl roared, "We didn't!" Morris stared at him. "Carl, I believe you. Put down the gun and surrender. I guarantee that no one will hurt you. I'll find evidence for your defense, but if you leave, your innocence will never be proven." Black Panther said wearily, "We can't trust these people. Follow me. We can escape from here. Black Bear and the others are ready." Hearing that Black Bear was there, Carl was even more confident to escape. However, he hesitated. Should I really leave? He thought. He spied Tanya, who was following behind everyone. If I leave, I may never see her again. But if I don't go... Brother, we have to go. You don't have any evidence to prove your innocence. Black Panther interrupted Carl's thoughts as he shouted anxiously and vigilantly. They huddled together behind the car and avoided the snipers. Once he got into the car, he could leave safely. However, Captain Johnson shouted, "We can't let him go. We have to make him pay for old Terry's death. He killed old Terry." Carl narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He reached out and held the car door. When Captain Johnson saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The man was going to run. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. "Who said old Terry is dead?" Nora's words caused everyone to turn and stare at her. Morris's eyes darkened, and he glanced at Captain Johnson. However, there was no surprise in his eyes. He asked, "Old Terry isn't dead?" "His heartbeat just returned to normal," Nora said. "But he was shot in the head. He's currently in a coma." When Captain Johnson heard this, his deep eyes were filled with contemplation, but he pretended to be excited. "What? Old Terry really isn't dead? That's great. He's in a coma. Can he recover?" Nora nodded. "Of course. I have a way to save him." "Great," Captain Johnson said excitedly. "Old Terry is an outstanding police officer. If he died, it'd be all my fault." Nora kept staring at Captain Johnson, listening to all his lies with interest. Originally, she had thought that he was a brainless and impulsive person, but at this moment, she realized that she had misjudged him. Ever since Captain Johnson had entered the picture, he had been troublesome. He had been short-tempered, especially with her. His contempt for her had been obvious from the start. She hadn't taken him too seriously, but now this incident had made Nora realize that Captain Johnson really was a sly old fox. "I thought he was just a crazy old man," she mused. "But now, I think he's framed Carl. I think Captain Johnson is directly responsible for old Terry's wound. I certainly know and trust Carl more than this guy. So, how do I prove it?" Although Carl hadn't said anything, she had already guessed the reality of the matter. Captain Johnson had fired, and Carl had somehow snatched the pistol. If Carl had given up the gun, they could have done a ballistics analysis. However, Captain Johnson's fingerprints were definitely not on the pistol in Carl's hand. Captain Johnson was careful enough not to leave any evidence. In fact, he had obviously planned to hit old Terry in the head from the start. Captain Johnson was calm,
because he believed that old Terry would not survive. Nora smiled slightly. She didn't look at Captain Johnson, but at Carl. She said calmly, "Now all the evidence points to you, but old Terry is still alive. Whether you leave or stay is your decision." Carl grimaced. He had already escaped police custody a number of times. It was getting progressively harder each time. If he turned himself in, would he ever be able to escape again? When Carl hesitated, Captain Johnson shouted angrily, "Miss Smith, what nonsense are you talking about? Make him stay and bear the punishment. Even if old Terry doesn't die, he was the one who injured him. He will still be accused of attempted murder." Jansen clenched his fists and piped up, "He tried to kill my father. Even if he escapes, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I'll catch up to him." Carl stared around the crowd. Not long ago, he had been one of them. Because he appeared like a villain and had a criminal past, old Terry had hired him to be an undercover agent. After being undercover for so many years, he had eventually wanted to go home. However, there had been no one at home waiting for him, and it seemed meaningless to go back. Therefore, he had established the Assassin Alliance overseas. On the surface, he took money to do difficult deeds, but wasn't it just another method to maintain peace? He had hoped to put all that behind him now that he was a father. He wanted to live a happy, peaceful life. Am I really gonna leave? He wondered. His gaze fell on Tanya, who was standing near Nora. His daughter's bright face held a trace of reluctance, fear, and confusion. Carl understood her thoughts. She wanted him to stay, but she was afraid that he would die if he did. She wanted him to live, but she did not know what to do. He looked away from her, turned toward Black Panther, and said, "Get in." Black Panther heaved a sigh of relief and slipped into the driver's seat. The others took a step forward. Morris said in a deep voice, "Carl, don't make the wrong choice. We'll give you justice. You have to believe in us." Captain Johnson picked up his radio and spoke to the sniper hiding in the dark, who was searching for the best sniping position. "Find an opportunity and kill him. Take him out at the first chance. Do it for old Terry." When Nora heard this, she glanced at Captain Johnson, but she said nothing. Strictly speaking, Captain Johnson wasn't doing anything wrong. For the safety of the hostage, shooting was inevitable. Just as she was worried that Carl would really leave, she saw him grab Ruth and say to Black Panther in the car, "Go." Black Panther was stunned and shouted, "Brother." Carl's gaze was firm as he repeated, "Go." Black Panther clenched his lips in anger. However, when he saw the people slowly surrounding them, he knew that if he did not leave now, he would probably be trapped. If Carl would not leave, then he had to go so that he could find a chance to save him in the future. Thinking of this, Black Panther nodded in resignation. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Some of the police officers took pursuit. Carl knew they would never catch him. Carl pushed Ruth and slowly raised his hand in surrender. Captain Johnson instantly picked up his gun and was about to shoot Carl when Morris stopped his hand and said in a deep voice, "Captain Johnson, he has already surrendered. I don't think it's a good idea for you to shoot him now, do you?" Captain Johnson took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "He killed old Terry." Jansen, who was beside him, rushed forward. Ruth thought that Jansen was there to pull her to safety. She reached out. However, the next moment, Jansen circled around her and rushed at Carl. With a swing of his arm, Jansen hit Carl in the face. Carl didn't dodge. He stood there and stared at Jansen. "You're old Terry's son, so I'll take this punch." Just as Jansen was about to hit him again, someone rushed forward and stopped him. All right, that's enough. We have to follow the law." "Yeah, we can't beat on suspects. Let's go see your father instead." Jansen was led away by some of his colleagues. Another group of officers immediately rushed forward and detained Carl. They twisted his arms behind his back and restrained him. Carl's face was swollen from Jansen's attack and he didn't look good. However, he still gave Tanya a reassuring look. Tanya's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She held Nora's hand. "He's innocent." Nora patted Tanya's hand. "You should go back home for now. I'll handle matters here." Tanya knew that it was useless for her to stay there. If she did, Jansen and Captain Johnson might use her as a way to get to Carl. Therefore, she nodded and left. Only then did Nora go back into the department. She headed straight to the interrogation room to check on old Terry. Someone had already called 911. The paramedics had rushed in and were working to stabilize the man. One of them flashed a light into old Terry's eyes, looking for a pupillary response. The medic frowned. "Well, there's no response. He's probably already brain dead. There's no way to save him." Hearing this, Nora approached and said, "Do what you can to keep him alive until you get to the hospital. Once there, my medical team will take over treatment." The medic was stunned and looked at her in confusion. "And you are?" "I'm Dr. Athena." Nora showed them her identification card. The paramedics nodded in relief. "Okay." They moved old Terry onto a stretcher and lifted it. As soon as they left the room, they were stopped by a virtual wall of people. Officers and staff of the Special Cases Department had gathered outside to pay their respects to old Terry. Everyone was talking at once. Some were comforting Jansen, while others talked to Captain Johnson, and others offered words of support to Morris. Jansen clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with emotion. "Captain Ford, my father is here dying while Carl is sitting safely in an interrogation room. Why aren't you doing anything?" Captain Johnson agreed. "Morris, why on earth are you protecting him? He's a criminal, a murderer. Are you going to protect him just because he's close to Miss Smith? We have all the evidence we need. What else are you waiting for? Convict him immediately." Logically speaking, convictions were a matter for the courts. However, because of the complexity of the cases they investigated, the Special Cases Department was independent of all other departments. Therefore, the department was completely qualified to pass judgment on Carl's case. Jansen pointed at Carl in the interrogation room as he shouted angrily, "Captain Ford, my father has been a police officer his entire life and has never done anything to let the people down. He has dozens of scars on his body, all of which are from being injured in the line of duty. He's always served and protected his community. Now he's going to die, and the person who harmed him is sitting safely in that room. I want Carl Murr to be sentenced to death. I want to execute him with my own hands." Even if Nora had said that she could treat old Terry, Jansen didn't hold out much hope. His father had been shot in the head. He likely had brain damage or worse. Captain Johnson patted the young officer's shoulder comfortingly. "Jansen, calm down. Morris will give everyone an explanation." Jansen wiped at his tears and stared at Morris fiercely. Morris pursed his lips and said slowly, "We still need to investigate this matter." "What else is there to investigate?" Captain Johnson exploded. "Or do you believe the suspect and want to investigate me instead? I've been comrades with old Terry for more than 20 years. We're brothers. Don't you believe me?" Jansen nodded in agreement as he said, "Captain Ford, my father and Captain Johnson are practically brothers. I trust Captain Johnson. Besides, the evidence is conclusive. What else is there to investigate? Are you planning to minimize his trial because he let go of the hostage and turned himself in? I don't agree. I'll never forgive a murderer." With that, he looked around at his fellow officers. "Help me. I only want to get justice for my father." Everyone in the Special Cases Department was brave. Many of their comrades had died in the line of duty and they understood Jansen's pain. From their point of view, Captain Johnson and old Terry were indeed brothers. Several of the officers piped up in support of Jansen and Captain Johnson. "Captain Ford, you have to give an explanation for this. Yes, the suspect has wounded one of our own. Captain Ford, you can't shield a murderer." Captain Johnson narrowed his eyes in appreciation. He was pleased to see he had finally gained some respect and support in the department. Morris stared around at his officers and staff, his gaze persistent and cold. However, he stood in defense of Carl opposite his boss. He slowly said, "It's not that I'm protecting the murderer, but this case can't be closed yet. We can't let any suspects off, but we can't convict someone who could be innocent." Jansen's eyes were red with grief as he stared at Morris. After a moment, he grimaced. Okay, I understand." Captain Johnson remained furious. "Morris, what the hell do you mean? What are you playing at? The murderer is in that room right behind you, or do you still suspect me? I don't know how you could believe him over me." Morris could see that Captain Johnson was trying to stir up everyone's emotions. He seemed to be succeeding, as all eyes turned on Morris again. The captain had orchestrated the situation very carefully. He did not leave any evidence behind. The only way to overturn the case was with old Terry himself. Morris finally said, "When old Terry wakes up, we'll ask him what happened." Captain Johnson sneered. "Miss Smith may have said she could save old Terry, but are you so sure that he'll wake up? The man was shot in the head. Even if he wakes, he'll never be the same. If he stays in a vegetative state for the rest of his life, will Carl's conviction wait?" Morris squirmed uncomfortably. Nora walked around the paramedics after hearing all the commotion. She narrowed her eyes and said, "You don't have to wait forever. Give me 3 days. I'll wake old Terry up within 3 days." The moment Nora spoke, everyone turned their eyes toward her. Morris sighed quietly in relief as the attention shifted away from him. Jansen's gaze landed on his father, who was lying on the stretcher. He couldn't get the image out of his mind of his father's wounded body lying on the floor of the interrogation room. His eyes turned even redder as he sobbed and turned to Nora. "Can you really trust him?" he asked brokenly. She nodded. However, Ruth, who had just had her wounds treated by the paramedics, cradled her arm and said, "Miss Smith, the medics clearly indicated that he can't be saved. What do you think you can do? Are you going to put him on machines for the rest of his life? He must be brain dead. Let him go so we can punish Carl more." When Ruth said this, Jansen instantly became furious. "Miss Smith, what on earth is going on? Can my father be treated or not?" Nora glanced at Ruth coldly. Then she turned back to Jansen and said, "Indeed, there are no cases of brain-dead patients waking up and returning to a normal life." Jansen puffed up with anger. Before he could respond, Nora added calmly, "But I have a method that will allow your father to obtain a new life. Don't you think we should give him that chance?" Jansen was stunned. "What do you plan to do?" "What is the Special Cases Department investigating?" she asked. Jansen frowned and thought, and then brightened. "Genetic modification drugs." Nora nodded. She heard a few murmurs around her as she continued slowly. "Everyone has seen the power of the gene serum. It can change the DNA and make the body stronger. As our forensic doctor, I have been researching this gene serum for a while now. I believe I've cracked the code and how it works." A collective gasp rolled around the room. Even Morris looked at her in disbelief. Ruth's eyes widened. How is that possible?" Nora asked calmly. "How is it not?" Ruth bit back her response. Instead, it was Captain Johnson who spoke. "Miss Smith, I really think you're putting the cart before the horse. The case we want to investigate is the human body experiment corresponding to the gene serum. The gene serum itself is an illegal substance. Are you actually saying you want to use it on old Terry? In order to save people, even if it's experimental, we have to use it, right? She replied. Captain Johnson snorted. But what's the difference between this and a human trial? Nora lowered her gaze. Look, old Terry will die if we don't do something. What if the gene serum has the potential to save him? She pointed at old Terry's wounded head and said, the gene serum has the ability to repair damaged cells, so it has the potential to heal injuries that we never could before. In theory, as long as a person is still breathing, the serum should work. Before Captain Johnson could respond, Nora stared straight at Jansen. I'm telling you now, this is the only way. We don't know if it will work, but the chances of your father waking up are greater if we try. Will you allow me to try it or not? Yes, Jansen cried, not hesitating even an instant. Captain Johnson began to argue. Jansen, are you? Before he could finish, Nora interrupted. Captain Johnson, what are you thinking by stopping me from using the gene serum? Are you afraid that old Terry will wake up and say something you don't want us to hear? The captain choked when he heard her words. Of course not. If old Terry does wake up, I'll be happier than anyone else. But you're using his body as an experiment. That is unacceptable. Besides, what if the gene serum has side effects? We already know that it has negatively impacted other people. Jansen hesitated. However, Nora seemed to have expected this. She said casually, I understand your concerns, so I won't choose old Terry as my test subject. I'll use it on someone else first. Jansen asked, Who? My cousin, Quentin, she said simply. You all know that he had all his bones broken. With current medical knowledge, it seems impossible that he will ever walk again. However, the gene serum has shown that it can heal people who have broken their bones. I'll inject the gene serum into Quentin today. After observation, if his health improves, I'll give it to old Terry. Is that acceptable? Jansen hurriedly nodded, yes. If she was willing to try it on her own family first, he was more than willing to give it a shot. Nora raised her eyebrows as she turned to Morris. Captain Ford, may I? Morris glanced nervously at Captain Johnson. He knew that giving Nora permission to use the drug as treatment was technically illegal. However, he trusted her skills and judgment, and if it had any chance of saving old Terry, they had to give it a shot. He nodded and said, Yes. The matter was settled. Seeing that he could no longer interfere, a dark expression flashed across Captain Johnson's eyes. The people gathered in the hall quickly dispersed. Captain Johnson entered his office, with Ruth following behind him. Captain Johnson, do you need me to help you interrogate Carl and make him confess? No, it's fine. Our best option is to stay put for now. He was confident that he had the absolute advantage. How could he lose? He had shot old Terry himself and had seen the damage the wound had caused. There was no way the man would recover from it. He couldn't see how Nora thought she could heal the wound with this serum. He decided to patiently wait for news. He expected that he would hear about old Terry's death in short order. Soon after, he would ensure that Carl was punished to the full extent of the law. When that was done, he intended to take Morris down too. It was really like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Ruth remained worried. She said, I heard that Nora sent old Terry to the hospital where her medical team is located. She'll treat Quentin tonight. Captain Johnson sneered. Okay, then we'll wait and watch her fail. In his hospital bed, Quentin was feeling hopeless. Lily stood beside him as she studied his vitals on the monitors. Quentin was completely out of danger, but his bones had not yet healed. She had tried to cheer him up, but he was becoming increasingly depressed despite her efforts. Then the door was pushed open. Nora walked in, trailed by Jansen and another member of the Special Cases Department. Quentin glanced at her and asked in surprise,
"What are you doing here? And who are these guys? Is one of them your new man?"
Nora stared at him quizzically, but she said nothing. Beside him, Lily coughed. Quentin instantly stopped talking. "I found a way to treat you," Nora announced. Quentin's eyes instantly lit up.
"I knew you could do it. I'm ready whenever you are. I'm bored to death and I'm tired of being bullied every day."
With that, he glared at Lily. Nora followed his gaze and looked at Lily in confusion. Lily looked away. Nora raised an eyebrow but chose not to say anything. After a while, Lily said, all right, I admit it. I pinched his face."
"Did you only pinch my face?"
Quentin asked tersely. "Okay, maybe I touched his chest, too." She paused and squirmed. "And I touched his thigh and his neck, but that's it." Nora remained silent, even as Quentin looked like he had been humiliated. Lily was embarrassed by the young man. "I'm your doctor, of course I had to touch you. Why are you complaining to my boss? Stop it."
"Okay."
Quentin's expression became neutral. He turned to Nora and asked,
"What is the treatment method? What are those two men here for?"
Nora paused for a moment before explaining, "I'm using the gene serum I extracted to treat you now. Because we don't know how effective it is, or if there are any side effects, these two are here to record your reactions." Upon hearing this, Quentin immediately pursed his lips.
"Do what you need to do. I can handle it. Bring it on."
When he was done talking, he grimaced, as if waiting for the worst. Nora raised her eyebrows. She had said that on purpose. Quentin loved to show off. She had deliberately told him that these two people were there to observe him. He always liked an audience. As a result, he would definitely be cooperative and not make a sound. Treating broken bones was very painful, but she couldn't use anesthesia. Quentin had to withstand it all on his own, so that she could gauge his reaction to the serum. She turned to Lily and said, "Let's start." Jansen and the other man, Mark, a doctor from another department, stood to the side and observed them. Jansen had come along to confirm that the medicine might work. Otherwise, he would not dare to let Nora use it on his father. Everyone in the Special Cases Department knew that although the gene serum sounded good on paper, it was actually a drug used to produce monsters. The fate of those who had previously used the drug had not been pretty. They had all either gone crazy or were dead. No one had been left unscathed. As Jansen was thinking on this, he saw Nora take out a medical box. She carefully opened the box and pulled out a glass vial. Then she pulled out a syringe and drew half the contents of the vial into the syringe. The serum was crystal clear and colorless. Jansen swallowed nervously. Mark asked quietly, "Is that the gene serum?" Nora nodded and said, "I extracted it from blood samples from those who had used it, and then I refined it. I can guarantee that this gene serum is pure." With that, she stared at Quentin gravely. "I can't guarantee what the final outcome will be after this drug is injected. I'll ask you one last time, my brother. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Quentin stared at her seriously for a moment. Then he asked, "What did you just call me?" Nora looked away sheepishly. "Brother," she repeated. This was the first time Nora had called him brother.
"The senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts has just called me brother,"
he thought excitedly. He nodded and said,
"Let's do this."
Nora took a deep breath as if trying to calm herself. Then she stepped up to Quentin's side and reached for the IV in his arm. She slowly injected the serum into the port until the syringe was empty. She studied him carefully for a few moments, and then she gently pressed on the joint of his arm and asked, "Does it hurt when I press here?" The moment she pressed it, although Quentin didn't say anything, he clenched his teeth together tightly. He groaned inwardly in pain as sweat broke out on his forehead. Veins bulged out as his body tensed. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Jansen and Mark stared on in concern. Nora sighed. "Quentin, if it hurts, it's okay to say something." Quentin continued to grit his teeth as he slowly pushed out the words, "It doesn't hurt." Jansen and Mark's expressions grew grim. Lily couldn't stand it any longer. She walked to the two of them and said, "You two get out. Quentin has too much pride. If you're here, he won't say anything, even if it hurts. It's not good for him to hold it in." Jansen and Mark nodded their understanding and slipped out of the room. Almost as soon as they were out the door, a blood-curdling scream filled the room. It was followed by gasps of pain and murmurs. Mark glanced back at the room and said, "This is too torturous." Jansen nodded. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and heard Captain Johnson's voice. "How's the treatment?" Jansen replied, "I can't see anything yet, but the side effects of the drug are really rough. Listen to this." Jansen moved the phone away from his ear and aimed it at the hospital room. Cries and screams came from inside. When Captain Johnson heard the screams, he sighed. "Jansen, why do I feel like Miss Smith is too unreliable? Do you really believe she can help your father?" Jansen swallowed. For some reason, he recalled Quentin's appearance from earlier. He said, "Perhaps. Captain Johnson, for my father's sake, I want her to try." "Okay, I respect your choice." In the Special Cases Department, Captain Johnson hung up the phone. He paced back and forth in the office, looking out the door from time to time. He had originally refused to believe that the gene serum could create a medical miracle, but now he wasn't so sure. What if Miss Smith is really able to cure old Terry's wound? He thought worriedly. What will I do then? Captain Johnson's certainty vanished, and he told himself not to be nervous as he walked around the room. His rationality told him that no one could revive a person from the dead, and old Terry was already brain dead. Even if he had been injected with a gene serum, it was impossible for him to recover. On the other hand, he had seen too much in the Special Cases Department, and knew how strong people had become after being injected with the gene serum. He remembered the case of a woman arrested by his team who had become extremely strong after being injected with the serum. He had seen the woman easily pick up a 300-pound object and throw it into the distance. The more he learned about it, the more he respected the gene serum. He sat at his desk and took a few deep breaths to control his nerves. There was a knock on his door. "Come in," he said. Ruth entered, and when she saw him, she said, "Captain Johnson, you don't look too good. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help with?" Her arm was still wrapped in a bandage. He looked at the wound and sighed. "I'm just thinking about Nora's gene serum," he said. "Can it really save people?" Her expression became intense as she thought about how to answer him. After a while, she said, "Captain Johnson, you might not know, but the gene serum is very popular in the underworld. It can improve human genes and make humans perfect. However, the amount produced by the mysterious organization is small, and very few people can get a hold of it." "What do you suggest we do about it?" he asked. "You have to keep Miss Smith's gene serum a secret. Otherwise, who knows how many people will fight over it," she said. He thanked her for her advice and asked her to leave. After she had gone, he took out his phone and logged into a forum where he posted a message. Genetic drugs can be used as life-saving medicine and can even revive people. At the bottom of the thread, It explained in detail that Nora had extracted the gene serum from a prisoner and used it on her disabled relative, and that the drug would also be administered to a severely injured colleague. Soon after the post went online, many anonymous people asked whether it was true. One person sent Johnson a direct message. Is this information reliable? When Johnson saw who it was, he was excited. The message was from Austin, who was the most powerful underground boss of the UK. He dominated the UK and was not afraid of anyone. If he's taken an interest in the gene serum, he'll pay a high price to get hold of it, Johnson thought. Even the Assassin Alliance might be powerless against him. Johnson sent a reply. I guarantee it's true. They're doing experiments in the hospital as we speak. He was afraid that old Terry would wake up, but he couldn't let that happen. He had considered hiring someone to kill him because he couldn't do it himself. There were countless criminal organizations in the world, and he decided that he would let those people become enemies with Nora, while he would reap the benefits. He felt that his plan was perfect. Austin sent another message. This time it wasn't a direct message, but was posted for all to see. I want this gene serum. He was openly declaring his sovereignty and warning small organizations not to try to get hold of it. Johnson was relieved when he read the post. If Austin wants it, his organization will definitely send someone, he thought, and Nora will be dealt with. However, he didn't know he was being monitored, and someone had witnessed the entire conversation. In a discreetly luxurious black and white office, Justin sat behind a large desk, his dark eyes staring at the thread. He drummed on the desk with his long fingers as he thought about how he should respond. Lawrence, who was standing beside him, was indignant. Mr. Hunt, this Austin is not someone to be trifled with, he said. His organization is as famous as the Assassin Alliance, but he never keeps his word. So he's more terrifying than Carl Moore. Miss Smith is in big trouble now. However, Sean said, if you want to do something, Mr. Hunt, now is the perfect time for you to be a hero and save your lady. Lawrence rolled his eyes at Sean and said, you talk too much. I'm the one handling Mr. Hunt's romantic matters. Do you even have any experience? Sean replied, no, I don't. What do you think we should do? Lawrence smiled and said, we have to save the damsel in distress, of course. How is that different from what I said? Sean asked. There's a big difference, Lawrence said. The hero saving a damsel in distress has to wait until Austin comes to New York. When Miss Smith is in danger, the hero will save the damsel in our own territory. This will make Miss Smith rely on Mr. Hunt. Before he could finish speaking, he paused as he saw Justin open a drawer and take out a phone that was encrypted to prevent tracking. He then called Austin. At the same time, in the Smiths' residence, Ian was also contacting Austin. As soon as his call connected, Ian said, Austin, Nora is my daughter, so you have to give up on the gene serum this time. Austin sneered and replied, stop me if you can. Ian became indignant and said, I know you're very powerful, but this is New York, and we Smiths are stronger than ever here. Austin didn't appear to be intimidated. I know that your family has power and influence in New York, he said. The Smiths might scare others, but you don't scare me. Ian was extremely angry. Are you really not afraid of the Smiths? He asked. I really am not, he replied. After a moment of silence, Ian asked, aren't you afraid of the Hunts either? Austin asked calmly, are the Hunts any different from the Smiths? Ian was surprised by Austin's nonchalance at the mention of the Hunts. He had suspected that Justin was behind the underworld forces in the UK, and that was why he had mentioned the Hunts to Austin. However, Austin's tone suggested that either his guess was wrong, or Austin didn't know who the real boss was. Am I overthinking it?
Ian wondered. Maybe Justin doesn't have much power overseas. As he was thinking, Austin received a call on another line. He said, "If that's all, Smith, I'm hanging up. See you in New York." With that, he hung up. He felt very confident because he believed that the two families who controlled New York had very little control elsewhere. When he looked at the phone, he saw that the caller ID was unknown. Austin was perplexed. His phone was protected, so unknown numbers shouldn't have been able to reach it. He hesitated before picking up the phone and answering the call. When he finally answered, a pure British accent came from the other end. "You're too bold, Austin." Austin stood up in shock. He swallowed hard and asked tentatively, "Mr. King?" "Yes, it's me." The reply made Austin feel like someone had poured a bucket of ice water on his head in the middle of summer. He said, "Mr. King, I don't know what I've done to make you call me personally." His mind was racing to think of something to say. He was afraid that he would anger him if he didn't explain himself. "Is it because of the gene serum? Do you want it too?" "Back off," ordered Mr. King. "Okay, I understand. I'll cancel all the flights to New York, and I guarantee that I won't go there anytime soon." The call ended. It was only then that Austin realized that his entire body was drenched in a cold sweat. "So, Mr. King is also after the gene serum," he muttered to himself. "If he wanted it, he only had to say the word, and whoever had it would have obediently given it to him. Besides, why would Mr. King need it?" One of Austin's subordinates asked, "Are we still leaving?" "Not unless you want to die," said Austin. After Ian hung up, he thought for a while and finally called Joel. He asked him to send all the security forces at the Smiths' disposal to protect Nora at the hospital. Even after speaking to Joel, he remained worried. He knew that Austin was terrifying. His word couldn't be trusted, and he was ruthless. He was afraid that the Smiths wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. At that critical moment, Ian put aside his prejudice against Justin and called him. Justin picked up quickly. "Mr. Smith, what's the matter?" Ian coughed with embarrassment and said, "You must have seen the post on the forum by now, right? Austin is coming to snatch Nora's medicine. He's very difficult to deal with, and I'm worried about Nora's safety. Our men are already on their way to the hospital." He didn't want to ask directly for Justin's help, but hoped that he would get the hint that he needed additional manpower. It was the closest that he wanted to get to pleading with him. Fortunately, before Ian was forced to be more direct, Justin said, "I'll have 81 bodyguards made available, and I'll personally stand guard outside the hospital. Is that okay?" For the first time, Ian felt that Justin seemed pretty decent. He coughed again and said, "Yes, I'll be more at ease if you're guarding her personally." Justin said politely, "Although I'm young and fit, there are some things I can't do so well, so I still need your guidance. This time, you can be the commander and I'll listen to your orders. How about that?" He was showing weakness, and it made Ian lower his guard against him for the first time. Maybe Justin's only a man who's fallen in love and he's not so dangerous, he thought. "Sure," he said. "I'll sort out the arrangements." "Great." Justin ended the call, and Lawrence said, "Boss, how can you not let Miss Smith know that you're the one saving her?" Justin touched his nose and a sly look appeared in his eye. He said, "If I've done something Ian couldn't do you think he'd still be at ease handing Nora to me?" Justin had understood Ian's thoughts. He had put himself in Ian's position by imagining Cherry having a husband in the future. He wouldn't want her husband to be too powerful. He would want her to be happy and healthy with a reliable person to take care of her for the rest of her life. However, the more capable that man was, the grander his ambitions would be. Such a man would be difficult to control. If Cherry's husband were stronger than him, how could he help her take revenge if he bullied her in the future? In the same way, Justin believed that by giving Ian the impression of being in control, not only could he follow Lawrence's instructions and show off his ability, but he could also make Ian put his guard down. He stood up and walked out. Lawrence asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Justin turned around and said, "To the hospital, of course. Didn't I promise Ian that I would go and guard Nora?" The next morning, there was still no news from the hospital. The news that Austin was coming had made Captain Johnson excited, and he was constantly paying attention to what was happening at the hospital. Although there was no news, he tried to comfort himself. It probably takes at least 5 hours to fly from the UK to New York, so he might not be here yet, he thought. At noon the next day, there was still no news of him at the hospital, and everything there was stable. Johnson continued to comfort himself. He's probably arrived in New York, he thought, but he probably needs to rest. He won't want to do anything without proper preparation. However, by the morning of the third day, Austin still hadn't shown up, and Johnson couldn't sit still. He walked around his office. He hadn't slept the entire night, and dark circles had formed under his eyes. He went online and sent a message to Austin. "Are you here yet?" Austin replied to his message. "Are you looking to die? Back off." He looked at Austin's reply on the screen in a daze. "Isn't he here?" he thought. "He said he would come, and then posted a comment that frightened others so much that they didn't dare to get involved. But in the end, he hasn't come. Why not?" He wanted to rush to the hospital, but the remnants of his rationality calmed him down and stopped him from doing anything hasty. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious," he thought. At that moment, Jansen called. "Captain Johnson." He seemed to be choking on his tears as he spoke. Johnson felt relieved that he sounded tearful and asked, "Did the experiment fail? Was Nora's cousin not able to stand up? As I said, using the gene serum to treat illnesses is impossible. But don't be too depressed, Jansen. Life and death are determined." At that point, Jansen interrupted him. "No, Captain Johnson, that's not what I meant. I called to tell you that it worked. Quentin has stood up." Captain Johnson's mind froze in shock. "What did you say? He stood up?" "Yes." Jansen couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. "Even though all his bones were badly broken, 3 days after being injected with the serum, he's managed to stand up." Johnson swallowed hard. If the serum could revive broken bones, then maybe it can revive damaged brain cells, he thought. If that's the case, old Terry might be revived. His mind exploded at the thought of that. If old Terry woke up, everything he had done would be exposed. Johnson didn't want to accept that Quentin had stood up. "It really is a medical marvel," Jansen continued. "It's amazing. I didn't expect it to be so dramatic. After only 3 days, Quentin has improved enough to be able to stand. If my father is injected with the drug, maybe he'll wake up." Johnson didn't reply because he was lost in a world of worry. "Are you listening, sir?" Jansen asked. Johnson came back to his senses. "I'm listening," he said. "I'll come to the hospital immediately." "Okay." After hanging up, Johnson was a man of his word as he drove straight to the hospital. When Captain Johnson arrived at the hospital, he got out of his car and ran straight to the VIP ward. Justin sat in the front passenger seat of a car, watching Johnson from a distance. When he saw him enter the hospital, he turned around and looked at the back seat. Nora was lying there catching up on her sleep. She had a cap covering her face, and her long legs were slightly bent in the cramped seat. Is he here? She asked in a sleepy voice. He just went in, Justin said calmly. Go to sleep, and I'll keep an eye on him. Okay, Nora replied lazily. It seemed like she didn't even have the strength to speak. She hadn't slept at all for the previous 3 days. To outsiders, it seemed that Quentin had only needed an injection of the gene serum to enable him to slowly recover. However, no one knew how much work Nora had done in private. She usually wasn't very energetic and relied on sleeping a lot to replenish her energy. After being awake for 3 consecutive days, she had walked out of the hospital with dark circles under her eyes. When she had seen Justin's car, she climbed inside without a word and had fallen instantly asleep on the back seat. Justin hadn't dared to move, afraid that the slightest sound he made would disturb her. When he saw the woman's exhausted expression, his heart ached. He had been worried that she would sleep for 72 hours as she had done before. However, she seemed to know that she had unfinished business. Therefore, even though she was lying there asleep, she had still been paying attention to what was going on outside. She removed the cap from her face and rubbed her slightly greasy hair. She sounded slightly frustrated as she said, "Forget it, I can't sleep." With that, she opened the car door, put on her cap, and walked to the hospital. Her legs seemed to lose strength as she walked, and the dragging of her feet became increasingly intense. She looked very stern and unapproachable. Justin got out of the car and was about to follow when he heard Cherry's familiar voice. He saw her getting out of Sean's car and running over to her mother. "Mummy, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you in days," she called. Nora stopped when she heard her daughter. Cherry reached out her hand and was about to say something else when Nora turned and looked at her. The rest of Cherry's words became stuck in her throat and her small body trembled. Justin picked her up and Nora glared at him before continuing toward the hospital. Cherry stayed in Justin's arms until Nora was far away. Then she leaned toward his ear and asked softly, "How long has Mummy been away?" 72 hours, he replied. She gasped and said, "In that case, according to my understanding of Mummy, she's at the nuclear stage." She struggled to get down and Justin lowered her to the ground. As he did so, Nora turned around again. Cherry said seriously, "Mummy, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my homework. I'll go back with Uncle Sean now." Nora's face was expressionless. After a full 3 seconds, she finally nodded. Cherry felt like she had been pardoned. She said to Justin, "Daddy, good luck." Then she ran over to Sean happily. "The little smartass has seen Nora's cranky mood and quickly slipped away," he thought. He shook his head and caught up to Nora. Then he put his arm around her waist. When his hand touched her, he could clearly feel her body stiffen. She gave off an intensely unfriendly aura, as if she were about to explode. While other women became moody during their periods and would get worked up easily at the slightest annoyance, Nora didn't. She was usually fairly easygoing. It was only when she couldn't get enough sleep that the slightest annoyance would drive her crazy. In that state, no one dared to approach her. When she felt Justin's hand on her waist, it created a wave of anger that she needed to vent. However, when she looked at him, she was met by his refreshing aura. It made her feel like a volcano had touched a stream of icy water, and all her frustration was neutralized. He took off her cap and stroked her hair as if he were stroking fur. Her temper was slowly soothed, and she felt like she wasn't tired anymore. In her newly refreshed state, she strode toward the VIP ward. Captain Johnson was standing with Jansen outside Quentin's room. Johnson still didn't believe that Quentin could stand up. He thought that Jansen might have been deceived by Nora, and he wanted to see it with his own eyes. They looked in through the glass panel in the door. He saw Quentin holding the table beside him with difficulty and moving his feet
bit by bit. Although every step Quentin took was shaky and fraught with great difficulty, he had indeed managed to stand. Countless fine beads of perspiration had formed on his forehead. Lily was helping him up. "You've only just recovered, so you mustn't overdo it," she said. "Go back and lie down after another 2 steps."
Only weak people wouldn't be able to get up and walk around immediately after they've recovered, he said. Don't forget that before I got hurt, I was the 3rd best fighter in the martial arts scene in New York.
He was clearly so tired that even his voice had become weak, but the things he said were still as stubborn and competitive as before. Lily smiled at him and said, "Fine, you're the 3rd best fighter in New York, okay? Even so, you still have to rest more."
"I'll walk around the room one more time first,"
he insisted. He slowly made his way around the room and said,
"You don't know how tired of lying in bed I've been all this time."
"I do understand," said Lily. "It must have been very frustrating for someone as active as you."
"That's right. And don't be fooled by how trusting I seem to be about Nora's treatment. To be honest, I wasn't confident about it and wondered what I would do if I really couldn't stand again."
It was the first time that Lily had heard him confessing his true thoughts, so she didn't challenge him. However, the old Quentin reasserted himself as he added,
"If that had happened, the martial arts scene would have suffered too great a loss."
He didn't notice that Lily was rolling her eyes, and he continued,
"Now that I've recovered, I have to make full use of the time I have to rehabilitate. There are many people waiting for me, so I need to continue with my martial arts practice. One day I will defeat the senior student from Quinn's school."
He had almost blurted out again that Nora was the senior student from Quinn's school. Lily was filled with a sense of resignation. She walked up to him, sighed loudly, and said, "I've treated so many patients with Dr. Athena, but I really haven't met anyone like you in my whole life." Even though he was pale as a sheet, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead had condensed into drops of sweat trickling down on his cheeks, his eyes still lit up.
"Do you mean someone as handsome and talented as I am?"
"No, someone as groundlessly confident as you are." While the two were bickering, Quentin completed another circuit of the room. Outside the door, Captain Johnson and Jansen looked at each other. Johnson asked in astonishment, "Was he really paralyzed just a few days ago?"
"Yes, he was,"
Jansen whispered.
"I held and pressed his joints before the treatment. They were all soft and broken. Although they haven't fully healed yet, they're well on their way to recovery."
His eyes flashed with excitement as he said,
"Dr. Athena has already told me that it's possible for my father to regain consciousness."
Johnson took a deep breath and said,
"Jansen, have you really thought this through? Are you really going to let your father have the serum? It's only been 3 days, so can you be sure it's safe? What if there are after effects? Also, is the use of the serum really legal? You need to consider all these things."
Jansen said solemnly,
"Sir, I know you're someone who takes the rules and regulations very seriously, but this time I would like to fight for my father's sake."
He looked Johnson in the eye and continued,
"When my father was first gone, I felt like I was dreaming. It was very unreal and I wanted to avenge him. But during the last 3 days, I've thought about it countless times. If there's any way that I can help Dad regain consciousness, I'll try it without a second thought. The problem is that we didn't get the chance to speak to him before he died. If we can get him to wake up for a short while, even if it's just for him to say goodbye to us, my mother won't be sad anymore. You will support me, right?"
Johnson's eyes flickered and he said,
"Why wouldn't I? Even I didn't get to say goodbye to him. Everything happened so quickly that day.
He sighed bitterly and added,
I was too worked up about what had happened, and I also wanted to avenge him. If Morris hadn't stopped me, I might have killed Carl on the spot.
At the mention of Carl, Jansen became agitated.
Is Captain Ford still defending him? He asked.
He had been watching over old Terry in the hospital for the previous 3 days, so he hadn't had time to confront Carl. Johnson pretended to sigh and said,
You're on good terms with Mark, right? I heard that he went into the interrogation room to punch Carl and take revenge for you. But Captain Ford detained him before he could hit him. He even told him to reflect on his actions and write a report.
What? Cried the younger man. He clenched his fists in anger and asked,
Just what exactly has Carl done to brainwash Captain Ford that he would defend him so much?
Johnson nodded and said,
Exactly. Captain Ford has been refusing to put Carl on trial. I really don't know what he's thinking. Poor Mark is still locked up right now.
Jansen became indignant and said,
Captain Ford has become very misguided. He's never acted like this before, and I'm very disappointed in him.
After making use of the opportunity to paint a bad picture of Morris, Captain Johnson said,
It'd be for the best if old Terry woke up. Otherwise, we won't be able to cement Carl's charges. Captain Ford will probably use the excuse of insufficient evidence to release him.
Jansen looked indignant but didn't respond. They heard footsteps and looked over to see Captain Ford and Nora walking toward them. They had a tall man with them, and although he was a few steps behind them, it was impossible for anyone not to notice him. It was none other than Justin Hunt. Morris asked,
Jansen, how is your father doing?
Jansen sneered and said,
Do you even care how my father is doing, Captain Ford? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Carl's safety instead? Why aren't you staying by his side in the Special Cases Department anymore?
Morris kept quiet. Nora seemed impatient and asked, So do you want to treat your father's illness now?
Yes,
Jansen replied at once. Although he didn't like Nora because she was on close terms with Carl, she was the only one who could treat his father. With the box containing the serum in her hand, Nora walked past Jansen and entered old Terry's room. Everyone else then filed into the room after her. Once they were inside, Johnson glanced back at the door from time to time. Justin could see he was agitated and asked,
Waiting for someone, Captain Johnson?
Everyone looked over and Johnson immediately replied,
No, I'm not.
He was feeling very anxious.
Why aren't the people from the inspection unit here yet? He wondered.
Then he saw Nora open the metal box, and right at that moment, he heard footsteps. About 5 or 6 people rushed into the room. The person leading the team said, Morris Ford, we have received news that someone is conducting human experiments in this hospital. That is absolutely prohibited, and I demand that all of you stop what you are doing at once. The Special Cases Department only existed because of the gene serum. But it seemed that while the Special Cases Department hadn't been able to catch the culprits behind the serum, they were instead conducting human experiments on some of their own. The inspection unit had been given the job of keeping Morris under strict control. Jansen spoke up.
We're not conducting human experiments with the serum, he said. We're trying to save a life.
The lead officer from the inspection unit replied,
No, you can't do that. This needs further investigation. Someone has given us a sworn statement saying that you people are conducting human experiments here in an attempt to turn the gene serum into medicine. You must stop at once.
Jansen was dumbfounded by the fact that someone had provided a sworn statement. Justin looked as though he understood what had happened. He turned to Johnson and said,
Captain Johnson has been waiting for someone the whole time. Maybe he was waiting for these guys to turn up. How did you know that they would come, Captain Johnson?
His words made Jansen look at the captain incredulously.
Sir?
Johnson wanted to refute the allegation but knew that he couldn't. If he had given the tip-off anonymously, the people from the inspection unit wouldn't have arrived so quickly. He had no other choice, so his name had gone onto the record. Because of that, he had to admit it. He sighed and said, I'm doing this for your own good, Jansen. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know how dangerous the serum is, or how many people have died because of it? It's poisonous and you mustn't use it. Jansen panicked and said, You saw it yourself, Uncle. Quentin Smith managed to get back on his feet, so there's hope for my father now. Johnson shook his head. Even if it works, you can only use it after it's gone through the inspection unit checks. You can't use it on someone without going through the proper channels. He then adopted a righteous tone and said, Have you forgotten how much your father abhorred the gene serum? If he were conscious, do you think he would agree to you using it? Then he looked at Morris and said, As the leader of the Special Cases Department, how can you allow your subordinates to mess around like this? It has to be stopped. Morris said coldly, Captain Johnson, is it really because of those pathetic objections that you're so opposed to this? Or is it because you're scared that old Terry will regain consciousness? Johnson froze, and Jansen turned to him, looking for an explanation. Captain Johnson said, Jansen, you must trust me. At that point, the lead officer from the inspection unit went up to Morris and said, We want to understand what's going on here, so we need you to cooperate with us. Captain Ford, are you aware that Dr. Athena is intending to use the serum to treat old Terry? Nora knew that Morris would probably be held accountable for the incident if he responded in the affirmative. So before he could reply, she said, This has nothing to do with him. I'm the one who wanted to use the gene serum to treat the patient and save his life. The officer looked at her and asked sternly, Doctor, in that case, are you aware that your actions could have severe repercussions? Your serum doesn't have sufficient experimental data to support its use. By using it on a human, you're recklessly ignoring several medical principles. Before she could say anything, Jansen said tearfully, It's not her fault. I asked her to do it because I want to save my father. The officer shook his head and said, In that case, you're also at fault, and we'll be pursuing this to the very end. However, the main responsibility isn't yours. Nora had already unsealed the bottle of serum in her hand and was holding the syringe. Jansen looked at his father. During the previous few days, his vitals had been weakening alarmingly. If the inspection unit's investigation took a few days to complete, by the time they had finished, he would probably be dead, regardless of whether or not they granted them permission to use the serum. According to what Nora had said, 3 days was the longest he could survive. I accept that I made a mistake, he said, but I just wanted to save my father. Quentin's condition is improving, so why can't my father be injected with the gene serum? The officer said, Although Quentin Smith's condition is improving at the moment, it's still not known whether or not he really will recover, or what kind of after effects he may suffer. The serum hasn't even been tested on animals yet. Therefore, according to the regulations, it is prohibited for use in humans. Besides, the serum is a strictly controlled substance, and the use of the drug is against the law. I want all of you to follow us back to the station so that we can continue the investigation. Jansen was in tears as he turned to Morris and asked, Captain Ford, what should I do? He was frustrated that the medicine that could save his father was in the room with him. Morris was also at a loss about what to do. As he struggled to think of something to say, he heard an impatient and disgusted voice. Why are you crying? Do you call yourself a man? Jansen turned around and saw Nora calmly standing next to the bed. She had already inserted the needle into the bottle of serum. Then she drew the remaining half of the bottle's contents into the syringe. Seeing what she was doing, Johnson panicked and shouted,
"Miss Smith, what are you doing?"
Nora just stared at the syringe in her hand. She pushed the syringe plunger and cleanly expelled all the air from inside. Then she turned her cat-like eyes toward Jansen and Morris and said, "Hold them back." Jansen and Morris were astonished. It was only when the people from the inspection unit reacted and moved to snatch the syringe from her that they finally recovered from their daze. The two of them stepped in front of Nora and protected her from them.
"Keep back,"
Morris shouted. Chaos broke out in the room, and it was filled with the sound of people pushing one another and arguing loudly. Amidst the fierce dispute, Nora plunged the needle into the port of old Terry's IV catheter. She looked behind her at Captain Johnson and the people from the inspection unit, and saw that Morris and Jansen were trying their best to push them toward the door. Then she exchanged a look with Justin, who was standing calmly beside her. After that, she slowly pushed down on the syringe and injected the gene serum into old Terry. The inspection unit had more people on their side, so they ultimately managed to break through Jansen and Morris's defenses. They rushed up to Nora and saw her slowly pulling out the needle. After finishing all she had to do, she tossed the disposable syringe into the biohazard container. Then, she looked at Johnson and the people from the inspection unit and said, "You were asking me to cooperate with you. That's fine. I'll fully cooperate with the investigation now."
"You're all so arrogant," shouted Johnson.
He had been convinced that Nora wouldn't be able to follow through with giving the injection, especially with the inspection unit team trying to stop her. But with a little distraction from her companions, she had succeeded. Furthermore, he couldn't believe that she didn't seem in the slightest bit concerned about getting into trouble. He looked straight at the people from the unit before he pointed to Morris and Nora.
"Did you see that?" he shouted angrily. "That is exactly how Captain Ford operates. Everything he does is utterly non-compliant with the rules and regulations. They have actually stolen and used the one thing they are supposed to be guarding. Can you believe it?"
He paused, waiting for a reaction from the unit. When no one responded, he continued,
"Don't you see what just happened? They extracted gene serum from another patient and injected it into this one. They're no different from those in the mysterious organization we're trying to disband."
The people from the inspection unit looked at the bed.
"What should we do?" asked one of them. "Is it possible to stop the serum from doing anything now that it's in him?"
"Of course not," said a doctor standing next to him. He craned his neck and glanced at the bed.
"Terry's condition is just too serious. It's near impossible for anyone to take a bullet to the head and survive. Let's just take them back with us for now and investigate all this in more detail."
"Okay," said the first man.
"In that case, Miss Smith and Officer Jansen, you'll need to come back with us to the department for questioning."
Jansen looked at Morris in panic. His father was critically ill, and now a man he had never met before was asking him to leave his bedside to go and answer some questions.
"Terry is very ill," said Morris to the man. "Can Jansen stay with him? After all, he is his father. I'd be more than happy to accompany you to the station to help you."
"Sure," said the first man, looking at the expression of worry on Jansen's face.
"Terry sustained his injuries while he was on duty, so we can make an exception under those circumstances. Stay here with your father, but please don't leave the hospital."
Jansen nodded.
"And remember," the man added, "please make yourself available should we have any questions for you." "Of course," said Jansen. "Thank you."
As everyone filed out of the room, Jansen watched Captain Ford leave. He couldn't believe how rudely Captain Johnson had spoken to him. All Morris had done was detain Mark. Any resentment he had felt toward the man for defending Carl vanished.
"Thanks, Captain Ford."
he shouted to his retreating back. But as it turned out, Morris understood more about the situation than anyone else. As he left the room, he waved reassurance to Jansen and followed Nora out, followed by the men from the inspection unit. "In case you were worried," whispered Nora as she leaned in toward Morris, "I'm intending to cooperate fully with the investigation." Morris breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that she was going to leave the hospital in a fit of pique and end up arguing with them. After all, she was renowned for being a loose cannon.
"Excuse me," said Justin, who had followed them out of the room. "Where are you taking them? How long will you need them? Can they bring their own bedding?"
"Why would they need their own bedding?" asked one of the men from the unit. It wasn't a question he was used to hearing. As Justin explained Nora's health needs to them, Morris relaxed. The man paused before he reluctantly agreed to Justin's request.
"They seem quite reasonable,"
he thought, reassured that they might not be in for quite such an ordeal after all.
"Thank you,"
said Justin, as the man even offered to organize the bedding for him. Half an hour later, Morris and Nora got out of one of the inspection unit's cars. The first thing they saw was a group of attendants trying to wrestle a large mattress into the building, closely followed by some colleagues holding pillows and blankets. Justin, who had traveled in a separate car, was supervising them. Morris smiled. When he thought about how he had been treated by his department in the past, he was heartened to see that they had adopted a softer approach to dealing with people. Nora was almost asleep by the time they had arrived. She somehow managed to get out of the car, but she was yawning continually. The bedding had arrived at just the right time. Justin found an interrogation room that was big enough to fit a mattress inside and commandeered it for Nora's use. There, the staff transformed the room into an impromptu bedroom in less than 2 minutes. Nora entered and took off her shoes. Although she felt that Justin's actions had been a little over the top, she wasn't going to complain. Just as she was settling into the makeshift bed, there was a knock on the door.
"Miss Smith," greeted an officious-looking lady as she walked in. "May I ask you some questions, please?"
"Can I close my eyes and rest for a while?" asked an exhausted Nora.
Yeah, sure,"
said the lady. Never before had she seen such an unusual setup in an interrogation room. Assuming that Nora would only need about 30 minutes, she promised to come back later. She closed the door behind her, and as she left, she found Justin standing in the corridor waiting for her.
"She hasn't slept for 3 days," he explained to her. "You can ask her your questions after she wakes up."
"Okay," said the lady, unsure who he was or how he had managed to get into a secure area. However, she wasn't going to argue, in case he was a management official with the potential to fire her for disobeying him. 5 hours later, she returned to find Justin sitting in a chair outside Nora's door.
"Still asleep?"
she asked him.
"Yes,"
he replied, showing no signs of fatigue himself.
"Once she starts working, she forgets that she needs to eat and sleep."
"I see," she said, turning to leave. Justin cleared his throat. She turned around to find him looking at her uncomfortably. "Yes?" she said politely.
"Can you tell the people in the interrogation room next door to keep it down a little?" he asked. "The interrogation rooms here aren't as soundproof as I thought."
While Nora slept, Captain Johnson stayed at the hospital. With Morris away for questioning, he had become the interim leader of the Special Cases Department. He had decided to stay close to old Terry, so close, in fact, that he had found a chair and put it right outside the door to his room. 5 hours had passed with no news. After checking and analyzing Terry's condition, a doctor came out. He looked puzzled.
"How is he?"
asked Johnson, jumping up as soon as the doctor came out of the room. The doctor frowned. He was so lost in thought that it was a long time before he answered.
"It's amazing,"
he said.
Terry's brain cells appear to be recovering. What do you mean? Asked Johnson in complete disbelief. He was convinced that no matter how talented a doctor was, there was no way that dead brain cells could be brought back to life. It means that Terry will probably wake up in the next day or two. Johnson had always prided himself on his ability to keep calm. Despite all that was going on around him, he was determined not to lose his head. If he did, he was convinced that it might provide Nora with an opportunity to blackmail him. However, things had started to develop in a way that not even he could comprehend. He was faced with a situation whereby someone who had taken a bullet through the head might actually recover. But he knew he shouldn't panic. Regaining consciousness didn't necessarily mean that Terry would remember what had happened. Surely there was no way that newly formed brain cells would retain memories of events that took place before they existed, he thought desperately. But he had to ask the doctor, just for his own peace of mind. Will he remember what happened? He asked. Memories are stored in the central nervous system, said the doctor. As long as those nerves weren't destroyed, they might very well be retained. We'll know once he's woken up. Now, if you'll excuse me, he added before he turned around and went back into Terry's room. Johnson was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the closed door for a minute, completely lost in thought. Realizing there was little else he could do, he sighed and walked toward the elevator. As he waited for the elevator to arrive, he noticed Quentin walking toward him. Lily was with him. For a man who was so sick he could walk remarkably well, Johnson noticed. Lily wasn't supporting him at all. Well done, he heard her say. You're doing really well. Thanks. I can feel my body improving every day, he replied. It's almost as if I can feel the bones growing. It's like I can feel them bubbling inside me. I'd always known that Nora's medical skills were amazing, but I didn't expect them to be this good. Lily nodded. That's why people are so keen to get their hands on this gene serum. It's simply amazing. The elevator door opened and Johnson got in without them seeing him. As soon as he was outside of the hospital, he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, hoping it would help him put a lid on the maelstrom of emotions swirling around inside him. It didn't work. He extinguished the cigarette and tossed the butt into the trash can before he got into his car and made his way to the Special Cases Department. A crowd gathered around him as soon as he stepped inside department headquarters. What's happened to Captain Ford? Asked one employee. Did he really violate the regulations? Captain Johnson, shouldn't Mark have been released by now? Asked another. Johnson looked at the expectant faces around him and relaxed. It seemed that his staff were gradually warming to him since Morris hadn't stepped in on Jansen's behalf after the accident. If he had, his popularity would have plummeted. He smiled. He's fine. They're just trying to thoroughly investigate what happened, he said loudly enough for everyone to hear. It seems that you're all aware of Captain Ford's non-compliance with the rules. He sighed. We're going to release Mark for now, but that's all I have to say on the matter. Please, get back to work. He turned around and walked into his office, closing the door firmly behind him. The crowd behind him dispersed, knowing that they would get no more information from him that day. As the door closed reassuringly behind him, he took out another cigarette. His nerves were beginning to fray as he waited for news from the hospital. He had no idea how old Terry would be once he woke up. After all, brain injuries could affect people in so many different ways. As darkness fell, Captain Johnson was still in his office, smoking. An excited Mark knocked and rushed in without waiting for an answer. Sir, he shouted, I think we've got enough evidence to convict Carl. What do you mean? He asked, trying to stop his hands from shaking. Jansen just called. He said that Terry has just opened his eyes. Mark's eyes were shining. He's already trying to talk, but because he doesn't have full control of his body, he can't say anything yet. The doctor thinks that it'll only be a day or two before he can speak clearly. When that happens, we'll have a testimony. Let's see what Carl has to say to that." Johnson struggled to hide the panic that was welling up inside him. He forced a smile and tried to look surprised. "Really? That's great," he said. "Yes," said Mark. "Shall I call Jansen back and see if there's any more news?" Johnson stubbed out his cigarette and looked at him for a long time, trying to decide what to do. "No," he said sharply. "Go and interrogate Carl and try to get a confession out of him. Take all night if you need to. It'll make things easier for Terry once he's fully awake." "Leave it with me," said Mark, a fierce look in his eyes. "I'll head over to the hospital and see Terry," he added. "I'll see if I can get a statement from him. It'll be the quickest way we can secure a conviction." Johnson left his office and got into his car. Instead of driving to the hospital, however, he went to a pharmacist. He bought another pack of cigarettes and some strong drugs capable of stopping a person from breathing. They were designed to work without leaving any trace. When Johnson arrived at the hospital, he found Jansen asleep on a chair in the corridor outside of Terry's room. He looked around carefully. As a professional with many years' experience in the industry, he had a suspicion that all of this was just a trap that Morris and Nora were trying to lure him into. Even though the two of them had been taken away by the inspection unit, he wasn't going to let his guard down. It was at times like this that he was glad that he was always paranoid. It was why he had been Morris's mentor in the first place. He smiled. The uptight exterior that he had assumed at work had all been a disguise to fool his superiors into promoting him quickly. The plan had worked. He was years younger than anyone else who had ever occupied his role. Over the years, he had deceived a lot of people. So many of them had let their guard down around him, not suspecting that he had other motives. He had lost count of the number of traps he had laid for people over the years. Each trap had been the same. He would pretend to be careless, and, as people tried to profit from his perceived mistake, he would pounce on them and get them fired. He would then walk seamlessly into their position. His years of experience had taught him not to hurry. He looked around him carefully, taking in all of his surroundings. When he was quite sure that no one was watching him, he carefully pushed open the door of Terry's room. Terry was lying on the bed. He looked like he had lost a lot of weight. His head was wrapped in white gauze, and his eyes were closed. Johnson looked carefully around the room for surveillance cameras. He then checked Terry's vitals. His heart rate appeared stable, if a little slower than normal, but it was still healthy. His blood pressure looked good too. "This gene serum is very impressive indeed," he thought as he took his deadly chemicals from out of his pocket. Careful not to present any angles that might be photographed, he expertly injected Terry with the ease of a professional. It was obvious that he had done this before. When he was done, he took a step back. It wasn't long before the monitor emitted a sharp beep. He ran outside to Jansen and pushed him awake. "Jansen, quick, wake up," he shouted. "There's something wrong with Terry." Jansen opened his eyes in a daze. He heard the warning alarm from the monitor, and as he registered its significance, the blood drained from his face. He rushed into the room only to be pushed aside by hospital staff, rushing in to treat Terry. But they were too late. The heart rate monitor showed only a flat line. Terry was dead. The cause of death was assumed to be a cardiac arrest caused by the injection of an innovative new gene serum. As his body was taken away by the people from the inspection unit, Jansen was devastated by the loss of his father. Never would he have thought that things would turn out like this. Quentin was obviously still alive and well in the room next door, after having been injected with the same serum.
As news of the incident reached the Special Cases Department, many of the staff working there felt their hearts sink. Captain Johnson and Jansen returned to the department. Johnson gathered his team around him and made an announcement. "The gene serum was no good right from the start," he said loudly so that his voice could be heard by everyone. "I voiced my opposition to the idea when Miss Smith suggested we use it to treat old Terry, but she simply refused to listen, and Captain Ford went along with her. I really don't know how she managed to brainwash him, but she has, and he actually trusts her enough to go along with her ridiculous ideas." There was a ripple of chatter amongst the crowd of employees as they listened to Captain Johnson's words. Jansen stared at Johnson in disbelief. He had a suspicion, but he didn't know whether he could trust Johnson or not. Seemingly sensing his hostility, Johnson walked up to him. "Jansen, surely you now understand why I tipped off the inspection unit?" he said kindly. "I did it for Terry. This gene serum cannot be counted on at all. God knows how much Terry must have suffered during the past few days. I wonder if he could feel any pain when he was unconscious." Jansen looked at him, trying to fight back tears. Johnson sighed. For his entire career, Terry had been at odds with the people behind the gene serum. I never expected that he, of all people, would have to suffer such torture before his death. Jansen clenched his fists, determined not to give himself away in front of a man he no longer trusted. "Miss Smith used the gene serum in order to save my father's life. Even though it failed, the real murderer is Carl Moore. It's time we moved to convict him as soon as possible," he said angrily. Johnson sighed. "The staff of the Special Cases Department doesn't have the right to convict a criminal of their crimes. Only the acting director has the right to do that. Now that Morris has been taken away by the inspection unit, there's no one left in the department who can do that." "So, when will the investigation into Morris be completed?" asked Jansen. "When will a new acting director be assigned?" Not only had he just lost his father, but he had a feeling that Johnson was using the incident as an excuse to further his own career. Mark, who had walked over and heard the exchange, cut in. "Quite quickly," he said. "We can jointly propose to remove Captain Ford from his post and then support Captain Johnson as the new acting director. Once that has happened, we'll be able to convict Carl Moore of all his crimes." Johnson frowned. "I don't think that's a good idea," he said. "Although Morris has done something misguided, it was Miss Smith who deceived him after all." Mark rolled his eyes. "Morris has indeed become misguided," he said. "But he's been like that for years, especially where Miss Smith is concerned. He's always been firm and impartial, but all that changes when she gets one of her ideas. All I did was interrogate Carl recently, and he actually had me locked up." Mark and Jansen were close friends. They had often eaten at Terry's house, where Mark had enjoyed both the good food and the wisdom that Terry had imparted to him over the years. Terry's death had upset him, and it showed in his words. "A lot of people in the department agree with you, Captain Johnson," he added. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." With that, he walked off. As Jansen watched him leave, he felt another rush of tears. He bit his lip in an attempt to stop them. The following day, the inspection unit arrived at the Special Cases Department, planning to investigate the incident concerning Terry. They were expecting it to be a short investigation, and they even planned to announce their results that same day. They decided to hold the investigation in the form of a conference. Such was the clamor amongst the department staff to be involved. Everyone was keen to learn what would happen to Morris after he had gone against everyone's advice and protected Carl. Captain Johnson relaxed, convinced that there wouldn't be any nasty surprises as the day unfolded. Carl's case was common knowledge throughout the Special Cases Department. Virtually everyone knew about him, and almost everyone had a strong opinion about what had happened. Of course, that had been Captain Johnson's plan all along. Morris was powerful and had accumulated a lot of connections over the years. After the incident, many people had spoken up for him and put pressure on the inspection unit. The unit had originally planned to release Morris early, but with Terry's death, along with Captain Johnson's actions, it was no longer appropriate for that to happen. After all, if they were to let him go now, it would probably upset the entire department. The large conference room in the headquarters of the Special Cases Department could accommodate over 100 people, which was fortunate because everyone who worked in the department wanted to be there. Morris had broken the law and had helped Nora Smith give old Terry the gene serum. The investigation was inevitably going to be contentious. The inspection unit did not know how to discipline him should the outcome of the inquiry not go in his favor. The packed conference room was divided into two factions: those who were loyal to Morris and had worked for him for many years, and those who were led by Mark. Morris's supporters were convinced that he had acted the way he had to save people, and that sometimes rules needed to be broken for the purpose of saving lives. Mark, on the other hand, was very indignant. He complained that Morris hadn't allowed him to interrogate Carl, and that he had wasted a great deal of time before he had even arrested Carl. A lively debate was going on in the conference room, even before the official inquiry had started.
"We don't even know what gene serums really are," said one of Mark's supporters. "They're nothing but poison. How many more of our colleagues must we sacrifice in the fight against the mysterious organization that makes it? I can't believe that Captain Ford allowed it to be used on one of our own."
"But Captain Ford did it to save people," said one of Morris's supporters in return.
"But old Terry is dead. The facts have proven that we were right," countered Mark's supporter. "Captain Ford's too extreme. The Special Cases Department has become a vehicle for his own personal gain. Also, why has a trial against Carl Moore been delayed? All the evidence is in place."
As the debate started to become hostile, a fight was prevented by the noise of the main door opening. In walked Morris, accompanied by a member of the inspection unit. His entrance silenced the entire room. Everyone stared at him. Having been detained for 2 days, a black shadow had grown on his chin, aging him drastically. His gaze swept across the room, silencing even his most ardent opponents. He took a seat on the stage between two members of the inspection unit. Captain Johnson sat beside them. One of the inspectors stood up and opened the proceedings.
"Now, we all know that the Special Cases Department is divided into two factions regarding Captain Morris's actions," he said. "One half thinks that Captain Ford has been negligent in his work, and, as long as he apologizes to Jansen, the matter will be over. The other half thinks that Captain Ford has used illegal drugs sanctioned by the Special Cases Department to recklessly and seriously violate the law. They also believe that he should be suspended from his post pending further investigation. Does anyone have any comment to make?"
A sea of voices spoke up. The noise in the room was deafening as everyone shouted, trying to make themselves heard. Johnson stood up. He thumped his glass of water on the table a couple of times to silence the shouting crowd.
"Quiet, please," he ordered. "I was the one who brought Morris into this industry," he said. "I find it very hard to stand here now that I have to judge him. But there's nothing I can do. He has done something wrong and made an extremely bad error in judgment. If anyone gets hurt in the future, will he break the law and use the gene serum again? We have to firmly put an end to such things. Therefore, in this situation, I suggest reducing the punishment for Morris. A dismissal is too serious. I suggest that we demote him 2 ranks and deduct his salary for 3 months. Any objections?" The room was completely silent. Even Morris's supporters were surprised at how lenient Johnson was being. Those who still respected him but felt he needed disciplining in some way, shape, or form looked at one another and nodded. It seemed like a reasonable response. For a moment, it looked like Captain Johnson had received the approval of almost everyone. It was Mark who stood up. "Captain Ford has indeed worked hard," he said. "I think it's unfair for him to be dismissed. I'd hate to see him go. I think that Captain Johnson has offered Morris a fair package. If he starts from the bottom again, I believe Captain Ford has the experience to climb the ranks again quickly." "Yes," murmured several people. Johnson smiled. His plan was working. Morris had too many connections to be dismissed outright. Johnson hoped that he would resign rather than suffer the humiliation of demotion. Either way, he was guaranteed to become the new head of the department. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, the people from the inspection unit then looked at Morris. "Captain Ford, do you have any objections to this?" With that, everyone looked at Morris. He looked down at his hands for a moment. Then he looked up again and said, "Yes." Everyone in the room looked at him in surprise. They were convinced that he would be happy with such lenient treatment under the circumstances. Captain Johnson frowned. "Morris, this punishment is very light. You knew the rules, and yet you still violated them. You have to pay the price." "You're right," said Morris, looking him straight in the eye. He stood up. "It's very hard to cover up when you've done something wrong. But what about murder? Compared to my mistake, isn't your mistake more serious?" Johnson looked at him closely. "What are you trying to say, Morris?" he asked, a sense of panic rising through his body. He struggled to keep his voice under control. "That I killed someone? Is that what Carl Moore told you? Do you really trust his word more than mine?" "Yes," said Morris clearly. His eyes never left Johnson's face. "Not only do I have evidence, but I also have a witness." He looked toward the door and shouted, "Come in." The door opened slowly. In walked Nora, and she was pushing a wheelchair. She looked tired, not that anyone was looking at her. Everyone's attention was on the occupant of the wheelchair. It was old Terry. A silence descended on the conference room. Shock could be seen on every single face, except for Morris's. Captain Johnson stared at Terry in utter horror. Panic was beginning to overwhelm him. He couldn't believe that the man he had drugged wasn't in the hospital mortuary. He felt as if he were looking at a demon who had climbed out of hell and come back to haunt him. Jansen looked at his father in disbelief. How could a dead man be alive and well and sitting in a wheelchair in a conference room full of people? "Dad?" asked Jansen, his voice shaking. "Is it really you?" He stood up and walked toward him. Half of old Terry's head was wrapped in gauze. The other half was swollen dreadfully. He looked tired. "Yes, it is me," he said slowly, his voice hoarse. "I'm not dead." People began to stand up for a better view of Terry. A ripple of voices could be heard as people asked their neighbors if they believed what they were seeing. Morris could hear several people asking the same question. "Is it really Terry?" they were asking. "The gene serum restored my brain cells," whispered Terry, too ill to say much more. Captain Johnson looked down. His hands were shaking. He had watched Terry die with his own eyes. Had the gene serum countered the poison he had injected? Never before had one of his meticulous plans failed. "Terry, I can't believe you're still alive," shouted Mark, genuinely pleased to see that Terry was still alive. He rushed over to him and hugged him. "Who shot you?" he asked. "Tell everyone." Too excited, Mark didn't give him a chance to reply. "Carl has been arrested, but he isn't saying anything. Morris thinks that it was Captain Johnson. Now you're awake. Can you tell us?" he asked, shooting a filthy stare in Morris's direction. Terry opened his mouth to reply, but Mark cut him off again. "Captain Ford, if old Terry testifies, we can use it as evidence, can't we? Will his evidence be enough to punish Carl?"
"Yes, it is," said a voice in the crowd.
"Quiet," said Morris firmly. "Let the man speak."
The room went quiet again. Everyone looked at old Terry.
"Terry, can you tell us?" asked Mark again. "Did Carl frame Captain Johnson? Did Captain Ford believe Carl? Only you can clear Captain Johnson's name."
Johnson began to sink in his seat. His face was pale and his palms were sweating. He was sure that his game was up. Old Terry coughed uncomfortably and wiped his mouth.
"Captain Johnson," he wheezed. "I woke up yesterday and spent the whole day wondering why you shot me."
The room filled with the sound of people gasping in surprise. One by one, people turned their gaze away from Terry and toward Johnson. Jansen was the first to react.
"Captain Johnson, why did you shoot my father? You? Why?"
His voice was shaking with emotion. Captain Johnson narrowed his eyes.
"Old Terry, are you confused?" he asked. "I think you're still under the influence of all the drugs the doctors have given you. Why would I try and kill you?"
Like spectators at a tennis match, everyone's heads turned to look at Terry again, waiting for his reply. The staff who worked in the Special Cases Department were all very passionate. They had seen countless colleagues sacrifice their lives in the line of duty. They even considered their fellow workers as family. More importantly, they all considered Captain Johnson as their role model. They all aspired to be like him. He was the one they turned to for comfort when one of their number died. If Terry's words were true, who would they turn to? Who could they trust? They all looked at one another in disbelief. As they began to whisper to each other, some of Johnson's more loyal supporters decided to stand up for him. It appeared that they trusted him more than they trusted Terry.
"Terry, are you sure?"
asked Mark in utter disbelief. Old Terry sighed. He looked at Johnson.
"I understand now," he said, his voice laboring. "Back then, Carl was my informant. When I retired, I transferred him to you. At the time, I wasn't in good health. I stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. Before I retired, I gave you his contact details and asked you to tell him that I'd retired him from undercover duty. You didn't tell him, did you?"
Captain Johnson pursed his lips.
"Old Terry, I don't know what you're talking about," he said. He laughed nervously.
Old Terry sighed again.
"You do know that I have evidence that he's an undercover agent, don't you?"
His voice was almost a whisper.
"Johnson, I've never doubted you. Over the years, you've used the intelligence he provided to solve many cases. Did you know that's how you got from being a lowly beat cop to where you are today? How could you treat him like this? The reason you tried to kill me and frame him was because of that charity fund, wasn't it?"
Johnson sighed. As soon as Terry's words were out, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore.
"Your son is overseas," said Terry, his voice a little stronger. "He bought a sports car and a house worth $5 million. Where did that money come from?"
How would I know?" Johnson stammered. He began to babble as his panic began to overwhelm him.
"He didn't buy a sports car at all. What nonsense are you talking about?"
Old Terry's voice may have been hoarse, but his words were sharp.
"We've got records of all his spending. I can get the bank to send them over right now. The money your son spent on a car and a house came from the charity foundation, didn't it?"
You," Johnson shouted, jumping up. He was so upset he couldn't even speak. "Back then, when you contacted Carl with the information I gave you, you didn't reveal your identity," continued Terry. "He thought that you were me, so he told you that he wanted to set up a charity in New York. When he talked about the amounts of money involved, you got greedy. You pretended to be me because Carl only trusted me. You took all the money and put it in your own pocket. We've already investigated your bank accounts." He paused, looking him straight in the eye. "You can't deny it." Johnson sat down again, defeated. He knew that no amount of lying would get him out of this mess.
"A confession will reduce the amount of time you serve,"
said Morris, looking at Johnson in mock sympathy.
"Even if I confess,"
said Johnson, looking at him defiantly, "you can't escape from what you did with the gene serum." Captain Johnson hated Morris to the core. He was ashamed to face old Terry. After all, he was the one who had shot him. Carl had inadvertently given Captain Johnson a lot of money over the years. Captain Johnson had feared his identity would be exposed when he learned that the Special Cases Department had captured Carl. He had feared that his actions would be found out and that the department would investigate the fund. As a result, Captain Johnson had helped Carl escape because he wanted him out of New York before he found out what Johnson had done. Instead, Carl had attended his daughter's wedding. Realizing he couldn't control the man, Captain Johnson ordered a sniper to kill him. But the sniper never had a clear shot. When he did fire, Nora had pushed him out of the way of the bullet. After giving Tanya away, Carl had surrendered and was then arrested. Captain Johnson's plan had fallen apart. If Morris hadn't been so persistent, Captain Johnson could have arrested Carl himself, after old Terry had died, or gotten someone to kill him. The matter could have been resolved at that point, but Morris was too protective of Carl. Then Miss Smith, the little busybody, had perfected the gene serum and saved old Terry's life. Captain Johnson knew that he had been exposed and that it was all their fault. There was nothing else he could do to save his skin. He shouted angrily, "And you, Nora, I asked you to join the Special Cases Department to catch the people in the mysterious organization, not to develop the gene serum. But what have you done? Do you think you're so much better than me? I just wanted the money, but you're conspiring with the mysterious organization. You're just as bad as they are." Morris looked at him and sighed deeply. "Captain Johnson, what we're talking about now is a murder charge." Captain Johnson laughed and said, "It's not murder, it's attempted murder. But your crimes are even worse. I want to ask you something. If the gene serum can treat illnesses, save lives, and even bring people back to life, why have we targeted the mysterious organization for all these years? After all, the research they've done is beneficial to humanity." He turned to look at old Terry. "And you, don't look at me like I'm stupid. Is it wrong for me to want to be rich? Why shouldn't my son live in a mansion and drive an expensive car? Most of the people in these wealthy families haven't worked a day in their lives, but have everything they want. But I've risked my life for the likes of them for years. And what do I get? I'll tell you what I get. A lousy paycheck at the end of the month." He looked around. "Our lives are a joke. The drug developed by the mysterious organization saves lives, but we've been trying to catch the people involved and put them behind bars for years. Why should the organization be outlawed?" Someone said, "Captain Johnson, are you confessing your crimes?" Captain Johnson narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I confess to attempted murder. But what about Morris? I strongly urge for an investigation into his actions. He's playing games with the Special Cases Department. He pretends to be loyal but then cozies up to that mysterious organization." As soon as Captain Johnson finished speaking, old Terry laughed softly. The laughter was clear and no longer as hoarse as before. Everyone, including Captain Johnson, looked at old Terry in surprise. Old Terry pulled at the skin of his chin, tearing off a piece to reveal Brenda's face. The room fell silent. Brenda tore off the rest of the mask and removed the wig she had been wearing. She shook her head and her hair tumbled down her back. Captain Johnson looked on in disbelief. Brenda stared at him. She said, "Captain Johnson, I'm sorry to inform you that old Terry is dead. You'll be charged with murder." Captain Johnson's eyes widened. He took a step back, looked at Brenda, and then turned to Morris and Nora. The blood drained from his face as he realized what they had done. "I've been set up. They had nothing on me," he thought in anguish. The transfer record had been forged so well that no one had noticed, and he had left no evidence after murdering old Terry. Morris didn't have any evidence to prove Carl's innocence. After all, he had a motive to kill old Terry, and he was the only one who could testify to the truth. But old Terry had been dying and unable to talk. The gene serum wasn't so effective after all. Yes, it had healed old Terry's injuries, that was a miracle, but it couldn't bring him back from the dead. Captain Johnson had witnessed how the gene serum had helped to mend old Terry's injuries. He knew nothing else could have done that, so when old Terry appeared, he believed something had gone wrong with the deadly injection he had given the old man, and he had actually lived. Lastly, Captain Johnson had forgotten that Brenda was an expert in disguise. As Captain Johnson brooded over what had happened, an officer from the inspection unit said, "Captain Johnson, you've admitted to killing old Terry. The motive and evidence are clear. Do you have anything to say?" Captain Johnson knew he couldn't say anything in his defense, and that his jail sentence would be lengthy. But he had one last opportunity to damage Morris and Nora's professional reputation. His face red with anger, he growled, "These two people have violated the rules of the Special Cases Department and used the gene serum to treat Quentin without permission. They've abused their authority." Nora yawned heavily, which made Captain Johnson even angrier. She said casually, "Gene serum? Are you talking about this?" She picked up a metal box and opened it. There were rows of transparent glass bottles inside. "These are just vitamins." Nora was always highly focused on her work, often working 2 or 3 days in a row without sleeping. After that, she would curl up in bed and sleep almost as long, sometimes even longer. But that could be dangerous, as Nora suffered from hypoglycemia. So, she had made a vitamin solution that Lily would inject into her as she slept. Captain Johnson was stunned. How is this possible?" Nora rubbed her eyes. She was tired from lack of sleep and felt short-tempered. She spoke impatiently. "The inspection unit collected the needles and syringes I used on old Terry. They've checked the composition and confirmed it's a vitamin solution. Why do you think Captain Ford and I were released?" As for the drug used to treat Quentin, the gene serum Nora had pretended to inject was all a cover to fool Jansen into convincing Captain Johnson to let them proceed. The drug used to treat Quentin was administered later. It was named the bone adhesion balm. It had taken Nora 3 sleepless days and nights to synthesize the drug. She had learned the process from Dr. Zabe's books. The balm was a success, and Quentin had been able to stand up. However, it took some time for the drug to work, and he'd had to force himself to walk in front of Captain Johnson because his bones weren't fully healed. It had been 3 months since he had been injured, and there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered. As for old Terry, there had never been a way to save him. He had died the same day as he had been shot. However, Nora had chosen to keep that secret until the perfect moment. That moment now finally arrived. She had revealed the truth, and Captain Johnson was arrested by the inspection unit. What awaited him next was a trial and a lengthy jail sentence. Jansen now knew that his father had truly passed away, and he started crying. Mark and the others felt as if their worlds had collapsed. Everyone was emotional and trying to come to terms with what had happened when Ruth rushed into the room. Her arm was still wrapped in bandages, and her face was filled with fear. She said, "Officers, I need to tell you something important." The officers from the inspection unit and the Special Cases Department looked at her. Ruth continued, "Captain Johnson had asked me to develop a plan to interrogate Carl. I found it very strange at the time, so I kept delaying the matter. Now I understand. Fortunately, I trusted Captain Ford. When I went to Captain Johnson's room to find some information, I saw that his computer was switched on. He'd logged onto an external network. I checked his records and found that he'd posted a message on a foreign underworld forum. He posted that Nora had a gene serum, and he was trying to attract overseas organizations to bid for it. I think the reason he did that was also to stop old Terry's treatment." Ruth's findings needed to be investigated. If what she said was true, Captain Johnson had been prepared to kill for money. It was clear that he had connections with the foreign underworld. Was Captain Johnson a spy as well as a murderer? An officer from the inspection unit said, "Ruth, the information you've given is critical. The matter will be thoroughly investigated. If anyone else produces information, please contact us immediately." Ruth slowly shook her head. "Although I grew up overseas, since I moved to New York, I've always considered it my home. I was so happy and proud when Captain Johnson recommended me for the Special Cases Department. I've always had so much respect for him. I can still hardly believe what he's done." The people from the inspection unit comforted her. "It's okay. This had nothing to do with you." Ruth sighed. "I know, but Captain Johnson recommended me to the Special Cases Department. This is all so upsetting." "The Special Cases Department needs talented people like you, and you've done a good job by reporting Captain Johnson," said one of the officers. Ruth heaved a sigh of relief. She had been recommended by Captain Johnson and was worried that she would be thrown out of the department. She looked at Morris and said, "Captain Ford, Black Cat and I have planned the interrogation methods for the prisoners from the mysterious organization. I guarantee that they'll all talk." Morris stared at Ruth. Although she had always been against Nora in the past, she had never done anything against his principles. She knew he cared about doing things correctly. Moreover, Captain Johnson had just been arrested. If Morris dealt with Ruth, he would leave the wrong impression on the others in the Special Cases Department, making them feel uneasy. At the thought of this, he replied, "Well, do what you need to do, but don't spend too much time on them." "Yes, sir." Morris wanted to speak to Nora, but when he looked over, he saw her walking out with Brenda. Nora was so tired that she just wanted to go home and sleep. But she wanted to ask Brenda some questions. "Your disguise and acting were excellent, very realistic." Brenda replied, "Thank you. Over the years, I've perfected my disguises and acting skills." Nora was curious. "Can you impersonate anyone?" "No, it would be a challenge to impersonate you. Your head is smaller than mine. If it were the same size, I would make a mask. That would be the hardest thing to do. And then I'd make a wig. A few other minor things and the job would be done, just the same as I did before." Nora smiled and nodded. The two of them walked along chatting. They saw Justin standing in the parking lot as they left the building. His tall and slender figure was noticeable at a glance. He was leaning against the car with his legs crossed. He saw them and walked over to meet them. Brenda clicked her tongue twice and said, "Justin, you were married to your job in the past. Now that you and Nora are engaged, have you thrown your job away into some cold corner?" Justin ignored her. Instead, he opened the car door and said to Nora,
"Let's go home. You need to catch up on your sleep."
Nora nodded and got into the car. Justin walked to the other side and was about to get into the car when Ruth came running out of the Special Cases Department. When she saw him, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. "Mr. Hunt, I really have something to tell you." Ruth shouted, "It's about the child. You'll regret it if you don't listen to me." Justin ignored her and got into the car.
"About the child?"
Justin thought in confusion. He turned his head and stared at Ruth. He had nothing to say to her. He started the car and drove off. Ruth chased after him. She shouted, "Stop, Mr. Hunt, please stop." Lawrence had heard the commotion and ran after Ruth. When he had caught up, he grabbed her arm and stopped her. Panting for breath, he said, "Miss Ruth, let's talk." Ruth was angry and pulled her arm from his grasp. "I really have something important to discuss with Mr. Hunt. It's about the child, his son." Lawrence lowered his gaze. "What's wrong with Pete? Tell me first." She replied in a slow, firm voice, "No. I must discuss this with Mr. Hunt face to face. I won't say anything until I see him." Lawrence shook his head. "This trick again? Are you going to ask him out on a date when you see him? Miss Ruth, I've seen you do this 1,000,000 times. Mr. Hunt is engaged to Miss Smith. They're in love with each other. Don't you understand? Why do you insist on embarrassing yourself?" Lawrence got into his car and drove away. Ruth was left alone. Her face was red with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. She clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath to calm herself. "Just wait and see. Eventually, I'll expose the woman you love and watch her fall from grace," she thought. Nora had gone to sleep on the large back seat of the car. Justin's driving was so smooth that she never felt a jolt as he drove back to the Smith manor. But before arriving, she sat up as if something had startled her. Her face was pale and listless. She squinted her eyes and said, "Did we forget something?" Justin looked puzzled. "Not as far as I know. Go to sleep. You need to rest." Justin's words reassured her. "I don't know what I was thinking. It was probably nothing," she thought. She lay down and fell into a deep sleep. About the same time Justin and Nora had gotten back home, Carl was released from the Special Cases Department. Jansen had gone to settle old Terry's funeral matters, so Mark was there to represent him. The moment Carl came out, Mark stood straight and saluted. An undercover colleague was someone to be respected and admired. However, because of Captain Johnson's orders, he had humiliated Carl several times over the past few days. Mark knew his actions had been wrong. "Sir, please accept my sincere apologies for my treatment of you." Many young officers at the Special Cases Department were hot-blooded and out to prove a point, but some could also admit their mistakes. They knew they couldn't always be correct. Carl looked at him and faintly smiled as he thought back to when he was a young officer, ready to take on the world. He patted Mark's shoulder and said, "You followed orders from a superior officer. I would have done the same. Your views or thoughts don't matter. You must have complete faith in your fellow officers and never doubt them. Just as I never doubted old Terry all these years," Carl thought. Mark sighed. "But look at what Captain Johnson turned out to be like. Can we trust everyone in the department?" Carl replied firmly, "Yes. Unfortunately, there are always exceptions. But those willing to give up everything for the people deserve respect." They couldn't let the Special Cases Department officers have a trust crisis because of Captain Johnson. Mark nodded as he thought about Carl's words. At that moment, Morris walked into the room holding a uniform. He marched smartly toward Carl and stood in front of him. He saluted and handed Carl the uniform.
Welcome home, Carl.
Carl's eyes welled up. He slowly took the uniform with trembling hands and returned Morris's salute. He then turned and walked out. Along the way, officers from the Special Cases Department saluted Carl one after another as he walked past them. With everyone's attention on him, he walked out proudly. He thought Nora would be there to greet him. He sighed.
Where's Nora? I thought she was going to take me home. Do I have to get a taxi instead?
Morris hurried over.
Of course not, Carl. I'll arrange a car from the Special Cases Department to take you home.
After reaching the Smith Manor, Justin picked up Nora, who was in a deep sleep, and took her inside. Everything seemed to be working out. Austin had never showed up, and Ian appeared to finally approve of Justin. Justin went upstairs and gently tucked Nora into her bed. Then he heard a commotion downstairs. He left Nora to sleep and went to the top of the stairs and looked down. Sue Smith was standing there, berating Tanya once again. "Tanya, your father murdered 2 people, including a policeman," she was shouting. Tanya rolled her eyes and ignored her. Sue spoke again as if she was about to walk upstairs. "Unfortunately, you're now part of our family. Aren't you embarrassed that your father is a murderer? Joel, don't you think I should be the one to represent the Smith family?" Several people wanted to curry favor with the Smiths to do business. Sue was using Tanya's poor reputation to strengthen her own position. As someone representing the family, Sue knew she would be given gifts and money. Joel, who was sitting beside Tanya, gazed at Sue with cold eyes.
"I won't trouble you with that kind of thing."
"How is it trouble? I'm also a member of the Smiths. Besides, Tanya's history is well known. She's not suitable to appear in public, let alone represent the family. It's my responsibility. Don't you agree?" Just as Sue finished speaking, a police car skidded to a halt outside the villa. The Smith Manor lay some distance away from the security gates. When the police car stopped, the guard popped his head out of the guardhouse window and said,
"Are you here to arrest someone?"
"No," a voice replied. "We just want to speak to someone. It's nothing serious." The guard opened the gates. The butler saw the police car pull up outside the manor door. He was puzzled. He tapped on the window, intending to ask why the police were there. The car window lowered to reveal Carl's face. He asked, "Is Tanya at home?" The butler was taken aback.
"Mrs. Smith has been home all along. Mr. Moore, have you hijacked a police car?"
Carl grinned. He patted the steering wheel and asked,
"Isn't this car cool?"
The butler was lost for words. Carl got out of the car.
"I'm here to see my daughter,"
he exclaimed. The butler swallowed hard and opened the door. Tanya sat quietly in the living room. Joel looked sternly at Sue and said,
"Grandaunt Sue, I don't have a problem with my wife's background, and neither should you."
Sue looked arrogantly at him. "You don't have to glorify her anymore. All of New York knows that her father is a murderer. Tanya is not invited to any events in the New York circle, now or in the future. If you don't believe me, then why don't you go out and have a look yourself? Think of all the invitations the Smiths received when Yvonne was still around. Who is going to send the Smiths any invitations now?" She went on, "It's not just Tanya. Even Nora's reputation is dubious. What's a good-looking woman like her doing being a forensic doctor? Doesn't she find it crass dealing with dead bodies every day? Many people think the same, which is why they no longer send invitations to Nora. Look at the Smiths now. How many presentable women are there? Besides, I'm here because of a big real estate project I have planned." Joel narrowed his eyes and looked at Sue. She said, "There isn't any land available for purchase in New York at present. The real estate business is gradually failing. The part of our family's business involved with real estate hasn't produced any profits this year. But I dare say my project will be the most profitable, in the real estate industry. And Joel understood what project Sue was talking about. He cut her off and said, "The family closely examined the potential of the real estate industry. It isn't doing well, and there are no signs of improvement. It was a wise choice that we pulled out when we did." Joel didn't give Sue a chance to reply. He stood up, took hold of her arm, and tried to lead her toward the front door. "Grandaunt, we have a lot to do. Why don't you go home for now?" Tanya watched the two of them. Joel had always been a wily fox. He would stay calm and composed even if he was unhappy about something. He would never let his enemies think they'd gotten the better of him, and he would strike when they were least expecting it. "Joel, don't try and drag me away," Sue said. "I'm here to talk about the project today for the sake of helping the family make a profit. Will you deprive the family of such huge profits to protect your wife?" Sue glared at Tanya and asked, "Do you know, all the companies are bidding for a big New York project. The Smiths could easily have won, but couldn't bid for it because of you." Tanya frowned and turned to Joel. His voice was stern as he said, "Grandaunt, don't force me into taking action against you." Sue lifted her chin and said, "Do what you feel you must, but before you do, I must make something clear." She looked straight at Tanya and said, "There's a huge project to build a courthouse on a plot of land in the suburbs. And since the building is so important and the plans are confidential, everyone connected with the project mustn't have a criminal record. The Smiths have never fallen foul of the law before, despite being in business for all these years, but we now have a daughter-in-law with a murderer for a father. You've utterly ruined the Smiths' reputation. We can't bid on the project because of you." Tanya lowered her head. Joel shouted, "Where's the housekeeper?" Lucy entered the room and replied, "I'm here." Without looking at Lucy, Joel growled, "Grandaunt Sue is leaving now. Please show her out." "Yes, sir." Lucy took a step forward as she spoke, grabbed Sue's hand, and started dragging her toward the door. Sue laughed. "Joel, do you think this problem will suddenly disappear if you drive me out and stop me from talking? Even if I don't say a word, you must realize we couldn't even put in a bid for the project because of her father. This family has done everything by the book all these years, but we have embarrassed ourselves this time. All the other companies are laughing at us. Are you still going to defend your wife?" Sue had been economical with the truth. Building the courthouse would only show a small profit. However, the reputation of the company winning the contract would be significantly enhanced. That would mean more projects and bigger profits in the future. It was embarrassing for the Smith Corporation that its construction team hadn't been allowed to bid on the courthouse project, and word had spread to its rivals. "Even if we could bid, it doesn't mean we'd be successful," Joel argued. "How can you blame it all on Tanya?" Sue laughed. "All the companies out there are saying the Smiths have utterly embarrassed themselves, yet you are still defending her. I told you I came here with a project. If you let me be the matriarch, I can convince the Department of Housing and Urban Development to give us a chance to participate in the bidding. Whether we make money or not doesn't matter. What matters is earning back the reputation we've lost." Joel frowned. He was about to speak when he heard the sound of a car entering the driveway. They looked out to see that it was a police car. Sue's eyes lit up. She pointed at Tanya and said excitedly, "Hear that? The police are here again. Are they here to arrest you, Tanya?" A rough-sounding voice exclaimed, "Who dares to arrest my daughter?" A police officer strode into the room. It was Carl. A shudder went through Sue when she heard Carl's voice. She turned to look at him. The uniform made him look imposing. She remembered being controlled by him and the fear she had felt. Her legs turned to jelly. As Carl entered, he grinned at Tanya and said, "I'm back." Tanya's eyes welled up with tears. Joel put his arm around her shoulders. After greeting his daughter, Carl looked at Sue. Upon recognizing her, he frowned and said with displeasure, "You again." Sue swallowed hard. "No, it's not me," she exclaimed. What does she mean? Carl thought. Sue was terrified and wanted to get away from Carl. Her voice quivered as she said to Tanya and Joel, I have something to do, so I'll be going now." She hurried out. When she saw the police car parked at the door, she tripped and nearly fell. She walked briskly to her car, got in, and immediately told the chauffeur to drive home as fast as possible. When they reached the gates, they saw the butler giving orders to the staff. "Quick, close the gates. If anyone comes and asks about Mr. Joel's in-laws, just tell them that you don't know anything." "Yes, sir." The butler sighed. "He even has the guts to steal a police car. Surely Mr. Moore didn't break out of prison again." Sue urged the chauffeur to drive faster. He put his foot firmly on the gas pedal, and the car sped away. When she got home, Sue entered the main room and sat down on a couch to catch her breath. She thought about what had just happened and felt even more afraid. She told Samuel, "People like Carl Moore are evil and kill without giving it a second thought. Do you think he'll come after me?" Despite his wife's concerns, Samuel appeared surprisingly calm. He replied, "I know that family well. Although they seem cold and ruthless, they are honest. They won't do anything if you don't provoke them." Of all the family, Samuel only disliked Ian. That was why he always went against him. However, he had never harbored any ill thoughts toward the other Smiths. Sue said, "But I've already made a deal with the other party. I've agreed to pay a sum of money to them. In return, the Smiths will be allowed to bid for the project. That way, I would also become the family's matriarch. In the future, we'll have opportunities to secure other projects and make a lot of money." Samuel looked at her disdainfully. "The matriarch of the Smiths. Don't kid yourself. Ian is powerful and has the family tightly in his grasp. His word is absolute. Joel was mentored by him. And do you think he'll ever make you the matriarch of the Smiths? You don't have a chance." Sue felt upset by Samuel's lack of support and how he spoke to her. "You talk and act like such a loser sometimes. Haven't you ever thought of improving our family's reputation?" She paced back and forth and thought. "No, this won't do," she said after a minute. "I'm reporting this to the police." Samuel was surprised. "What for?" "I'm a good, law-abiding citizen," she replied. "Now that Carl has broken out of the jail again, I must inform the police. I'm afraid that he'll come over in the night and murder me. I need protection." Before Samuel could answer, Sue had left, got into the car, and went straight to the nearest police station. When she entered, she immediately said in a loud voice, "Officer, I need to report that a murderer has broken out of jail and is now hiding at the Smith Manor." Carl had only heard a little of what Sue had said before she left. He asked Joel, "What project was she talking about? I can talk to them if it would help." He enjoyed his new stature as a well-respected officer in the Special Cases Department. He was sure Morris would agree if he asked him for permission to give the relevant departments a heads up. Joel smiled and replied, "No, it's fine. You've just returned. Why don't you have a relaxing bath and rest instead?" The fact that Carl had been reinstated proved that Nora had been correct. The obstacle in the way of the Smiths would go away even without him speaking with the relevant authorities. Upon hearing what Joel had said, Carl sniffed himself. Then he scratched his head and looked at Tanya. "Do I smell? I've been taking baths every day in the Special Cases Department." As he spoke, he even stretched his arm toward Tanya so that she could take a sniff as well. She laughed and pushed his arm away. "No, that's gross." Carl grinned. "Okay, suit yourself." She looked at her dad adoringly. There are dumplings in the kitchen. Would you like some? Carl's eyes lit up.
Yes, please.
Tanya walked to the kitchen straight away. A staff member in the kitchen asked, "What do you need, Mom? Can I get something for you?" "No, it's fine, thank you," replied Tanya. Then she removed the frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and put them in a cooking pot. Carl entered the kitchen and stood next to Tanya. The staff member smiled at him and said, "Mrs. Smith made these dumplings herself. She didn't let us help at all." Carl chuckled to himself.
She's only put some ready-made dumplings into a cooking pot, he thought.
Ian walked downstairs and entered the kitchen. He had healed enough that he no longer needed the wheelchair and could walk with crutches, and his recovery was going well. When he saw Carl, he huffily asked,
"Old man, why are you in my house again?"
Carl craned his neck and replied,
"I don't have a house in New York, so Tanya's home is my home as well."
When Tanya saw Ian, she asked, "Dad, would you also like a plate of dumplings?" Since Joel had started calling Ian Dad, Tanya had also changed her term of address for him. Carl was annoyed and jealous.
"Tanya, why are you calling him Dad? I'm your dad."
Ian lowered his head and tried to stifle a smile. He said,
"Yes, I'd love a plate of dumplings, thanks."
Ian wasn't hungry, but just to annoy Carl, he would have a plate of dumplings no matter what. Carl abruptly said,
"My daughter made them for me. You're not allowed to eat any."
Ian leaned on the crutches and scowled at Carl.
"This is my house. Get out of here."
While the two continued to argue, a group of police officers swarmed in through the doorway. There were 10 of them, all wearing bulletproof vests. They surrounded the living room. Ian was fuming. He shouted,
"What the hell is going on?"
The butler ran into the room. He was soaked in sweat and panting.
"Sir, I tried to reason with them, but they refused to listen."
Sue then strode in. She raised her chin in defiance, pointed at Carl, and shouted, "Officer, that's him. He's a murderer. He escaped from prison and stole your car." Carl was calmly staring down at the bowl of paella that Tanya had prepared for him when the policeman came rushing in and surrounded the table. The lead officer at the front warily asked him,
"Who are you?"
Carl set down his spoon, straightened his highly decorated uniform, and replied,
"One of you, of course."
Sue stomped her feet and commanded, "Don't believe him, officer. His criminal acts have been all over the news recently. Quick, you must arrest him. He escaped once before to attend his daughter's wedding, and now he's gotten out again." Social media being what it is, someone had captured Carl's escape using their cell phone's camera. Images of him attending Tanya's wedding were posted all over social media, making him the talk of the town in New York and around the world. The police officers had definitely heard about the incident. They stared at Carl in surprise. He pushed back his half-empty bowl of paella, sighed and reached into his pocket, causing the officers to tense up, tightly clutching their weapons. Carl held his hands up.
"Easy, everybody. Just relax. I'm only getting my ID."
The lead officer suggested,
"Why don't I get it for you?"
The officer reached into Carl's front shirt pocket to pull out the wallet containing his photo ID. The man flipped it open and immediately saw the badge with the number on it. On his phone, he opened up the security app and keyed in the information. Carl's profile and picture popped up at once with the words, "Undercover for 25 years." He didn't read further. He was filled with awe and respect. Sue, sensing she was losing the battle, called out to Tanya on the other side of the kitchen. "Tanya, why are you just standing there? You should be persuading your father to surrender. Otherwise, you will be dragging the Smiths down into this quagmire. I never thought that you could be so selfish. But I guess now that you have become known as a murderer's daughter, your morals have flown out the window. It will be very difficult for you to fit in socially with the rest of New York if you intend on breaking the law to harbor a known criminal. Even if you insist on helping your father, How can you possibly drag the Smith name along with you? Suddenly, Sue could see the lead policeman's body language change. He stood straight up and actually saluted Carl. She was dumbfounded. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he gave the other members of the SWAT team a signal and shouted for them to stand down. Immediately, they all stood straight and holstered their weapons. The leading officer walked up to Carl and respectfully returned his ID. "Thank you for your hard work." He clicked his heels and bowed as Sue's jaw dropped. Carl nodded, all in a line of duty. He grinned at Sue as he put away his credentials. As the team was about to turn and leave, Carl smirked and suggested, "There is an expense when the SWAT team is called out to respond like this, right?" "Oh, of course." Staring pointedly at Sue, Carl continued, "I mean, you can't just respond to a call for free, correct? May I suggest that you take this woman and book her for filing a false police report? And perhaps you can bill her for your time and effort, just to teach her a lesson." "Yes, sir." And when the head officer saluted him again, Sue knew she was in big trouble. As a retiree of the Special Cases Department, Carl had been highly decorated, receiving several medals for all of the contributions he had made in service. His uniform reflected these honors, with the colors and the pins, so it was clear to everyone involved that he was the highest-ranking official in the room. Upon hearing Carl's orders, the lead officer removed his cuffs from his belt and immediately snapped them onto Sue's wrists, while she resisted the arrest, shouting, "No, it's not true. I didn't file anything that was false. He's the criminal here. Let me go." As they pushed her out the door, she continued to lambast them. "You'll hear from my lawyers. Call my husband. He'll back me up." Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the remaining inhabitants of the kitchen could no longer hear what Sue had to say because the police officers had already taken her away. Once they had left the area, Carl stared at Ian. "Seriously? Is this the best you can do here at the Smith compound? Your security system is antiquated. Amazing how people can just randomly waltz in and out of here with a breath of concern." Angry at the insult, the butler struggled to hold his tongue. He had received news of the police officer's impending arrival, but he specifically asked Joel what he should do. Should he allow the police in or not? Because the Smith Manor was certainly no place where people could come and go as they pleased, as Carl had so thoughtlessly suggested. It was Joel who had instructed him to allow them entrance, and informed him that the Smiths' bodyguards would be instructed to let them through with no resistance. Aware of the fact that the bodyguards were told to allow the SWAT team access, Ian didn't feel that this fact was any of Carl's business, so he remained silent. Carl dragged his bowl back and began slurping up the liquid, irritating Ian no end. Carl glanced over at the old man, glaring at him, and gave an order. "Get a room ready for me." Ian gave him an icy stare. "Are you planning to take up permanent residence here?" "Of course I am." Tanya clapped her hands as Carl continued. "Now that I am employed, I will have to work in New York from here on out. I suggest that you welcome me with open arms, because if you force me to leave, I may just have to take my daughter and granddaughter with me." Rather than confronting him, Ian chose to insult him instead. There's no need to threaten me, you big bully. Simply put, I feel pity for you. It's so sad that you have nowhere else to go." Seeing the two of them bickering like an old married couple, Tanya mused to herself. Only a few hours before, she had no father, and Ian had all but given up on life. But this bantering back and forth between the two elderly men seemed to give them a zesty spark of energy. Perhaps everything would make a turn for the better. Happily, Nora only required a little over 48 hours of sleep this time, partly because she had already made up more than 30 hours of her debt in her previous round of sleep, and partly because she had to go to the hospital to visit Quentin. Although the bone adhesion balm was great, it required reapplication bi-weekly, and she wanted to personally make sure that the application of the salve was accompanied by an acupuncture treatment, or his recovery would take even longer. Stretching in her bed, she realized that both Cherry and Pete were also on her bed, taking a nap with her. She stared down at her beautiful twins. She felt relief that certain people now knew about Cherry and Pete's identities, so that Pete could cut his hair short while Cherry could grow her hair out. The two little cherubs slept with their mouths slightly open, a little drool at the corner of each of their Cupid doll lips. They truly appeared to be angels when they slept. Abruptly, Pete's eyes flew open, and although he still looked a little dazed, he quickly recovered. When he saw that his mother was awake, a sweet dimpled smile formed on the little boy's face. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. Always the thoughtful one, he offered, "Mummy, do you want me to get you a glass of water?" Nora had been asleep for an extended period of time, and even though she had been injected with nutritional fluids, her throat was still parched and dry. She replied hoarsely, "Yes, thank you." "I'll go get it now." Pete slipped off the bed at once, but just as he reached the door, Justin came through it with a glass of water and a bowl of oatmeal.
"I thought you might have woken up when I heard sounds coming from your room. I've brought you some water and Irish steel-cut oatmeal with just a drop of butter and brown sugar, just the way you like it."
Nora was pleasantly surprised. She remembered that the last 2 or 3 times she had awakened after being comatose for a day or two, she had seen these 3 beautiful, loving faces, and she felt a little touched. With the last bite of her warm, delicious breakfast, her cell phone beeped with a message from Brenda. Nora read the timestamp and could see that an earlier message had come in the day before, which she read first. "Johnson has been tried and sentenced to death. He will be executed immediately. Most of the money that Carl gave him over the years has also been recovered, but the spent portion is gone. Nothing we can do about that." The recent message read, "Are you awake?" Nora sent a thumbs up emoticon, and immediately her cell phone rang with an agitated Brenda on the other end. "Hurry over to SCD, Nora. Ruth has managed to get those people to talk after using the plans that Black Cat drew up. As it turns out, the mysterious organization does have a connection to your mother. The situation is very dangerous for you right now." Hearing this, Nora focused and said, "I'll be there in 20. After hanging up the phone, Nora stroked Pete's head as she looked at the sleeping Cherry and whispered, "Look after Cherry. Don't let her play games all day." Pete nodded seriously and replied, "Okay." Nora then got up, changed, and went out to the living area where Justin was waiting to drive her. He didn't trust that she would pay attention to the speed limits on the way over to the office. On the way over to the Special Cases Department, she remembered her last conversation with Truman and wondered if he had ever answered her question. She opened a chat app with him and found that he still hadn't answered her question, so she typed it in again. Who plotted my pregnancy? Whoever was behind plotting her pregnancy had to be capable of drugging Justin as well, so this was definitely not the average scoundrel. She stared at her cell phone, awaiting Truman's reply. She frowned with disappointment. Seeing her distress, Justin attempted to soothe her agony.
"No matter what happens, Nora, this has nothing to do with you."
Surprised, Nora stared at him. He continued,
"The previous generation's shenanigans are not our responsibility. If your mother really has done something extraordinary, it's no reflection on you as a person. Please tell me that you understand."
Nora lowered her eyes, then looked out the window and watched the world fly by. After a moment, she finally nodded her head. To be honest, she had seen it coming. Morris had said from the beginning that he suspected Yvette of being involved in the production of the gene serum. At the time of her interrogation, she was granted permission to leave on the grounds of treating someone's illness. Yvette took the opportunity to escape after she had left the police station. Letting her out in front of the building, Nora hurried inside while Justin parked the car. As soon as she entered, she noticed that people were looking at her differently. Nora let out a sigh, just as Brenda rushed out to grab her and hurry her back to her office. Closing the door against the prying eyes, Brenda was determined not to give the gossips anything to talk about. She leaned against the closed door as Nora strolled to the sofa and sat down. Brenda was awestruck. "I don't know how you do it, Nora. This woman is trying to bully you, and you remain so calm." "Oh, I didn't realize she was bullying me." "Ruth has started their tongues wagging by spreading rumors about your mother. The things everyone is saying are completely absurd. Yvette Anderson was a high-ranking member of the mysterious organization. It's ridiculous." "What else?" "Well, apparently all the bodyguards we have in custody are saying the same thing. That's the reason why they are here. They came back to the United States to look for your mother. They have even implied," Brenda went over and sat next to Nora on the sofa, "that you are also involved with all of this. Ruth is saying that the guards have claimed that you are actually one of their undercover agents." At that moment, the door to Brenda's office was pushed open by a few of the people standing in the hallway. They wanted to get a glimpse of the traitor, Nora. Brenda popped up from the sofa and charged to the door. "If you don't have anything better to do than stand around and gawk, let me know, and I'll find you something to do." All of them looked down at their feet, shuffling back and forth. Finally, one brave soul, Stan, ventured out. "Captain Brenda, it's like this. The suspects have said that Nora is their undercover agent." Cutting him off, Brenda barked, "And you believe them? They're criminals." Clearing his throat, Stan forged on. "We don't necessarily take what they have to say as the truth. However—" "Yes, what is it?" "Well, we are required to follow protocol, which means that we need to ask Nora a few questions." "Humph, what kind of questions do you think you need to ask? Do you have any idea what Nora Smith has done for this department? 2 days ago, it was none other than Nora who exposed Johnson's conspiracy, which allowed one of our undercover agents to escape and return to a safe house. She was also the one who exposed the truth about which person was more dishonest, between Captain Johnson and Captain Ford. You remember that?" More shuffling and mumbling from the mob, so Brenda continued her tirade. "But somehow, now that a few thugs have lied about her, you run over here to interrogate her." Stan nodded his head but remained silent. Brenda pressed. "So, do you have permission from Captain Ford for this interrogation?" The crowd stared straight ahead like deer in the headlights. Stan finally mustered his courage to speak. "There's no need to be angry, Captain Brenda. We're just trying to do our jobs." The crowd parted as Ruth walked through them. She had gained more popularity among her colleagues here because of the interrogation plan that she and Black Cat had apparently designed. The success of the plan had converted even the most skeptical over to Ruth's side. Many of the agents had attempted to interrogate the suspects with little to no success. It was being considered to utilize the physical methodology since none of them had managed to make the bodyguards talk. But Ruth's interrogation methods seemed to loosen them up, and they easily revealed their secrets. This success gave everyone a new perception of her interrogation capabilities. Originally, because of the Johnson incident, everyone had maintained their distance from Ruth. But the tables had turned because everyone in the department admired capable people. Her newly proven abilities made everyone's admiration for her grow exponentially. Additionally, because the successful interrogation plan was designed by her, along with Black Cat, Morris decided to leave her in charge of all interrogation matters. Ruth grinned at Nora and Brenda with a broad smile, her dimples making her look like the head cheerleader of the high school squad. Brenda glared back at her. "What? You want to interrogate Nora too? Are you worthy of that?" Ruth lowered her eyes. "I would never think of doing such a thing. I know Miss Smith's status in the department is invaluable. And we all know how much Captain Ford values her. So what makes you think that I would possibly dare to interrogate her?" "Well, Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Captain Branda, since the suspects are now saying that Yvette Anderson was the second in command in the special department at that time, it makes sense that she was also involved in the development of the gene serum and other issues. They came to the States specifically to search for her. Moreover, they have made it clear that she had in her possession the theories and mechanics of the gene serum. This means that Yvette Anderson alone was the only one capable of establishing the mysterious organization. Sarcastically, Brenda stated, I thought you knew this, Ruth, but Yvette Anderson is dead, so I don't think she's running the organization anymore. Ruth gestured to Nora. But her daughter is still alive. Brenda, attempting to suppress her rage, seethed. I didn't know that the law had changed. First of all, I thought in this country people are innocent until proven guilty. And, beyond that, is there an amendment that allows us to hold children accountable for the crimes that their parents may have committed? Isn't that what you're suggesting? That was not my intention at all, Captain Branda. In an effort to calm Brenda down, Ruth lowered her voice and softened her tone. Let me make myself very clear. As I said, Captain Branda, we will not be arresting Miss Smith. We just want to sit down with her and provide her with the opportunity to answer a few questions for us. I would think that it would be in her best interest to clear her of any and all suspicions as soon as possible. Do you agree? She made her point and knew that, according to the rules and protocol, she occupied the moral high ground and how the power of right was on her side at this time. Brenda took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and hissed, I guess I haven't made myself clear. No, I do not agree. Even though she knew that Ruth was following proper procedure, she wasn't about to give in now. Even if Nora was not involved with the mysterious organization, as a member of the team and as Yvette Anderson's daughter, she was obligated to assist the special department in their investigations. But if Ruth was to be the interrogator, there was no way Brenda was going to allow Nora to suffer such grievances. She was about to say so when Nora got up and said, I want to interrogate the bodyguards. Ruth and the others were shocked. A contemptuous sneer immediately formed on Ruth's face as she inquired, What do you mean by that, Miss Smith? You seem to be implying that my process was problematic, but, as we all know, this process was designed by myself and Black Cat. You couldn't possibly be implying that you doubt the interrogation abilities of Black Cat. Those are your words, not mine. Not wanting to reveal who she was suspicious of, she narrowed her eyes and claimed, I have never doubted Black Cat's abilities. When Nora admitted this, it gave Ruth ammunition to counter her request. In that case, Nora, there's no need for you to interrogate them. Before Nora could respond, Ruth turned to Brenda to make demands. If you refuse to let us take her away, we can just discuss it right here in your office. I'll ask her a few questions right now in front of you. Surely there can be no objection to that process. Brenda observed the worried look on Nora's face as she took in all the other people in the hallway. Nora understood that she probably would have doubted someone in her position, so there was no doubt that these people thought the same way about her. It was true that her mother had been a member of the mysterious organization. Therefore, it must be concluded by everyone else that she, Nora, was also a part of this group. Plus, if she continued to be aloof, it would be very difficult for the rest of the team to fully trust her. So Nora made the decision. Ask me whatever you want. As expected of someone who once dared to say on a public forum that Black Cat's interrogation methods were problematic, Ruth was certainly skilled when it came to interrogation methods. She went straight to the crux of the matter and asked, Miss Smith, I'd like to ask, do you have any impression of your mother?" Nora was glad that she had remained seated on Brenda's sofa. Her back was stiff, which gave the impression of being the big boss. Her voice was cool and direct. Perhaps if one could retain their memories from when they were a 6-month-old baby, then maybe I would still have an impression of her. But alas, I don't. Nora thought sadly to herself, my mother had died a few months after I was born. How could I possibly have any impression of her? Ruth continued, "Did she leave you anything?" The answer was, yes, an audio recording. But Nora didn't want them to know about the content of the recording, which she felt had nothing to do with the case. She stared directly into Ruth's eyes and replied, "Yes, but it has nothing to do with the case." Ruth's manner quickly transformed, and her voice was instantly stern and severe. "Miss Smith, please, you must cooperate with our investigation. We will decide whether or not it has anything to do with the case after we verify it. Please tell us what your mother left you and where it is." Nora looked straight at her. Ruth, however, was not afraid. She returned the gaze until Nora lowered her eyes. Nora paused. It had occurred to her that the Greys had insisted that Anthony marry her, even after she became pregnant. It must be because they wanted something that her mother had left behind. Of course. And later, Anthony demanded the small pharmaceutical company that her mother had left to Nora. And even though Nora had gone to the company premises several times, she had searched thoroughly, but had yet to find anything useful. So why was Ruth asking her if her mother had left her anything? Although she knew that this was a step in the interrogation process and was a necessary procedure, if it had been anyone else who had asked her that question, she might not have thought too much about it. But if it was Ruth asking, there must be something behind it. Nora was getting the impression that Ruth was also trying to sound her out in an attempt to figure out what the thing actually was. Nora made the choice to remain silent. The tension was building. Even Brenda stared at her. "Nora, if it's not very important, why don't you show it to them?" "No," was Nora's response. "This involves my privacy and is part of my personal belongings. Therefore, I have the right to refuse to show it to anyone." Her voice was firm, and even if she was forced to turn over the audio recording, she would only allow Morris to hear the tape. Brenda considered for a moment. Then, with a burst of energy, she stood and faced Ruth, proclaiming, "Nora does indeed have the right to do that." Ruth, however, said aggressively, "Finding the roots of the mysterious organization and taking them all down in one fell swoop is what matters the most right now to this department. Miss Smith, as a member of the special department, I would think that you would want to cooperate with us." She attempted to utilize peer pressure against Nora. She continued, "Let's review your past, which is amazingly coincidental, don't you think?" "You want me to answer that question?" Nora quipped. Ruth ignored her and queried, "How did you meet Dr. Sylvester Zabe? I thought you grew up in California. And yet you seem to learn everything about surgery from Dr. Zabe, who lives in New York. Correct me if I'm wrong, but surely he couldn't have run all the way to California just to take you on as his disciple." Nora thought to herself, why not? It wasn't just Sylvester, but also Quinn and others. But to Ruth, she said nothing. So Ruth went on. "In addition, you came out to New York at a time that seems purposeful. We've done the calculations, and there are some unbelievable coincidences. Not long after you came, Caleb Gray also arrived. After Caleb came, Truman Yale happened to bring his bodyguards with him when he arrived in the Big Apple, too. Since then, Mr. Yale appears to have been in constant contact with you. Why is this exactly? Please, tell me." Every word that Ruth spoke insinuated a connection between Nora and Truman. Finally, Nora spoke. "You'll have to ask Captain Ford about that." She had wisely kept Morris in the loop whenever she communicated with Truman. "So you're planning to have Captain Ford protect you? Unfortunately, that might not help you because something came up, and he is out of the office today. So I suggest that you must explain this connection clearly, right now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the building." Ruth pointed to the area outside of Brenda's office, where a SWAT team from the special department surrounded the building. Brenda frowned. "Ruth, what is the meaning of this?" "Captain Brenda, let me remind you that I am in charge of all interrogation matters because Captain Ford has given me the right to act according to my will. Now that Nora is involved with the key players in this case, she will only be released after she has been thoroughly interrogated. If she doesn't cooperate, we will have firm grounds to believe that she has connections to the mysterious organization." Brenda went forward and stopped right in front of Nora. "Try taking another step forward. I'm going to see which one of you has the guts to take her to the interrogation room when I'm standing right here." Ruth smiled, showing off those irritating dimples. Sweetly, she claimed, "We won't take her away. We will interrogate her right here in your office." She turned to Nora. "Consider it well, Miss Smith. It is simply a matter of trust. If you hand over what your mother left to you, then all will be well." After speaking, she turned around and left the room. But as she did, more SWAT officers filled in the gap left behind with her exit. Infuriated, she whipped out her cell phone at once, claiming, "I'll call Captain Ford right now and get him to come back." But she wasn't able to get a signal on her phone. Stunned for a moment, she realized what was happening. For the love of... They actually jammed the signal in my office. She looked at Nora and said, 2 days ago, when you were in a deep sleep, Captain Ford received a call for help from the border. Someone who appeared to be from the mysterious organization had allegedly shown up down there. So he took some men with him and immediately went over as reinforcements. Before he left, because of Ruth's success with interrogating the prisoners, Captain Ford temporarily gave her the rights to interrogation. But I had no idea that she would actually target you." Brenda went out with her cell phone at once. She said, "Wait for me here, Nora. I'll go out and find a signal to call Captain Ford and make sure that he comes back right away. Even if he can't return, he should be able to call the department and order them to release you." Nora, however, leaned back on the sofa lazily and stared at the ceiling. There was nothing to be done but wait. Even if Brenda couldn't get him on the phone, Morris would surely be back the next day anyway. In Nora's mind, it was no big deal. She would just sleep the day away. It's difficult to interrogate someone who is snoring. After Brenda left Nora behind in her office, she went over to the special department's lobby. But when she dialed Morris's private cell phone number, the call went straight to voicemail, signaling to her that his cell phone had been turned off. In frustration, she let out a deep growl of aggravation. Clicking her phone off, she turned around to go back to the office when she saw 2 SWAT team members blocking her access. Feeling the hot anger rise again, she stared at the 2 idiots. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You have some nerve daring to stop me. I'm your commanding officer." The soldier on the right responded, "Captain Brenda, as you know, we are in the process of interrogating Nora Smith at the moment. As you are not a part of the interrogation unit, you will not be allowed to enter your office until Ruth is finished." "Is that so? I'd like to see you 2 try and stop me." With a quick maneuver, she flipped the guy on the left down to the floor, blocking the guy on the right. With a high kick, she knocked the standing SWAT team member down onto his wallet. Kicking him in the shoulder, she finished him off. Brenda stepped over the two groaning men, determined to get into her office. But when she arrived, she found several more other SWAT team members blocking the doorway. Brenda took a stance. "Take a look at your groaning mates up the hallway and let me know if you'd really like to go a couple of rounds with me." "I take that back. I don't think you'll even make it through the first round." The SWAT team knew that she could take them down. After all, she was the one who trained them. They looked at each other, hoping that one of them would take the risk and speak. Not surprisingly, Stan came to the rescue, again. "Captain Brenda, as I said before, we have been assigned this task. There's no need to take it out on us. We are contractually obliged to follow all orders as it relates to Nora's interrogation." Brenda was livid, but she held it in. With an icy tone in her voice, she replied, "Fine. You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I need to do." Brenda took a step toward the men, causing them all to take a step backward away from her. But Nora's calm and dispassionate voice traveled over the human blockade. "Don't worry about it, Brenda." With the SWAT officers in between them, Nora continued, "You'll be detained along with me if you try to come back, and that won't do either of us any good. It is better if you're on the outside. You could go home for now." "So you've been detained? What right does Ruth have to detain you?" Nora shrugged. "Who knows?" In an attempt to reassure Nora, as she left, Brenda called out, "I'm going to find Justin. I know he can help." On her own, Nora went back into the office to close the blackout curtains. She admired Brenda's clever design, with the long cushy sofa that came with a white fluffy blanket, perfectly suited to lying down to take a nap. She pictured Brenda's sleek, elegant, and active appearance as she attempted to lie down on the suggestive sleep place. Laughing to herself, Nora mused, as if that would ever happen. But she figured she would use it herself. It was the perfect place to catch up on her sleep in this stressful place. Over the several monitors in the room next door, Ruth observed what was happening in Brenda's office, utilizing the newly installed surveillance cameras. She could clearly see that Nora was asleep on the sofa. "Oh, this is ridiculous," Ruth said out loud. She bit her lip, considering her next step. When she made up her mind, she barked out to Stan, who rushed over at her command. Ruth emphasized, "Use the lamp. It's the perfect option in this circumstance." Stan shook his head. "I'm not sure that is appropriate, Ruth. After all, Nora is a member of the Special Department." "What makes you think that she is still a part of the Special Department? Do I have to remind you that her mother was the backbone of the mysterious organization? Because of her mother, the gene serum emerged into the world. How many people have died because of that serum over the years? How many children did the organization kidnap for human experiments back in the day?" Ruth gritted her teeth hatefully and seethed. More than 20 years ago, as many as 1,000 children had gone missing in the country. It has finally been revealed that those children had been captured by the mysterious organization. And what were their victims doing? They conducted brutal and inhumane experiments on the children in order to refine the gene serum for human consumption. The members of the mysterious organization are simply devoid of all conscience. All these years, in order to capture members of the mysterious organization to extract information and bring these people down, how many of our colleagues have we sacrificed? Ruth leaned into Stan. "If you want to prove your loyalty to the Special Department team, think about this. If Nora Smith holds clues to the mysterious organization, she has no right to keep quiet about it. Why would she want to, unless she is deeply involved? Please, just do what I am asking you to do. I will take responsibility for your actions and accept the consequences if there are any. Personally, I think we will be praised as heroes." Stan knew that she was right in principle, but not necessarily in process. After weighing his options, he knew that he really had no choice. In the end, he could only say, "If you insist." Nora had drifted off to sleep, but was startled awake when Stan rushed into the room with several SWAT team soldiers behind him. Stan set up a tall, powerful light pole and snapped on the lamp. The piercing light illuminated the whole room, making it as bright as day. Squinting against the harsh brightness, Nora shaded her eyes. Sighing with contempt, she knew that this was a widely touted interrogation tactic. High intensity of the light was used to irritate people and make them uncomfortable. It was so penetrating that even if they closed their eyes, they wouldn't be able to fall asleep. Nora was now aware that Ruth planned to use these extreme interrogation strategies on her. She stared directly at Stan, but he was difficult to see because he was standing behind the blinding light. But she could tell that he was shifting uncomfortably under her gaze. "All we want to know is what your mother left you. You don't need to resist any longer. When Captain Ford comes back, he is obligated to act according to the protocol, so I don't think he will be of any help." Detached from the stress, Nora replied, "Well, you are going to have to just keep wondering because I have nothing to say." Stan sighed and turned to go as Ruth came through the door. She gave Nora her best dimpled smile. "Miss Smith, you know that we have no choice but to do this. I know you understand this technique, so if you hand over your mother's gift, I'll remove the lamp at once." Mockingly, Nora closed her eyes tight but said nothing. "You might want to reconsider your position in the wrong camp, so I'll give you a little more time to think about it." Ruth waved off the SWAT team waiting in the wings and allowed Stan to exit. Before she left the room, she added, "But I won't take long if I were you. That light can be unforgiving." She taunted Nora by slowly closing the door that creaked irritatingly. Ruth had done her research and knew that sleep was the most important thing to Nora, so she intended to deprive her of it. And without it, Ruth assumed that she would become exceptionally anxious while being detained in that bright, shiny white room. In that brightly lit room, Nora leaned back on the sofa, staring at the lamp. The glaring light penetrated straight through her eyelids, filling her dream world with red light instead of the darkest black. She shifted around into different positions on the sofa, but nothing seemed to work. She sat upon the sofa and paced the room. Observing the surveillance camera, Nora wanted to flip off the spying eyes, but thought better of it. Instead, she turned her back on them and walked back to the sofa. She could feel herself becoming more and more agitated and irritated, and maybe just a little impatient. She pondered for a moment what to do, and that's how she came up with her plan. Initially, Nora had thought that even though it was obvious that Ruth was making things difficult for her, the woman was definitely working within the special department's regulations. It was only natural that after interrogating the suspects and finding out that the mysterious organization's ultimate mastermind was Yvette Anderson, Nora's mother, Ruth would stop at nothing to interrogate Nora. But Nora was not just anybody. She was an important, integral member of the special department, so if they intended on interrogating her, they would have to follow proper protocol, which meant that they would need to get permission from Morris before they could proceed, especially because she was one of Morris's top recruits. So when Ruth detained her and wouldn't allow her to leave, Nora understood her way of thinking. She was attempting to eliminate any possibilities of Nora escaping. She wanted to know the involvement that Nora might have with the mysterious organization. And, because Nora understood Ruth's challenges from the beginning, she fully intended to cooperate with them to the best of her ability. Her confidence came from the fact that she knew that once Morris returned from his assignment, wherever that was, the truth would come to light. This was why she had told Brenda to leave a few minutes before. So it made no sense to Nora that Ruth would stoop to installing that blinding light in Brenda's office. There was something sinister about the entire process, because even in a normal interrogation, they should not be employing torture methods. And these circumstances were even more questionable because there was no actual evidence Nora was even involved with the mysterious organization. Nora closed her eyes, but it was pointless. The bright beams pierced through her eyelids, making it impossible for her to get her desperately needed sleep. She was now experiencing for herself the pain and agony of a person under interrogation by her own department. After 10 minutes, she gave up trying to get rest and did the opposite. She took action. She picked up her cell phone, tapped and swiped away on it, finagling a signal from this room whose Wi-Fi had been jammed 15 minutes before. The SWAT members studied Nora warily, as they knew she must be up to something. Having trained with her, they all knew that for a slender woman with a delicate frame, she was a force to be reckoned with, so none of them wanted to take her on in a physical confrontation. Sensing the team's uneasiness in dealing with Nora, Ruth rolled her eyes and marched back into the office, challenging Nora herself. She demanded, "What are you planning? Do you actually think you could escape? That, to me, is a sign of a guilty conscience, don't you think?" Nora flexed her wrist a little. "No, I hate wasting time. Let's get this over with quickly." Ruth was taken aback. "What do you mean, get this over with quickly?" Ruth stood there with her hands on her hips. Once she took that stance, Nora seized her opportunity to make her move on the vulnerable stance. She proceeded to quietly hook her foot around the back leg of the chair sitting next to the sofa. With all the force she could muster, she shoved the chair, and it flew directly toward Ruth, who screamed, but couldn't duck quickly enough, so the chair flew past her, grazing her head. The chair crashed onto the floor. Ruth cried out and grabbed her forehead, which was buzzing from the impact. Furious as she clutched her head, she barked, "Nora, what are you doing? Are you trying to break out of here?" Waving her free arm, she glared at the SWAT officers behind and shouted, "What are you people standing around waiting for? She's attacking me, us. Get her. Knock her down. Arrest her." Aggressively, 2 of the SWAT officers took a step toward Nora. But, as they did, Nora whipped out her cell phone to reveal Morris's face displayed on her screen. Because of her treatment and the lack of sleep, Nora was extremely grumpy at the moment. All she wanted to do was end this madness so that she could go home and go to sleep. "I'm sorry, fellas, but seriously, this is enough. Go ahead, Captain Ford, tell them what you have to say." When she saw Morris on the screen, Ruth knew that it was all over. Nora slipped out of trouble time and time again. She was as oily as an eel. She knew for a fact that there was no cell phone signal in the area where Morris was located. That was the only reason that she had instigated this attack against Nora, because she had received confirmation that Morris was unreachable by phone. So how did this woman manage to get through to him on a video call? Ruth grumbled to herself. The woman obviously could have taken out her cell phone right away and reached Morris, but chose to resort to violence instead. So like Nora. If only everyone could see it the way Ruth did. On the screen, the corners of Morris's mouth were turned down. In a low, gravelly voice, Morris growled, "Nora is someone that I personally recruited to be a part of this team. Do any of you have the audacity to think that I would have brought her into this organization willy-nilly without properly vetting her? Go on, I'm waiting. Speak now or hold your peace." Morris paused to wait for any objections, and when they were not forthcoming, he continued, "Let me make myself perfectly clear. I will vouch for the fact that she has absolutely nothing to do with the mysterious organization. In addition,
I have been constantly kept in the loop about her communication with Truman Yale. I'll also remind you that we have 4 suspects in our custody. And how do you think we were even able to arrest those bodyguards? It was also because of Nora's contact with Yale. Through her exchanges with him, we were able to pinpoint his place of residence, and therefore we were able to make our move. Apparently, you have all forgotten that fact. For emphasis, he added, Ruth. With his exact and laser-like delivery, it was clear to the colleagues present that there was no validation to interrogate Nora at all. On a personal level, most of the members of the special department didn't have any feelings for Nora one way or the other. She was cold and distant by nature. And although she held a position in the special department team, people rarely saw her in the building. Unlike the rest of them, she was allowed to come and go as she pleased. However, because everyone in the department trusted Morris with their life, especially after the Johnson incident, they were all able to conclude that what Morris had claimed must be the truth. Reinforcing this belief was the fact that Morris held an extremely high position in the organization. So if he was willing to be Nora's guarantor, then they should all stand down and side with him in the matter of the interrogation of Nora Smith. It should not take place. Ruth knew that that was what everyone was thinking, and even though she was filled with envy and hatred, she understood that her opportunity to conduct her interrogation the way she wanted had passed. She remained silent, biding her time. Without Johnson as her protective shield, she must work above board, following protocol to the letter in order for her to be able to stand her ground and prove Nora's association with the mysterious organization. Brushing off the SWAT team, Ruth conceded. Since Captain Ford has unwaveringly stayed at his position, Miss Smith should no longer be detained. However, since her mother is a huge factor in the case, Nora has an extreme conflict of interest. Therefore, it stands to reason that Miss Smith will be excluded from this ongoing investigation. We don't want to have any accusations of tampering of evidence should she remain involved. Turning to the device in front of Nora, Ruth asked, Captain Ford, don't you agree that Miss Smith should be barred from participating any further in future interrogations related to the case? Ruth had made it clear to all parties concerned that while they may have derailed her progress, they were not about to stop her forward movement with the investigation. Before Morris could speak, Nora replied, Sure, I'll agree to that. She glanced around the room, accepting the fact that she probably would never fit into this team environment. She was a lonesome dove coming and going by herself. During her entire tenure with the organization, she had never made any connections, Brenda being the exception. All she had ever experienced here was pressure and limitations. She was thrilled to finally be able to leave the special department. That is, after she finished what she had set out to do. However, Nora added, let me interrogate the suspects before I go. Once I confirm that they are telling the truth and have not been coerced into their confessions, I will gladly leave. She wanted to confirm that her mother was indeed definitely with the mysterious organization. Doing her own interrogation would afford her the opportunity to find out what the truth actually was. And she could do so without having to keep a low profile, bide her time, and avoid standing out. She would be able to go undetected. This was important because if she attracted the mysterious organization's attention, she would be putting not only herself, but her family in danger. One thing that Nora didn't understand was that if her mother had been the true leader of the mysterious organization, then why hadn't Yvette gone abroad and met up with the mysterious organization once she fled from New York all those years ago? Given how the mysterious organization was able to move Truman from place to place without the authorities detecting it, wouldn't it also be possible for them to move her mother into hiding somewhere as well? But apparently, that is not what was done. Not only had they refused to help her that way,
But Yvette had returned to California, where she spent the rest of her life. And oddly, she even married that scoundrel Henry Smith and entrusted him with her well-being and that of her daughters. None of this quite added up. Cutting into her thoughts was Ruth's sarcastic tone. "Miss Smith, I have already talked about this. Didn't I just say that if you don't trust me, then you don't trust Black Cat? It's impossible for the interrogation proposal that I designed with Black Cat to have flaws." Nora released her pent-up anger. Ruth had just crossed the line. She was extremely disgusted by how the woman was using her own alias to brag in front of everyone. This prompted Nora into luring the unsuspecting mouse into the game. "How well do you really know Black Cat?" Ruth flashed those adorable dimples and waved her hand to impress the group. "Oh, Nora, please. Of course, Black Cat and I are very good friends. Our colleagues have already seen us when we were discussing the proposal together the last time." So you claim to know Black Cat really well?" Nora waited for the silly woman to step into her trap. "Of course I do." Ruth glanced around the room as if she was holding forth in her own private court. "That's all well and good," Nora retorted dispassionately. "But can you prove that Black Cat knows you?"